As for Frederick Augustus II of Poland, although he personally displayed a degree of religious tolerance, he permitted the clergy to continue actions directed against heresy because he sought their political support. In this manner, religious policy remained closely connected to political power within the Commonwealth during his reign. The hopes which the Protestant communities of Poland had cherished upon the election of Stanislaus Leszczynski, the amiable and educated monarch born in the city of Limburg in the year 1677, were ultimately doomed to disappointment. The turning point came with the catastrophic defeat of the Swedish forces at the Battle of Poltava in the year 1709, an event which decisively ended Stanislaus's effective rule and left Poland vulnerable to foreign influence and internal unrest. In the year 1715, the case of Sigismund Unruh, a Protestant citizen, caused a stir that reached the courts of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Sigismund Unruh had been accused, before the tribunal of Piotrkow, of blaspheming the Holy Catholic Church because of some minor notes he had made in a personal book. The tribunal condemned him to a brutal punishment. His tongue was to be torn out, his right hand severed, and following his beheading, his body was to be burned along with the manuscript that had led to his prosecution. By a timely escape from the authorities, Sigismund Unruh avoided the execution of this sentence, which was later annulled, and his confiscated property was restored to him. The year 1724 witnessed another event of great notoriety, the so-called Affair of Thorn, which sent shockwaves throughout Europe and inspired numerous polemical pamphlets. In the city of Thorn, now Tyrnia in modern Poland, a riot broke out between Jesuit students and the Protestant population. The Protestants were accused of sacrilege, and in consequence, Rosner, the president of the city council, Zernick, the vice president, and several other leading citizens were sentenced to execution. Prince Lubomirski, a magnate of considerable military strength, arrived at Thorn with 150 horsemen to oversee the enforcement of the sentences. On the 7th of December, the elderly Rosner was beheaded. Vice President Zernick managed to secure a pardon, while the other accused, with the exception of one who converted to Roman Catholicism, were executed. The outrage in Thorn did not remain confined to Poland. Protestant powers across Europe, Great Britain, the Kingdom of Prussia, the Kingdom of Sweden, the Kingdom of Denmark, and the Dutch Republic responded with indignation. The Polish government found itself particularly embarrassed by a public speech delivered by the English minister at the Imperial Diet of Ratisbon, which condemned the oppression of Protestants. In the year 1731, the ambassador from Great Britain at the Polish court presented a memorial to the king, detailing the systematic abuses suffered by the Protestant dissidents in Poland and concluding with an explicit threat of retaliatory measures against Roman Catholics residing in England and the other Protestant states. Yet all these diplomatic efforts proved ineffectual and, if anything, intensified the persecution of the Polish dissidents. The internal decline of the Commonwealth was accelerating. On the 1st of January in the year 1733, the reigning king, a man of limited intellect and notorious for private vices, died. He had been married to Christina, Margravine of Bayreuth, who herself had passed away in the year 1727. During his reign, Poland had suffered a marked deterioration in political authority, economic stability, and cultural prominence. That same year, a law was enacted declaring dissidents incapable of holding any office or enjoying any dignities within the Commonwealth, further consolidating the power of the Roman Catholic nobility. In the midst of these calamities, many Poles turned once more to Stanislaus Leszczynski, who was then residing in the Duchy of Lorraine in France. When approached with the proposal that he leave his comfortable residence to accept the Polish throne again, Stanislaus initially resisted. Even with the material support promised to him by King Louis XV of France, he expressed deep apprehension about the dangers that awaited him. "I know the Poles well," he declared. "I'm sure that they will appoint me, but I'm also sure that they will not support me. In short, that I shall soon find myself near to my enemies and far from friends." To reach Poland was no simple task. The Baltic Sea was controlled by a fleet of Russian sailors, and the neighboring powers of Austria and Prussia had issued orders to prevent his passage through their territories. This revealed the constant dangers that surrounded Poland and how her internal divisions weakened her, allowing foreign powers to manipulate her at will. Even the election of a wise and capable monarch, such as Stanislaus Leszczynski, could be thwarted by these external threats. To secure the king's journey, a clever ruse was devised. A false report circulated in France claiming that Stanislaus was about to command a fleet stationed on the coast of Brittany, ready to sail to Danzig. On the 20th of August, 1733, Stanislaus formally took leave of the French royal family and traveled to Berry to visit Cardinal Bissy. There, a chevalier de Thianges, bearing a resemblance to Stanislaus, donned a carefully arranged costume and took the route to Brest, presenting himself as the king. He traveled only at night to avoid detection, while the real Stanislaus slipped away in a post-chaise accompanied by the Chevalier Landelot. The journey through Germany was uneventful, and Stanislaus arrived in Warsaw during the night of the 8th of September, 1733. Realizing all hope was lost, Stanislaus advised surrender and left the fortress on the 27th of June, disguised as a peasant. He later recorded his remarkable escape, which rivals in daring the flights of Charles II of England and the Young Pretender. During his flight, Stanislaus was aided by peasants, at least one of whom acted purely out of loyalty rather than for gain. In his own words, he described how he prepared to depart. "We were about to land when, taking my host aside and affectionately thanking him for all he had done for me, I put into his hand as many ducats drawn from my pocket as mine could hold." The story begins with a moment of human kindness that revealed the character of Stanislaus Leszczynski even in the midst of political turmoil. An honest peasant, surprised and ashamed at the attention of the king, attempted to withdraw and escape. "No, no," Stanislaus insisted. "It is in vain. You must receive this present." As he pressed the man more insistently, the other peasants, misinterpreting the king's actions as a quarrel, advanced to intervene. Realizing this, the peasant hastily said that, to satisfy Stanislaus, he would accept 2 ducats, which he would keep as a remembrance of the happiness he had experienced in knowing the king. This noble and disinterested gesture delighted Stanislaus, for it was unexpected from a man of such humble condition. The peasant took the 2 ducats from the king's hand, but made such grimaces in accepting them that Stanislaus could not express them adequately. With considerable difficulty, Stanislaus then made his way through the lines of Cossacks, the semi-military communities of the Ukrainian steppes, and crossed the Vistula. He was ferried over the Nogat by a fisherman and finally landed at Königsberg, where he could hope for more security than when surrounded by Russian armies. From there he proceeded leisurely to Lorraine. In the year 1735, the Treaty of Vienna, 1735, was concluded between France and the German Empire. By its terms, Stanislaus formally abdicated the Polish throne but retained the title of king for the remainder of his life. He was granted the duchies of Lorraine and Bar, which were to be permanently united with France upon his death. On the 28th of June, 1735, he signed the decree of his abdication at Königsberg, and on the 3rd of April, 1737, he was formally installed as ruler of his new territories. Stanislaus proved to be a benevolent and popular ruler. Among his subjects, he became known as Stanislaus the Benevolent. He improved the cities of Nancy and Lunéville, founded colleges, and reduced taxation in the duchies. In the year 1758, the Royal Academy of Nancy was established under his patronage. Stanislaus corresponded widely with sovereigns across Europe and exchanged letters with literary figures such as Voltaire, Jean-Jacques Rousseau, Montesquieu, and Boufflers. It was considered a singular misfortune for Poland to have been deprived of the service of so capable a king. Stanislaus enjoyed excellent health until the year 1766, when, at the age of 89, an accident led to his death. On the 5th of February, his dressing gown caught fire. Though he was rescued from immediate danger, he died on the 23rd of February and was buried near his wife at Nancy. 2 years later, his daughter, Mary Leszczynska, died, and her heart was interred in the same vault as her father. In the year 1831, a statue was erected in Nancy in his honor. Stanislas's name stands out among the Polish sovereigns of the 18th century, a rare example of virtue, wisdom, and benevolence, which is why his career deserves extended attention. At the city of Nancy, which is the capital city of the region of Lorraine in eastern France, appeared the remarkable political and philosophical work entitled Głos Wolny Wolność o Bezpieczeństwie, translated from Polish as A Free Voice Guaranteeing Freedom. This work was written as a political commentary addressing the constitutional condition of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. In this treatise, the author spoke openly and without hesitation about the structural weaknesses of the Polish constitutional system, explaining what he considered serious institutional errors. He also offered proposals for reform and correction of those political defects, arguing that the preservation of national liberty required constitutional improvement rather than preservation of harmful traditions. In another curious historical letter preserved within the collection known as Collectanea of Thomas Hearne, particularly in the edition prepared by the scholar Doble, Volume 2, page 43, we find an observation describing the personal character of the Swedish monarch associated with the military exploits of Northern Europe. The letter was written by Lord Raby, a diplomatic observer and writer who described the Swedish king, namely Charles XII of Sweden, ruler of the Kingdom of Sweden during the early 18th century. Charles XII was famous for his military campaigns during the great northern conflicts of Europe. According to Lord Raby's description, the Swedish king wore a black crepe cravat, meaning a mourning-style neckcloth made of dark crepe fabric. The collar of his coat was fastened closely around his neck so tightly that it was impossible to determine whether he was wearing any additional neck covering beneath it. His shirt and wristbands were often described as visibly dirty, since he wore neither ribbons nor gloves except when riding on horseback. The king's hands were reported to be of the same color as his wristbands, making it difficult to distinguish one from the other, implying neglect of personal cleanliness. His hair was described as light brown in color, very greasy in appearance, and cut very short, never being combed by a formal instrument, but instead adjusted only by the fingers. During meals, the king would sit upon any available chair or stool found within the residence without observing elaborate court ceremony. When dining, he would begin by eating a large piece of bread and butter, placing his napkin under his chin in an informal manner. He would then drink from a large old-fashioned silver beaker containing small beer, a weak alcoholic beverage commonly consumed in Northern Europe at the time. The king's drinking habit was said to involve consuming approximately 2 English bottles of beer during each meal, emptying his beaker twice. Between each piece of meat he consumed, he would eat bread and butter spread using his thumb rather than with formal utensils. Remarkably, the king spoke very little during meals. He was reported to finish eating within approximately 15 minutes, demonstrating rapid and efficient consumption of food. Immediately after he rose from the table, members of his lifeguard, meaning the soldiers assigned to protect the monarch personally, would sit down at the same table and eat the same food. His sleeping chamber was described as a small and poorly maintained room with bare walls. There were no decorative bed sheets or ceremonial canopy above his bed. Instead, the same quilt placed beneath him was simply turned upward to cover him while sleeping. His writing table was described as being made of split deal wood, meaning rough wooden planks, supported by a simple stick rather than an elaborate structure. Instead of an official inkwell or standish used for writing instruments, he possessed a wooden container holding a sandbox, which was used in older writing practice to dry ink. The only object of elegance within his personal equipment was a finely gilded Bible placed beside his bed, which was the single item that appeared refined within his otherwise plain surroundings. The letter would have continued, but the writer stated that the description had already become too long. However, he promised to provide further information concerning the Polish court of King Stanislaw Leszczynski, identified as Stanislaw Leszczynski. Traveling incognito, meaning without official recognition, accompanied only by a single friend and one servant on foot, the observer made a journey to the city of Leipzig, historically spelled Leipzig in older English records, a major commercial city in the region of Saxony in central Germany. There he not only observed King Stanislav, but also was approached politely by the monarch, who spoke with him despite recognizing him as a stranger. The court of Stanislav was described as having a more refined atmosphere than that of his political patron, referring to Charles XII of Sweden. The king's mother and wife were present at the court. These two women were described as well-educated and well-mannered, wearing elegant clothing and speaking the French language with considerable fluency. King Stanislav himself was described as a tall and handsome young man who wore the Polish national style of dress and possessed a large pair of mustaches typical of Polish noble fashion. He was said to have a tendency toward corpulence, meaning he was somewhat inclined to gain weight, and his personal habits were described as slightly untidy, a characteristic that the writer claimed was common among Poles in general. Finally, the narrative refers to a coin associated with Augustus III of Poland, known as the coin of Augustus III, which was a monetary piece minted during the reign of that monarch, who ruled the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth during the 18th century and whose administration followed the complex political traditions inherited from earlier Polish kings. After the prolonged examination of Stanisław Leszczyński, we now turn to the sovereign who was appointed in his place. Augustus III, son of Augustus II, ascended to the throne of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. He solemnly swore to the Pacta Conventa, the contractual obligations binding each newly elected king to the nobility, and was formally crowned king at Warsaw in the year 1734. He entered into marriage with Maria Józefa, daughter of the Holy Roman Emperor Joseph I. She lived until the year 1757, passing away after a life entwined with the political alliances of Europe. In the year 1736, a Diet, the legislative assembly of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, convened in Warsaw for the purpose of pacification. This Diet was followed by a general amnesty, whose terms had previously been explained in historical accounts. The country, at this time, was in a state of wretchedness. Augustus III proved himself a coarse and indolent man, devoted more to pleasure than governance. Among his peculiar amusements, it is recorded, was the habit of shooting at dogs from the windows of his palace, a pastime illustrating both cruelty and idleness. Like his father, Augustus III was unable to speak a word of Polish, leaving the administration entirely in the hands of his minister Heinrich von Brühl, a Saxon statesman of considerable influence. The economic situation of the Commonwealth was dire. The kingdom was flooded with false coinage, and in this circulation the Jewish population was particularly active, contributing to the instability of the currency. As Elector of Saxony, Augustus III was involved in the wider European conflict known as the 7 Years' War, yet his Polish subjects were spared from direct participation. Nevertheless, the territory of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was frequently violated by neighboring powers, earning the unflattering sobriquet of Karczma Zajezdna, or the Publican, for the ease with which foreign armies traversed its lands. For example, Russian forces, in one of their campaigns against the Ottoman Turks, marched unopposed through the provinces of Podolia and the Ukraine, treating the Commonwealth as a thoroughfare rather than a sovereign state. Perhaps the one contribution for which history may show some gratitude to Augustus III was his initiation of the Dresden Picture Gallery, establishing a cultural foundation in the Saxon capital. He died in that city on the 3rd of October in the year 1763 and was buried there. Following his death, Poland had only 30 more years to exist as an independent nation before the calamities that would soon befall it. In the following year, 1764, after stormy deliberations in the Diet, Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski was elected king. He was a man of refined manners and education, yet politically he was little more than a puppet in the hands of the Russian Empire, which had orchestrated his appointment while Warsaw remained under occupation by Russian troops. The English traveler William Cox, who visited the court, described Stanislaus Augustus in flattering terms. The King of Poland is handsome in his person, with an expressive countenance, a dark complexion, a Roman nose, and a penetrating eye. He is uncommonly pleasing in his address and manner, and possesses great sweetness of condescension, tempered with dignity. This portrait, while capturing his personal charm, also hinted at the fragility of his sovereignty, constrained as he was by the overwhelming influence of the Russian Empire. The Empress of Russia, Catherine the Great, was eager to see Stanislaus Poniatowski appointed to the Polish throne. She opposed any plan that would allow the royal power to remain in the House of Saxony, seeking instead a monarch she could influence. In this ambition, she was strongly supported by Frederick the Great, one of Poland's most determined and implacable enemies. One of their motives for backing Poniatowski was the belief that he would become a more pliable instrument of their policies. At the same time, the brothers Michael Czartoryski and Augustus Czartoryski, members of a celebrated Lithuanian family and uncles of the king, wielded considerable influence in Poland. Using their position, they pushed for essential reforms in the government. The old system, under which the great officials of the realm operated independently of one another and of the king, was dismantled. Ministers were now to be nominated by the sovereign, but held responsible to the Polish Diet, and several other administrative reforms were introduced to strengthen governance. The Czartoryski family itself was of extraordinary importance in Polish history. Both brothers supported the patriotic movement known as the Confederation of Bar, considered the last major self-defensive effort of Poland against foreign domination. Michael Czartoryski died in August 1775 and Augustus Czartoryski in 1782, leaving a single son, Adam Casimir Czartoryski, whom Catherine the Great had intended to place on the Polish throne if it had not been accepted by Poniatowski. Prince Adam Casimir married in 1761 the Countess Isabella Fleming, and among their sons was the celebrated Adam George Czartoryski, who was later elected dictator of Poland during the Revolution of 1830. Adam George Czartoryski had spent much of his youth as a kind hostage at the Russian court, where he lived on familiar terms with Alexander I of Russia, both during Alexander's time as Grand Duke and after he became emperor. The journals, however, no relief was granted to the dissidents, the Protestant and Orthodox minorities, who had previously enjoyed certain privileges. In fact, they were stripped of rights they had long held, such as possessing starosties, offices governing the crown lands, and other administrative positions. Feeling their influence threatened, the dissidents began to turn to Russia for support, which seemed inclined to offer assistance. In the year 1765, terrible massacres occurred, perpetrated by the Cossacks under the leadership of Ganta. The victims were Roman Catholics and Jews, and it was widely believed that Russian agents had fomented the violence, although conclusive proof of this has never been provided. The following year, in 1766, the Liberum Veto was restored, influenced by the King of Prussia, Frederick II, who was anxious that the Poles should not strengthen their independence through constitutional reform. In the year 1768, a group of patriotic Polish noblemen met in the small town of Bar in the region of Podolia. The chief organizers were Adam Krasinski, Bishop Kamieniecki, Joseph Pulaski, Michael Krasinski, and Joachim Potocki. They formed what became known as the Convention of Bar, a confederation created to free the Commonwealth from foreign influence. They organized an army of approximately 8,000 men, and their operations spread over a significant portion of Poland. Yet Russian troops stationed around Warsaw, the capital, prevented the Confederates from joining forces with the regular military of the Commonwealth. Tragically, the patriotic efforts of the Convention of Bar proved ineffective, and an audacious plot to seize or perhaps assassinate the king on the 3rd of November, 1771, was hatched. The leaders were Lukowski, Stroinski, and Kaczynski, all acting under the influence of Casimir Pulaski. The Confederates had never truly acknowledged the government of Stanislaus, regarding the king as weak and contemptible. The conspirators numbered about 40 men in total. At Sztakowa, they swore an oath to Casimir Pulaski either to deliver the king alive into his hands, or, if that was impossible, to kill him. The three ringleaders and their assistants gained admission to Warsaw disguised as peasants, pretending to sell hay, and hid their weapons beneath the loads in their wagons. On the night of Sunday, the 3rd of September, 1771, a few of the conspirators remained in the suburbs while the rest assembled on the street of the Capuchins, where the king was expected to pass at the hour he usually returned to the palace. The tension was immense, and every moment brought the threat of sudden violence against the sovereign of the Commonwealth. He arrived on this occasion between the hours of 9 o'clock and 10 o'clock in the evening, traveling in a royal carriage accompanied by an aide-de-camp, meaning a military officer serving as personal assistant to the monarch, together with approximately 15 or 16 attendants forming his escort. The king was Stanislaw Leszczynski, the Polish ruler whose reign was contested during the turbulent period of European political conflict in the early 18th century. As the carriage moved through the streets, the conspirators suddenly attacked. They commanded the coachman to stop under threat of immediate death if he disobeyed. Several gunshots were fired into the royal carriage. One of the bullets passed through the body of a hajduk, also spelled hajduk, which was a type of armed attendant or bodyguard serving Eastern European nobles who attempted to defend the king from the attackers. Nearly all the other persons accompanying the king fled in panic. The aide-de-camp managed to hide himself and avoid capture. Seeing the confusion, the king opened the door of his carriage, hoping to escape into the darkness of the night. However, the conspirators seized him. One of them discharged a pistol at him at close range, while another struck him across the head with a saber, which is a curved sword commonly used by cavalry soldiers in Eastern Europe. The attackers then grabbed King Stanislav by the collar of his clothing. Mounting their horses, they dragged him along the ground between the horses at full gallop for nearly 500 paces through the streets of the city of Warsaw, the principal political center of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Meanwhile, confusion spread within the royal palace. The attendants who had abandoned their master spread alarm throughout the court. The royal guards immediately rushed toward the scene of the attack, but when they arrived, they found only the king's hat and traveling bag lying on the ground, both stained with blood. At the same time, the conspirators carried away their prisoner. Since the king could not continue walking, they placed him on horseback. After securing him on the animal, they increased their speed to avoid pursuit. When they crossed the defensive ditch surrounding Warsaw, several members of the conspiracy separated from the main group. These men probably rode away to announce the success of the capture and report that the king had been taken prisoner. Only 7 conspirators remained with the king. Among them, the chief was a man named Kaczynski, who served as the leader of the party. The night was extremely dark, and the conspirators were unfamiliar with the surrounding countryside. The horses were unable to maintain steady footing on the muddy ground, forcing the king to dismount and continue walking. Because he had lost one of his shoes in the mud during the confusion, he was compelled to walk with only one shoe remaining upon his foot. They wandered across open fields without following a clear path and without moving far from Warsaw. Later they again mounted the king on horseback. At this stage, one conspirator walked on each side of him holding his hands, while a third person led the horse by the bridle. Eventually, the group reached the forest region known as the Bielany Forest, located approximately 1 league, meaning roughly 3 to 4 English miles, from the city of Warsaw. From a moment they had crossed the defensive ditch of the city, the conspirators repeatedly asked their leader Kaczynski whether it was already time to kill the king. The suggestion of assassination created continuous tension among the group. Meanwhile, some members of the Polish nobility who had followed the trail of the conspirators arrived at the location where the king had crossed the ditch. There they discovered the king's blood-stained overcoat lying on the ground. Believing that the monarch had been killed, they concluded that his death had already occurred. The number of conspirators guarding the king gradually decreased. When the group encountered a Russian patrol unit, 4 of the conspirators suddenly disappeared, abandoning the party and leaving the king with only 3 captors. A short time later, another Russian guard patrol challenged the group. 2 more conspirators fled in fear, leaving the king alone with Kaczynski. Both of them were now traveling on foot. Exhausted from physical hardship and continual movement through the night, King Stanislav begged his captor to stop for a few moments to rest. Kaczynski refused and told him that once they passed beyond the forest, they would find a carriage waiting for them. They continued walking until they reached the vicinity of the convent located in the Bielany region. At this place, the king observed that Kaczynski appeared lost in thought and uncertain of the road. The conspirator wandered without clear direction. Addressing him, the king said, "I see that you do not know your way. Allow me to enter the convent, and you should seek safety for yourself." "No," replied Count Benjamin Kaczynski, "I have sworn." The journey continued until they arrived at Marie-Mont, a modest palace situated no more than half a league from the city of Warsaw. Here, at the renewed entreaty of King Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski, Kaczynski, his captor, permitted a pause. They sat upon the ground, and the king used this moment to appeal to the conscience of Kaczynski, striving to move him to allow his escape. Slowly, signs of repentance began to show in Kaczynski. "But," he said, "if I consent and reconduct you to Warsaw, what will be the consequence? I shall be taken and executed for my actions." "I give you my word," answered the king, "that you shall suffer no harm. But if you doubt my promise, flee while there is yet time. I can find my way to a place of security, and I will ensure that your pursuers are directed along the road opposite to the one you choose." Touched by the generosity of the king, Kaczynski swore to protect him against any enemy, relying entirely on the monarch's pledge for pardon and security. They then made their way to a nearby mill, described in contemporary accounts as a wretched hovel, isolated from any other dwelling. Kaczynski knocked at the door, but there was no answer. At last, he broke a pane of glass and entreated the miller to offer shelter to a nobleman who had been plundered by robbers. Initially, the miller refused, believing the visitors to be banditti. The king himself interceded, and only then were they admitted. Once inside, King Stanislaus immediately wrote a note to General Franciszek Kakiai, the colonel of the foot guards. "Ce message read, verbatim, par une espèce de miracle je suis sauvé des mains des assassins. Je suis ici, au petit moulin de Marimont. Venez au plus tôt me tirer d'ici. Je suis blessé, mais pas fort." In English, this meant, "By a kind of miracle, I am saved from the hands of assassins. I am here at the little mill of Marie-Mont. Come as soon as possible to take me from here. I am wounded, but not severely." Even with the king's instructions, it was difficult to persuade anyone to carry the note to Warsaw. The people of the mill, believing they harbored a nobleman recently plundered by robbers, feared encountering the supposed banditti. Once the message reached General Kakiai, he rode immediately to the mill, accompanied by a detachment of the foot guards. At the door, Kaczynski met him with a saber drawn, but allowed him entry upon recognizing the general. King Stanislaus, exhausted, lay asleep upon the ground, wrapped in the miller's cloak. The astonishment of the miller and his family, upon learning the true identity of their guest, was immense. The king was conveyed back to Warsaw in General Kakiai's carriage, arriving at the royal palace around 5 o'clock in the morning. His wound, fortunately, was not serious, and he soon recovered from the rough treatment he had endured. Meanwhile, Lukowski and Stroinski, the conspirators who had captured the king, were tried and subsequently executed by decapitation. Contemporary accounts noted that both men displayed remarkable fortitude. Lukowski steadfastly refused to see Kaczynski before his execution, and upon the scaffold he addressed the assembled crowd with a brief speech, offering no expression of contrition. Stroinski, likewise, showed no remorse. Both likely believed that in abducting the hesitant Stanislaus, they were serving their country, and in the context of Polish tradition, there was little of the divine protection that doth hedge a king. As for Kaczynski, King Stanislaus, honoring his promise, sent him out of Poland. He spent the remainder of his life in Semigalia, a region of Courland in the Baltic territories, enjoying a pension provided by the grateful monarch. To the Hajduk who had saved the life of Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski, a monument was erected commemorating his courage and loyalty. Thus ended this strange and dangerous conspiracy, yet the fates of Poland were far from merciful. Stanislaus was preserved, it seemed, for even greater indignities, to witness the loss of his crown, to endure life as a pensioner, and to survive the gradual annihilation of the independence of his country. The Confederates, the patriotic nobles and officers who had sought to defend Poland, cannot entirely be justified in all their actions, although their struggles were motivated by loyalty to the nation. They have remained to this day celebrated subjects of Polish eulogy, remembered for their courage. Yet the consequences for many were severe. Numerous members of these confederations spent the remainder of their lives exiled in Siberia or confined in the remote eastern provinces of Russia. Some even assisted the notorious Emelian Pugachev during his rebellion against Catherine the Great. Among the Confederates was the extraordinary adventurer Count Maurice Benyowski, whose life has been dramatized by Kotzebue and immortalized in a long poem by Julius Slowacki. Though bearing a Slavonic name, Benyowski was born in Hungary and joined the ranks of the Confederates at an early stage, participating in several actions. Captured by the Russians, he was sent to Siberia. The governor of Kamchatka, named Kilov, treated him with unexpected kindness and entrusted him to teach French and German to his children. Benyowski exploited this generosity by winning the affections of the governor's daughter, Aphanasia Kilov, despite already having a wife. With her help, he orchestrated a daring escape with many companions. His later life was a whirlwind of adventure. He reached the island of Formosa, then Macau, where Aphanasia died. From there, he proceeded to France and entered the service of the French government, providing valuable intelligence about Siberian affairs. France sent him, along with other adventurers, to establish a colony on the island of Madagascar, a venture only partially successful. In 1783, he returned to France, journeyed to England and America, and later revisited Madagascar, perhaps under English employment. In a skirmish against the French on that island, he was killed in the year 1785. Meanwhile, Casimir Pulaski left Poland after the attempt on the king and traveled to America. There, he joined the forces of the American colonies in their War of Independence against England and ultimately fell at the Siege of Savannah. The year 1772 would mark the first dismemberment of Poland, a tragic and pivotal event orchestrated by the neighboring powers of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. The idea for this partition is said to have originated with Frederick the Great, whose brother, Prince Henry of Prussia, when visiting St. Petersburg, sounded Empress Catherine the Great on the matter. Prussia sought the acquisition of the towns of Thorn and Danzig, as well as control over the lower basin of the Vistula River. The harsh treatment of the dissidents by the Poles had provided these powers with a convenient pretext for interference, setting the stage for the first formal dismemberment of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. By the time of the first dismemberment of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, the neighboring powers divided the territories with ruthless precision. The Kingdom of Prussia seized the Palatinates of Marienburg, the Pomors, and Warmia, with the exception of the cities of Danzig and Thorn, along with a portion of Great Poland. The Archduchy of Austria annexed Red Russia, known also as Galicia, together with parts of Podolia and Little Poland. Meanwhile, the Russian Empire absorbed the Palatinates of Mstislav and Vitebsk, along with additional territories along the Dnieper River. In the year 1773, a semblance of a constitution was drawn up for the Commonwealth, but the pernicious Liberum Veto was preserved in its full destructive force. In the following year, 1774, the privileges granted to the dissidents, the religious minorities including Protestants and Orthodox Christians, since the year 1768 were reduced. It was in the year 1778 that the historian Cox visited the country and left a vivid description, providing posterity with a clear picture of 18th century Poland. That same year, the Poles convened in a diet at Grodno, were compelled to acquiesce in the dismemberment and plundering of their country. A period of relative calm followed, during which improvements in education were introduced and the Jesuit order, a powerful religious and educational institution, was suppressed. In the year 1788, a remarkable diet was convened, which endured for an unprecedented period of 4 years. During this time, reforms improved the condition of the burghers, the urban middle class, and suppressed the liberum veto permanently. The throne was declared hereditary, ending the tradition of elective monarchy. The Elector of Saxony, the son of Augustus III of Poland, was appointed the successor of Stanislaus Poniatowski. Roman Catholicism was declared the dominant religion, but the dissidents were guaranteed tolerance. Burghers were for the first time granted the right to send deputies to the Diet, a privilege previously reserved to the nobles, addressing one of the root causes of Poland's political stagnation. The peasants were not yet freed, but their condition was improved under the new laws. The passing of this constitution was met with universal enthusiasm. The procession of King Stanislaus Poniatowski and the members of parliament to the Cathedral of Krakow was immortalized in a celebrated painting by the artist Jan Matejko. The reform movement was led by prominent figures such as Ignatius Potocki, the priest Hugo Kołłądź, and the influential Czartoryski family. Yet, opposition arose among the conservative nobles who resented the curtailment of their privileges. The chief among them was Szczesny Potocki, who, together with Franciszek Bronicki and Seweryn Rzewuski, formed the Confederation of Targowica Confederation in the Palatinate of Wrocław, near the town of Human. At their instigation, fresh Russian troops invaded Poland. The feeble king, Stanislaus Poniatowski, offered no resistance. He signed the Convention of Targowica, and the Russian forces entered Warsaw, reducing the monarch to a mere figurehead. The country was now governed by the Convention, which established a Supreme Court at Brzesk, known as the Generality, presided over by Felix Potocki. Despite these calamities, the vigorous measures enacted by the celebrated 4 Years' Diet, known in Polish as the Sejm Czteroletni, had initially seemed to breathe life back into the Commonwealth. Yet many modern Polish historians, particularly Kalinka, have argued that the country was too deeply demoralized and gangrened by internal corruption and foreign interference to be truly restored. The historical tradition of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was well known for the extraordinary immunity which members of the aristocratic nobility sometimes enjoyed when they committed criminal or political offenses. Powerful noble families often possessed legal and social protection that made punishment difficult to enforce. However, during the legislative session known as the Diet, which was the representative parliament of the Commonwealth composed of senators and elected deputies, an attempt was made to introduce judicial reform that would limit such privilege and strengthen state authority. In the month of August in the year 1790, a high-ranking official named Piotr Poniński, who held the office of Grand Treasurer of the Crown responsible for managing royal finances, received punishment for acts described as treasonous. Poniński was regarded by many observers as an example of the political corruption that had spread among sections of the Polish nobility. Earlier, on the 8th day of June in the year 1789, an official accusation was brought against him by Michael Zaleski, who served as a deputy representing the district of Troki in the region of Lithuania within the Commonwealth. The charge alleged that Poniński had committed high crimes and misdemeanors by betraying the interests of the Polish state for personal advantage and private political gain. To ensure fairness in the trial, a special judicial commission was established. This commission consisted of 14 senators, who were high-ranking members of the political elite representing ecclesiastical and aristocratic authority, and 24 deputies drawn from the legislative chamber of the Diet. In order to prevent political bias, the selection of commission members was conducted by drawing names by ballot, meaning by random choice rather than appointment. Although the selected judges were not necessarily favorable toward the accused, Poniński was able to escape custody, repeating a pattern that had been observed in earlier periods of Commonwealth history, when noble criminals often avoided punishment through political influence or personal connections. Nevertheless, he was later recaptured. Despite his capture, punishment was not immediately carried out. During the continuation of the Diet session on the 10th day of August in the year 1790, the accusations against Poniński were once again raised. Strong opinions were expressed by many members of the Assembly concerning his conduct and the necessity of state justice. Sensing the danger of the political situation, the Grand Treasurer attempted escape a second time. Although he had previously been released on bail and had given his formal promise to remain within the city of Warsaw, he secretly left the capital on Sunday, the 29th day of the month. Unfortunately for him, his flight was discovered. 50 leagues from Warsaw, meaning a distance of roughly 150 to 200 English miles, depending on measurement standards of the period, he was intercepted by the same military captain who had earlier captured him during his first escape attempt. The officer returned him to custody and brought him back to the capital. On the first day of September in the year 1790, Poninsky was brought before the tribunal of the Diet. The assembly formally pronounced him a traitor to the Commonwealth. The judgment stripped him of all rank, noble honors, and public offices. He was ordered to leave the city of Warsaw within 24 hours and to depart from the territory of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth within 4 weeks. The sentence further declared that if he were found within Commonwealth territory after that period, he would be subject to capital punishment. When the judgment was delivered at the parliamentary bar of the Assembly Hall, Poninsky was forced to endure public humiliation. His official insignia, representing the symbols of his noble order, were removed from his clothing. He was then led through the principal streets of Warsaw, accompanied by the town crier. The public proclamation repeated the declaration of judgment, announcing, "It is thus that we punish traitors to their country." As the procession moved toward the town hall, where the insignia of his social rank had been torn away. On the 30th day of August, an important constitutional document called the Universal was passed within the hall of the Diet. This document contained, for the first time, a formal reference to the possible succession of the Elector of Saxony, who was the son of Augustus, to the Polish throne. When this political proposal was presented, the king, Stanislav II Augustus, delivered a speech explaining that he would not introduce such a proposal unless he believed it was agreeable to the entire nation. In order to verify national approval, he stated that it was necessary to convene the provincial assemblies known as the Sejmiki, which were local parliamentary councils representing regional nobility. Several members of the Diet expressed willingness to assist in promoting the proposal, but suggested that the king's own nephew should be chosen as the successor instead of the Saxon candidate. However, King Stanislav rejected this suggestion and declared that he could not consent to such an arrangement. King Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski believed, as he often declared, that the Elector of Saxony, the ruler of the electorate in the Holy Roman Empire and a powerful German prince, could greatly contribute to the dignity, power, and advantage of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Acting on this conviction, the provincial assemblies, or Sejmiks, of every region except Volhynia demanded that the Elector of Saxony be recognized as the successor to the Polish throne. The Sejmik of Volhynia, while less emphatic in its declaration, still offered ample testimony to its esteem for the elector's personal qualities and his potential as a monarch. Within the legal framework of Poland, the Pacta Conventa, an agreement sworn to by each king at the time of their election, stipulated that no successor to the throne should be named during the life of the reigning sovereign. Yet, the nation, driven by the urgent need to preserve its stability, initiated the first step in contravening this ancient law. King Stanislaus, in a remarkable act of patriotism, discarded his own family interests and focused solely on the welfare of the state. Poland had learned, through bitter experience, that every interregnum, every period without a recognized monarch, led to civil war and frequently drew the country into conflict with foreign powers. In the early months of the year 1791, a series of meetings took place concerning a reform in the constitution of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. On the 3rd of May, 1791, a group of committed patriots, having prearranged their objectives, assembled in the king's private chamber. In the sovereign's presence, they pledged themselves by solemn oath to carry out the reforms they had meticulously planned. Later that day, the assembly of the Diet convened at the usual hour. The galleries were filled with eager spectators, and thousands of citizens gathered outside, unable to gain entry. In a departure from tradition, King Stanislaus himself opened the session instead of the presiding marshals. The king addressed the assembly, warning that, despite prior assurances, Alarming rumors suggested that the three neighboring powers, Russia, Prussia, and Austria, might settle their rivalries at the expense of Polish territory. He emphasized that the only means of safeguarding the Commonwealth's independence was the establishment of a constitution designed to secure its sovereignty. With this purpose, a plan for a new constitution had been prepared, inspired principally by the constitutions of England and the United States of America, and carefully adapted to the specific circumstances of the Polish state. To underline the urgency, the king communicated to the Diet dispatches received from Polish ministers serving at foreign courts, detailing the eagerness of neighboring powers to thwart the reform and the clear indications of their hostile designs. The plan of the Constitution was read aloud, and a significant debate ensued. Only a single individual voiced opposition, yet he was allowed to speak freely. The king, however, refused to swear allegiance to the new constitution until he had been released from the obligations of the Pacta Conventa, a release which the members of the Diet granted without hesitation. Representatives from the Palatinates of Volhynia and Podolia declared themselves opposed to the reform. These declarations were the first signs of the pernicious influence of the Targowica Confederation, a coalition of traitors conspiring against the country. Among the most notable opponents was Ignacy Sukrzyewski, who fiercely resisted the proposal that the crown should be made hereditary. In a dramatic gesture, he rose from his seat and threw himself at the foot of the throne, a theatrical act reminiscent of the political pageantry of the era, comparable to the famous moment when Edmund Burke dramatically cast a dagger onto the floor of the House of Commons. He approached the king, Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski, with a solemn entreaty, urging him to abandon the idea of hereditary succession, a measure he declared would be fatal to the liberty of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Others who supported this caution cited the instructions of their Palatinates, the administrative districts of the kingdom, which forbade them from endorsing the proposed law. They requested, at the very least, that the proposal be taken ad deliberandum, considered and discussed, as every other new law was customarily examined. Yet a great number of voices clamored against even this measured approach. "We must pass the whole measure this day," they declared with fierce determination. "We will not depart from this place until the entire work is accomplished." The opposition responded with equal fervor. "We will not depart until it is abandoned." These struggles revealed the deeply perverse and fractious elements of the Republic, reminiscent of the chaotic French noblesse at the time of the Revolution. The uncontrolled license which the nobles enjoyed was famously summarized by Stanislaus Leszczynski, who warned, "Summa libertas etiam perire volentibus." Even the highest liberty may perish if abused. The king listened in silence, allowing the storm of voices to subside, until Zabiello rose to entreat the speaker no longer to resist the overwhelming will of the majority, which exceeded the opposition by at least 10-1. Nearly all the senators and deputies, quitting their seats, moved into the center of the hall, surrounding the throne with shouts demanding that the king take the oath to uphold the new constitution. Stanislaus then called to him the Bishop of Krakow and solemnly took the oath at his hands. To ensure the assembly could witness and hear him clearly, he mounted a seat and swore aloud. A vast majority of the Diet, raising their right hands, followed his example. The Diet, which had previously bound itself to decide all questions by a plurality of votes, had never seen such a display of patriotic unity. Much as Stanislaus might have been censured for other acts in his reign, on this occasion he acted with true dignity and devotion to the country. The king then proposed that all present proceed to the cathedral to repeat the oath before God at the altar. All the bishops, all the senators, and a great number of deputies accompanied him, solemnly pledging again before God and their nation to uphold the new government. By this time, it was 7 o'clock in the evening. A Te Deum was sung, and the new constitution was proclaimed to the people with a thunderous discharge of 200 cannon. Only about 30 or 40 deputies abstained from following the king to the cathedral. With the ceremony complete, the Diet was formally adjourned on the 5th of May, 1791. The opposing deputies, recognizing the futility of further resistance, resolved to protest against the new constitution by publishing a manifesto, and thereafter quietly retired to their homes. A moment of immense significance unfolded in the history of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. On the 3rd of May, 1791, the Poles achieved a remarkable triumph over entrenched prejudices and the inertia of centuries, a testament to the self-sacrifice and patriotism displayed by those present. The country, already grievously mutilated by foreign interference and internal decay, had taken a bold step toward reform. On the eve of this historic day, it is recorded that the minister of one of the foreign powers attempted to derail the enactment of the new constitution by distributing bribes totaling 50,000 ducats, hoping to sway deputies against a measure that might have saved the nation. The new constitution of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, established on the 3rd of May, 1791, included several revolutionary provisions. First, Roman Catholicism was declared the dominant religion. Yet freedom of conscience and protection were assured to all other forms of faith, reflecting an unprecedented tolerance for the period. Second, all prerogatives granted by Casimir the Great in the statutes of Wisława and other laws were renewed, confirmed, and declared inviolable, ensuring continuity with the legal tradition while modernizing the framework of governance. A particularly detailed article addressed the noble equestrian order, the class of Polish nobles who held the right to bear arms and occupy positions of military command. The Constitution declared them equal to all other degrees of nobility, guaranteeing not only eligibility for posts of honor, trust, and emolument, but also the enjoyment of all privileges, personal liberty, and security of immovable and movable property. No encroachment on these rights was to be tolerated by the supreme national power, which was now established under this new form of government. The preservation of personal security and property was explicitly recognized as the essence of civil liberty, a principle that was to be considered permanent and binding. Much of the language of the Constitution reflects the style of 18th-century constitutional writing, including broad reflections on the rights of man. However, there was inherent tension in the document. The guarantee of all noble privileges raised questions about how the important Fourth Article, which sought to redefine the position of the villages and their inhabitants, could be fully implemented. The reformers had attempted a delicate balance, seeking to modernize the state while not alienating the entrenched aristocracy whose support was essential for any practical change. The 3rd of May, 1791, thus remains a day of extraordinary ambition and hope, a brief luminous moment in the annals of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, when the nation tried to seize its destiny amidst the storms of history and the machinations of foreign powers. The constitutional article under discussion appeared ambiguous in its wording, and historians have found it difficult to determine how the guarantees of noble privileges could be reconciled with the proposed reforms concerning the condition of the rural population within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The Commonwealth was a political union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, governed by an elective monarchy and a parliamentary system dominated by the nobility. The reform document attempted to preserve the traditional rights of the noble class, while introducing measures intended to improve the administration of the villages and agricultural communities. This created internal tension within the constitutional design, because the protection of noble privilege had historically limited the ability of central authority to implement social reforms. The first clause of the law enacted by the Diet, meaning the legislative assembly known as the Sejm, granted representation rights to the burgher class. The burghers were the inhabitants of towns and cities who engaged in trade, craft production, and commercial activity. The law required that the previously established right of urban representation be implemented according to the constitutional decision of the Assembly then in session. The second and more important article concerned the condition of the peasantry, which was described as the most numerous social class within the nation and therefore forming the greatest potential source of national strength. The text declared that the agricultural population should be placed under the protection of national law and government authority. The law further stated that any agreements, grants, liberties, or conventions concluded between land proprietors and village inhabitants. Whether such agreements were made with individual villagers or with entire communities should be considered legally binding. These contracts were to impose mutual and reciprocal obligations. The legal force of these agreements would extend not only to the original contracting parties, but also to their heirs or successors who might acquire rights through inheritance or purchase of property. The intention behind this provision was to secure advantages already possessed by the land proprietors in their relations with the villagers, while also encouraging population growth within the country. The proclamation therefore announced what it described as complete and universal liberty for persons entering the territory of Poland, whether they were newly arriving immigrants or former residents returning from abroad. According to the declaration, any person arriving within Polish territory, regardless of origin, would immediately be considered free upon setting foot on the soil of the Republic. Such individuals would be permitted to exercise their industry according to personal choice. They could settle either in urban centers or in rural villages, engage in farming, rent houses or agricultural land, and enter into contractual arrangements for whatever duration was mutually agreed upon. The document also affirmed that individuals retained the liberty to remain in their chosen location or to depart after fulfilling the voluntary obligations previously accepted. However, historical commentators observe that this article contains significant ambiguity. In practice, peasants could not freely abandon the estates of their landlords without official permission. Consequently, the statement that every person became free immediately upon entering Polish territory appeared to some critics as a rhetorical formulation rather than a legally enforceable social reform. The criticism suggested that the language resembled political propaganda borrowed from foreign legislative traditions rather than a precise administrative regulation. The contradiction between theoretical liberty and practical social restriction reflected the structural complexity of the Commonwealth's agrarian system. The Constitution also established the fundamental structure of government. All political authority was declared to derive from the will of the people, expressed through representative institutions. Three distinct branches of state power were defined. First was the legislative power, which was to be exercised by the estates assembled within the parliamentary system of the Commonwealth, meaning the combined deliberations of the Senate and the Chamber of Deputies within the same. Second was the executive power, which was entrusted jointly to the king and his Council of State. The monarch was expected to exercise authority in cooperation with selected advisors representing the political interests of the Commonwealth. Third was the judicial power, which was assigned to existing courts or to judicial institutions that might be established in the future for the administration of justice. The Diet, representing the legislative authority of the state, was reorganized into two separate chambers. The first chamber was the House of Deputies, composed of elected representatives of the nobility and regional constituencies. The second chamber was the Senate, over which the king was to preside during formal sessions. This bicameral arrangement was intended to balance political participation between different levels of the ruling estates while maintaining the symbolic authority of the monarchy. The former chamber, being the representative body and the central point of supreme authority within the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, was to hold preeminence in the legislative process. All bills, whether they pertain to general laws affecting constitutional, civil, or criminal matters, or to questions of taxation, were to be decided first in this House. In addition, matters of particular law, decisions of peace and war, ratification of treaties, and other significant national affairs were to originate here. The king was tasked with issuing proposals through circular letters, which were to be sent in advance to each sejmik, or petty diet, within the various palatinates for local deliberation. These proposals would then be brought before the House by the deputies elected from each sejmik. Private bills, by contrast, were to receive precedence in their consideration only after these general matters. The Senate of the Commonwealth was to be composed of bishops, palatines, castellans, and ministers, all presided over by the king, who was granted a single vote in ordinary cases and a casting vote in the event of a tie. This casting vote could be exercised personally by the king or communicated through a formal message to the House. Every general law approved by the House of Deputies was to be immediately submitted to the Senate. The Senate could either accept the law, thereby enacting in full force, or suspend it until the next Diet, when it would again be reviewed. Should the House of Deputies pass the measure a second time, the Senate was then obliged to approve it. In the case of particular laws, once they were approved by the House of Deputies, the votes of both houses, the Senate and the House of Deputies, were to be counted together. A majority in favor would constitute the law as a decree, thus expressing the will of the nation. Senators and ministers who were accountable for their roles in the executive power were prohibited from casting an active vote in the Diet, although they were permitted to attend and offer necessary explanations regarding their administrative duties. The new constitutional arrangements stipulated that Diets, or sessions of the Legislative Assembly, were to be summoned every 2 years, with the length of each session determined by law. These measures carried immense significance. First, they formally recognized the responsibility of public officers, a direct response to the widespread political corruption that had plagued Poland for generations. Second, they effectively nullified the liberum veto, the practice whereby a single deputy could nullify all proceedings, which had long paralyzed the governance of the Commonwealth. This abolition was reinforced by a decisive clause. The majority of votes was to determine the outcome of all decisions in all matters, thus ensuring that the will of the nation would prevail over the obstruction of a few. An extraordinary Diet, a general assembly of the nobility and representatives of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, was to be held every 25 years for the revision of the Constitution and to enact such alterations as circumstances might require. This rare and monumental gathering ensured that the laws of the realm could be adapted over time to meet the changing needs of the nation. Having secured for the Polish nation the sovereign right to enact laws for themselves, the Constitution proceeded to define the highest powers of execution. These powers were entrusted to the king and his council, which was formally designated Stras, a body charged with carrying out the laws faithfully and effectively. The council could not create laws nor interpret them. Its function was strictly executive. It was expressly forbidden to contract public debts, to declare war independently, to conclude treaties, or to perform any diplomatic act without reference to the Diet. The council was permitted only to conduct negotiations with foreign courts and to facilitate temporary arrangements, always with the oversight and consent of the Diet. The crown of Poland was declared hereditary. The new dynasty was to begin with Frederick Augustus, Elector of Saxony, who would hold the right of inheritance to the crown for his male descendants. The eldest son of the reigning king was to succeed his father automatically. Yet, the nation retained the ultimate authority. In the event of the extinction of the first dynasty, the Diet could elect any other house or family to the throne. The person of the king was declared sacred and inviolable. Because no act could proceed immediately from him alone, he was not directly responsible to the nation. He was not an absolute monarch, but rather the father and head of the people. His revenues, as established by the Pacta Conventa, the formal contractual obligations binding the king to the nation, were guaranteed without interference. All public acts and coinage of the realm were to bear his name. The king had the power to pardon criminals condemned to death, with the exception of offenses committed against the state. In times of war, he held the supreme command of the national forces. With the consent of the Diet, he could appoint military commanders and regulate the appointments to the Executive Council, ensuring both oversight and national defense remained aligned. Judicial power was similarly organized to reflect the principles of 18th century governance, emphasizing clarity and accountability. Every citizen was to know where to seek justice, and every transgressor could discern the arm of government. Primary courts were established in each palatinate and district, composed of judges chosen at the Sejmik, the local assemblies of the nobility, and these judges were to be always ready to administer justice. Appeals could be made to high tribunals erected for each of the 3 provinces into which the kingdom was divided. These reforms were particularly important in curbing the abuses of local tyrants, who had previously administered justice according to personal interests rather than law. Separate courts were established for the towns, ensuring urban populations had recourse to fair adjudication. Each province also maintained a court of referendaries, responsible for cases relating to the peasantry, who were simultaneously declared free. This sweeping legal reorganization was designed to create order, equity, and the rule of law across a kingdom long plagued by local abuses, factional rivalries, and the whims of powerful magnates. At the same time, a committee was to be appointed for the purpose of drafting a new civil and criminal code, composed of persons selected by the Diet, the Parliament of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, to provide guidance and expertise in framing the laws. This was a continuation of the bold reforms initiated by the Constitution of the 3rd of May, 1791, an extraordinary effort to modernize the government, strengthen the legal system, and protect the liberties of the citizens. The main features of this remarkable constitution had already been set forth in some detail, yet remained an uncommon document, little known outside Poland, despite its significance in European history. The reaction of the neighboring powers was immediate and deeply fraught with duplicity. The King of Prussia, Frederick William II, who had succeeded his famous uncle Frederick the Great in 1786, sent a letter of congratulations to King Stanislaus Poniatowski on the new constitution. On the surface, it was complimentary, yet it carried undertones of deceit, reflecting the ongoing ambition of Prussia to weaken the Republic. Frederick William II was a far less capable ruler than his uncle, and allowed his policy to be heavily influenced by ministers who were both unscrupulous and incompetent. The Russian Empress, Catherine II, openly protested against the new constitution and moved troops into Polish territory. Meanwhile, the Confederation of Targowica, a faction of Polish nobles opposed to the reforms, began to exercise its destructive influence. On the 8th of June, 1792, Frederick William II of Prussia wrote again to Stanislaus, clearly signaling that he was prepared to support Catherine in her hostile intentions. The Poles, uncertain and beset on all sides, appealed for assistance to the German Emperor Francis II, the last Holy Roman Emperor, yet received only evasive and unfavorable replies. With the enemies of the Republic pressing in from all directions, aided by traitors within, King Stanislaus was forced to annul the new constitution, which had promised so much, and to consent to the restoration of the previous system, fraught with inefficiency and corruption. He was even compelled to order the army under the command of his nephew, Prince Joseph Poniatowski, to be handed over to the Russian General Broniecki, a renegade Pole who had betrayed his country. These extraordinary difficulties cast a shadow over the character of the unfortunate Stanislaus, revealing the almost impossible circumstances in which he governed. Yet, many influential leaders of the Republic refused to accept this arbitrary reversal. Figures such as Tadeusz Malachowski, Ignatius Potocki, Franciszek Sapieha, and Soltyk Soltycki resisted the restoration of the old, corrupt system. They viewed the annulment of the Constitution as intolerable and, rather than compromise the principles of reform, contemplated removing the king from power. The Prussians now intervened decisively, issuing a declaration condemning the Poles for changing their government without consulting or including the neighboring friendly powers. A body of troops was dispatched under General Wichid Joachim Heinrich von Mollendorf, a seasoned Prussian commander, further intensifying the pressure on the Republic. The situation had become a crucible of betrayal, foreign interference, and internal division, where the hopes of reform were crushed by the combined weight of powerful neighbors and treacherous domestic factions, leaving the Republic perilously exposed to external domination. The military forces of the Kingdom of Prussia entered the city of Thorn, known in modern times as Tarunya, on the 24th day of January in the year 1793. The Prussian army was one of the most powerful military forces in Central Europe, representing the expanding state ruled by the Prussian monarchy. Shortly afterward, the important Baltic port city of Gdansk was completely transformed into a Prussian administrative territory, removing it from Polish political control. In response to these territorial losses, The government of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth issued a formal protest on the 3rd day of February in the city of Grodno. The protest document was signed by King Stanislav II Augustus together with leading noble statesmen, including Felix Potocki and Alexander Sapieha. These signatures represented the desperate diplomatic resistance of the Commonwealth leadership against foreign partition. Before the final resort to military confrontation, one last constitutional and political struggle was attempted within the Diet assembled at Grodno. The Diet, meaning the legislative parliament of the Commonwealth composed of nobles, senators, and royal representatives, continued its session until the 24th day of November in the year 1793, concluding at approximately 9 o'clock in the morning after prolonged political pressure from foreign powers. During the same year, the Second Diplomatic Partition Treaty, dividing the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, was signed between the Kingdom of Prussia and the Russian Empire. Under the terms of this treaty, Prussia obtained the remaining territory of Great Poland, which was the western historical heartland of the Polish state. At the same time, the Russian Empire advanced its frontier westward, incorporating large portions of Lithuania and the region of Volhynia, which is situated in the western part of modern Ukraine. The Austrian Empire, ruled at that time by the Habsburg monarchy, did not receive any territorial compensation during this partition. Austria was heavily engaged in military and political conflict with revolutionary France, and as a result the division of Polish territory occurred without Austrian participation. A German historical commentator later described the partition as taking place almost behind Austria's back, meaning without its awareness or consent. Public anger spread rapidly across the Commonwealth as the population reacted to the humiliation of national dismemberment and a massive loss of ancestral territory. This rising patriotic sentiment produced a revolutionary movement under the leadership of the famous military commander and national hero Tadeusz Kosciuszko, who was born in Lithuania and was known as a noble-minded patriot, engineer, and highly respected general. Kosciuszko organized a national uprising against the partitioning powers. He marched toward the capital city of Warsaw, which at that time was under siege by Prussian forces attempting to secure political control over the Commonwealth center of power. Through determined military action, Kosciuszko succeeded in forcing the Prussian army to abandon the siege and withdraw from the city. Unfortunately, during the period of popular revolt, certain violent acts were committed by elements of the insurgent population within Warsaw and also within the city of Vilnius, known in Polish as Vilnius. These massacres caused moral and political division among Poles themselves. Some members of the clergy and other social groups withdrew their support from the uprising, fearing uncontrolled revolutionary violence. King Stanislav II Augustus became politically powerless during this time. He was ignored by nearly all political factions and functioned largely as a symbolic figure without effective authority. The Russian military commander Alexander Suvorov then entered Polish territory with his army. Suvorov was one of the most successful military leaders of the Russian Empire, known for his rapid and aggressive battlefield strategy. The decisive defeat of the insurgent forces occurred at the Battle of Maciejaus on the 1st day of October in the year 1794, located near the city of Warsaw. During this battle, Kosciuszko was captured and taken prisoner by Russian forces. Historical legend sometimes claimed that he uttered the Latin phrase "Finus Poloniae," meaning the end of Poland, but this statement was denied by Kosciuszko himself throughout his life, and there is no reliable historical evidence that he ever spoke those words at the moment of his capture. We are fortunate to have a vivid account of this calamitous battle in the memoirs titled Notes of My Captivity in Russia, written by the Polish poet and patriot Julian Ursin Nimcewicz. Nimcewicz recounts with unflinching honesty the day that marked the loss of his liberty and witnessed the unfolding of events that led to the complete devastation of his native Poland. He writes that on the eve of this dreadful day, he was strangely calm and even merry, despite the devastation surrounding him. The house in which he and his companions had taken refuge had been thoroughly plundered and laid waste, as had all the other residences in the path of the advancing Russian army. This particular house had formerly belonged to the noble Maciejowski family, and later to the distinguished Zamojski family. Its drawing room, situated on the first floor, still displayed the family portraits of primates, chancellors, generals, bishops, and other eminent figures of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. These portraits, Niemcewicz painfully observes, were desecrated. The eyes of the painted figures were defaced, their faces cut and mutilated, a reflection of the brutal treatment suffered by their real-life counterparts at the hands of the marauding Cossacks of the Russian army. The engagement of the following morning began with desperate measures. General Tadeusz Kosciuszko, commanding the Polish forces, anticipated that the enemy would establish themselves in the village shielding the left wing of the army. In a grim tactical decision, he ordered the village to be set ablaze. As the incendiary red balls were launched, flames roared upward, sending columns of black smoke into the sky. The terrified villagers, men, women, and children alike, fled in terror toward the nearby forests in a desperate attempt to save themselves from the inferno. Niemcewicz writes that this scene, flames consuming homes, smoke ascending, and peasants fleeing in anguish, remains etched in his memory as the cruelest he had ever witnessed. During the course of the battle, Niemcewicz himself was wounded and captured. Between 4 and 5 o'clock in the evening, a detachment of soldiers arrived at the Polish headquarters, carrying a man on a hastily constructed hand-barrow. This figure was none other than General Kosciuszko, gravely injured. His body was soaked in blood, and his face bore a deathly pallor. He had sustained a large wound to the head from a sword and 3 additional thrusts from a pike above his loins. Breathing was labored, and his condition seemed almost hopeless. Both Niemcewicz and Kosciuszko were transported as prisoners to the Russian capital of St. Petersburg, where they remained in confinement until the death of Empress Catherine II. Upon the accession of Paul I of Russia, both men were released and permitted to depart the empire. Niemcewicz provides a detailed account of their audience with the new sovereign, noting that Paul expressed a view seldom heard of him. He claimed, with apparent sincerity, that had he reigned at the time of the partitions, he would have actively opposed them rather than participated. Niemcewicz closes his memoir with this tribute, highlighting a rare moment of insight into the character of the eccentric czar, whose reputation often suffered from the weight of rumor and exaggeration. This account, both harrowing and revealing, stands as a testament to the courage of the Polish patriots and the terrible fate that befell their nation during the late 18th century. As this marks the final occasion on which Tadeusz Kosciuszko, the renowned Polish-Lithuanian military engineer and patriot, will appear in our narrative, it is fitting to recount the principal events of his remarkable life. He was born into a noble, yet impoverished, Lithuanian family on February 16, 1746, at Marykso-Skrzyna, situated in the Palatinate of Nowogródek, a region near the birthplace of the celebrated poet Adam Mickiewicz, whose works would later define the Polish Romantic literary tradition. Kosciuszko's early education took place both in Warsaw, the capital of Poland, and in Paris at the Corps of Cadets, a military academy where young men were trained in the arts of engineering and military science. Upon completing his studies, he entered service as an officer in the Corps of Engineers, a branch dedicated to fortifications, siegecraft, and military construction. However, a personal misfortune interrupted his early career. He became attached to a lady whose friends refused to recognize his suit. Disappointed, he left his homeland and journeyed once more to France around the time when hostilities erupted between Great Britain and her rebellious North American colonies, beginning the war that would ultimately lead to the independence of the United States. From France, Kosciuszko sailed to Philadelphia, where he joined the Continental Army as a volunteer. His courage and strategic skill became evident in the battles of Saratoga, fought in October 1777 and widely regarded as a turning point in the American Revolution, and Yellow Springs, where his contributions to the defense of fortifications and command of engineering works were particularly notable. The future President George Washington recognized his talents, promoting him to the rank of brigadier and later appointing him governor of West Point. the strategic fort on the Hudson River, which controlled access to the interior of New York State. When the peace treaty was signed in 1783 between Great Britain and the United States of America, Kosciuszko returned to Poland. He led a period of retirement until 1790, when an alliance concluded with Russia briefly kindled hopes that the country might reclaim some of its former dignity, following years in which foreign armies had overrun the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. At this moment, Kosciuszko was appointed brigadier general. Yet the machinations of the Confederates of Targowica, a conservative and pro-Russian faction opposed to reform, permitted the Russian Empire to invade Poland once more. Kosciuszko distinguished himself in the battles of Zeeland and Dubienka in 1792, defending his homeland with courage and skill. Despite his efforts, the ineffectiveness of King Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski undermined every military initiative. Facing the triumphant advance of Russian forces, Kosciuszko and other promising Polish officers were compelled to leave their country to avoid reprisals. In August 1792, he returned to France, where the National Assembly formally recognized him as a French citizen, an acknowledgement of his service and reputation. He later resided in Leipzig and Dresden, two important cultural and political centers of Germany, continuing his preparation for future service to his country. By 1794, Kosciuszko returned once more to Poland, now in the throes of political and national dissolution following the partitions and internal conflicts. He was chosen to lead the National Army, a testament to the enduring trust in his leadership. But in the battle at Maciejouse, he was captured by the Russian army and taken prisoner. He remained in captivity until the reign of Tsar Paul I of Russia, who released him along with many other Polish prisoners and even offered him a high military command within the Russian Empire. Kosciuszko refused these offers and chose instead to journey to the United States, where he remained for 18 months, reflecting his enduring commitment to liberty and independence, before returning to Europe to continue his remarkable life of service. The first country that he visited upon the old continent was France, in the hope that there he might find support for the restoration of the independence of Poland. He was the celebrated patriot and military engineer, Tadeusz Kosciuszko, known for his heroic exploits in the American Revolutionary War and his unyielding dedication to liberty. In France, however, the government would give him no tangible assistance. Still, the people received him with warm and cordial hospitality, eager to honor a man of such renown and virtue. He was invited to a grand banquet, where about 500 distinguished guests assembled to welcome him. At the banquet, Bonneville, the president, rose and proposed a toast to Kosciuszko in the florid and expressive style of French oratory, proclaiming, "La liberté est sauvée. Kosciuszko est in Europe. Liberty is saved. Kosciuszko is in Europe." Yet, despite this acclaim, Kosciuszko's mission did not achieve the support he had hoped for. He later sought the assistance of Napoleon Bonaparte, the formidable French general and ruler, but again met with disappointment. Finding no avenue to further the cause of Polish independence, he withdrew once more into retirement at Fontainebleau, where he spent many years away from public affairs, yet still devoted to the dream of his homeland's liberty. Later, when Alexander I, the Emperor of Russia, by the Treaty of Vienna, had restored a great portion of Poland and granted a constitution, Kosciuszko's hopes were briefly rekindled. Among the fallen were several Polish military commanders, including Generals Jan Jakub Jasinski, Korczak, Kwasniewski, and Grabowski. The prisoners captured by Russian forces included Generals Meyer, Hessler, Krapinski, together with 5 colonels and approximately 438 additional officers of various ranks. After the massacre ended, Suvorov entered the devastated suburb of Praga. The Russian commander appointed Friedrich Wilhelm von Buxhoeden as governor of the conquered district. A military tent was erected for Suvorov's use, and prisoners were brought before him. In an unusual gesture, he returned their swords to them, symbolizing either mercy or military honor, depending on interpretation. That night, Suvorov slept inside a Kalmuk kibitka, which was a traditional covered carriage used by nomadic peoples of the Eurasian steppe. Historical accounts state that he had not slept during the 2 nights preceding the assault, reflecting the relentless tempo of the campaign. On the following morning, deputies from the city of Warsaw approached the Russian camp. They carried a letter from King Stanislav II Augustus, whose authority had become extremely weak during the crisis. The letter stated that the government of Warsaw had requested mediation. It warned that the population would continue defending itself unless guarantees were given for the safety of life and protection of private property. The deputies requested a temporary armistice lasting 1 week in order to negotiate a treaty settlement. The Russian general's response was delivered by his staff officer. Suvorov declared that formal treaties were unnecessary under the existing circumstances. He demanded that the Polish military forces be disarmed immediately. All weapons were to be surrendered to Russian control. He further stated that the Polish king would be allowed to retain his position symbolically, and that Russian troops would enter Warsaw without further resistance. The safety of civilian inhabitants and the protection of their property were promised. However, the Polish representatives were ordered to provide an answer within 24 hours. The Polish deputies were then brought into Suvorov's tent. The Russian commander was seated upon a wooden block used as a chair, while another wooden block served as his working table. His only spoken word during the meeting was the Russian term poko, meaning peace. After speaking that word, he threw aside his sword and approached the deputies with arms extended, though he refused to accept any request for a temporary truce. His conditions remained unchanged. Either the Polish soldiers were to be disarmed and sent away from Warsaw, or they were to surrender their weapons and military arsenals to Russian authority, while Russian prisoners held by the Poles were to be released. A single day was allowed for decision. If these conditions were rejected, hostilities would immediately resume without delay. An indescribable tumult gripped the city of Warsaw, the capital of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, as the forces of the Russian Empire advanced. The chaos gave rise to violent and bloody riots throughout the streets. On the 8th day of the month, Warsaw capitulated, and the keys of the city were formally delivered to General Alexander Suvorov, the distinguished Russian commander renowned for his victories in European wars. The following day, Suvorov paid a formal visit to King Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski, whose last meeting with the general had occurred 7 years earlier at Kaniov, during the journey of Empress Catherine II of Russia to the Crimea, when she traveled with a magnificent retinue. The inhabitants of Warsaw were disarmed, but remnants of the Polish armed forces still remained in the field. Prince Joseph Poniatowski, a celebrated Polish general and cousin of the king, commanded a force of 3,000 men and 17 artillery pieces at the town of Blon. Meanwhile, General Orzarowski held Sukochino with 1,500 men and 10 guns. General Jan Klemens Medalinsky, pursued by the Prussian army, commanded a larger force of 18,000 men with 20 artillery pieces and was reinforced by 2,000 infantry, 4,000 scythemen, peasants armed with long scythe blades adapted for battle, and 1,500 cavalry with 25 guns, who had escaped from Warsaw. Negotiations followed. Orzarowski and Joseph Poniatowski attempted to reach terms with the conquerors, ultimately disbanding their forces, while Medalinsky relinquished command to General Wierzecki, who eventually surrendered. These actions led to the fragmentation and dissolution of the remaining Polish corps. In the aftermath, the Prussian army occupied the historic city of Krakow, taking advantage of the situation to reap spoils, leaving the difficult and laborious tasks of conquest and pacification to the Russian forces. The final partition of Poland was completed, dividing the remaining territories among the 3 neighboring powers. Austria took Krakow and the lands between the Pilica, the Vistula, and the Bug rivers. Prussia seized the capital, Warsaw, and its surrounding regions extending to the Niemen River, and the remainder fell under Russian control. On April 25, 1795, King Stanislaus formally abdicated the Polish throne at Grodno, submitting to the inevitable. He retired to St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire, where he lived until his death in 1798. His remains were interred in the Roman Catholic Church along the Nevsky Prospect. The precise location of his grave is unknown, as the inscription on his stone has long been worn away by the footsteps of worshippers. No effort was made to restore the memorial. Stanislaus died a figure largely despised by both his fellow Poles and the Russian authorities. Contemporary observers, including the French historian Adolphe Rollhier, recount that the day after the Russians forcibly removed notable opponents of Empress Catherine's policies from Warsaw, the king was seen by deputies of the Polish Diet preoccupied with designing a new uniform for some of his attendants, to be worn on the anniversary of his coronation. A gesture reflecting both the triviality and weakness of his character in the face of his nation's collapse. Stanislaus Augustus Poniatowski, though often a man of gentle manners and refined education, could, on certain memorable occasions, display courage and firmness. Such was the case on the day of the promulgation of the new Polish constitution in the late 18th century. He was an elegant and accomplished individual, one whose abilities might have shone in the quiet dignity of private life. Yet in the relentless scrutiny and unyielding pressures that surrounded a throne, his weaknesses were exposed to all. In this manner, the history of independent Poland, the once proud and powerful Commonwealth, drew to a close, leaving Stanislaus as her final sovereign, likened in some ways to Romulus Augustulus, the last emperor of the Western Roman Empire, who saw the end of his civilization. Throughout his life, he was constantly reminded of the low esteem in which many of his subjects held him, expressed in the circulating epigrams and critical remarks of the time. From the moment he ascended to the throne, he was never entirely free. Even in matters of marriage, his personal choices were curtailed by international politics. When he wished to form a matrimonial alliance with an archduchess of the Austrian family, he was forced to abandon the plan, as such a union would have displeased the Russian Empire, whose influence over Poland was pervasive and decisive. Upon his accession to power in 1796, Emperor Paul I of Russia, then Grand Duke and heir apparent to the Russian throne, invited Stanislaus to St. Petersburg, the imperial capital founded by Peter the Great and the seat of the Russian monarchy. This invitation, though framed in courtesy, was tinged with the control that Russia exerted over the fate of Poland. Prince Adam Kazimierz Czartoryski, a member of the powerful Czartoryski family and a resident at the Russian court, recorded the details of this visit in his memoirs. During this period, Paul, as Grand Duke, had traveled through various parts of Europe with his wife and passed through southern Poland. Stanislaus met them at Wisniewicz, a town notable for its historical significance. The town had once been the estate of the Wisniewicz family, now extinct, whose last heir had married into the Nisik family, descendants of the line connected to the infamous false Demetrius, a pretender to the Russian throne in the early 17th century. This same lineage had also produced King Michael I of Poland, whose weak reign preceded the era of John Sobieski, the celebrated defender of Vienna. In Wisniewicz, the apartments of the palace were adorned with priceless historical portraits, including images of Marina Nisik and the false Demetrius, as well as paintings depicting their coronation at Moscow. It was in this grand setting that Stanislaus greeted the Russian Grand Duke. Paul took an immediate liking to him and expressed his intention to repay Stanislaus's loyalty and courtesy 100-fold. Later, when Stanislaus journeyed to St. Petersburg, he was treated with royal honors. The emperor offered him one of his palaces, lavishly furnished for the king's use, and sought to make his stay as agreeable as possible. Despite these gestures, there was no thought of allowing Stanislaus to return to Poland. In 1797, the coronation of Emperor Paul I took place at Moscow, and Stanislaus was compelled to attend. His presence at the ceremony, a spectator to the pomp of a foreign throne while his own country remained lost, must have been profoundly painful. During the divine service and the preceding ceremonial rites, Stanislaus, exhausted by the prolonged events, sat down in the tribune assigned to him. The emperor, noticing this breach of decorum, sent a messenger instructing him to remain standing for the duration of the ceremonies. The poor king, subject to both exhaustion and humiliation, had no choice but to obey, a silent testament to the indignities imposed upon him by the fortunes of his time. It will be remembered that one of his nephews was Joseph Poniatowski, who distinguished himself during the final days of Poland's independence and rose to fame as a general under Napoleon Bonaparte. Joseph Poniatowski met a tragic fate when he was drowned in the Elster River after the Battle of Leipzig, the decisive encounter in October of 1813 that marked the downfall of Napoleon's forces in Germany. A statue of Joseph Poniatowski, created by the renowned sculptor Bertel Thorvaldsen, had been intended by the Poles to adorn one of the public squares of Warsaw as a tribute to their national hero. However, the Emperor Nicholas I ordered the statue to be broken to pieces. This command was later revoked, and the statue was presented to Prince Ivan Paskovich, where it now stands in one of the estates that had formerly belonged to that nobleman. Such was the fate of the proud Republic of Poland, which had been wiped from the map of Europe. Once, in the 16th century, Poland had been the greatest power of Eastern Europe, commanding influence over vast territories and shaping the politics of her neighbors. By the 19th century, however, Poland had been divided among Russia, Austria, and Prussia. Nothing remained of her sovereignty except the Polish language, which endured as a vital bond of union for her scattered people. Her institutions and laws had vanished. In Galicia, the Austrian civil code prevailed. In Posen, the Prussian Landrecht governed. In the Kingdom of Poland under Russian administration from the year 1807, the Code Napoleon was enforced, and in the Western and Southwestern governments, the Lithuanian statutes, altered by a new case of the 25th of June, 1840, were imposed as Russian law. The great events of the French Revolution unfolded with startling rapidity, temporarily overshadowing the immediate consequences of Poland's destruction. Many Poles emigrated after the loss of their country's independence, and a large number entered the service of Napoleon Bonaparte. However, when they saw that the Treaty of Lunéville brought them no lasting benefit, many returned to their native land and accepted the amnesty that had been offered. Some joined Napoleon in his expedition against Saint Domingo, the Caribbean colony now known as Haiti, where many perished. Napoleon, it is said, welcomed this outcome as a way of removing these insistent Polish émigrés. The treatment of Poles by Austria and Prussia was far less generous than that of Russia. Both powers sought to Germanize the Polish population, a process that Prussia pursued relentlessly. Russia, in contrast, allowed the continued use of the native Polish language. In the year 1803, Alexander I granted significant privileges to the University of Wilno, fostering Polish culture under Russian rule. After the decisive Battle of Jena in 1806, which solidified Napoleon's dominance over Prussia, he took from Prussia certain Polish territories and formed them into the Duchy of Warsaw. This small state consisted of 6 departments: Posen, Kalisz, Plock, Warsaw, Łomża, and Bydgoszcz-Bromberg, with a population of slightly over 2 million souls. It was in this fleeting state that Poland briefly glimpsed the possibility of restored sovereignty, though the pressures of the surrounding empires would continue to dictate her fate. The government of the duchy, which was the political successor of the earlier Duchy of Warsaw, was placed under the authority of the Elector of Saxony, meaning the German princely ruler who held the electoral dignity within the Holy Roman imperial structure and who is also connected with the Polish crown through earlier dynastic arrangements. The territorial administration of this region was later extended in the year 1810 by the incorporation of important Polish cities, including Krakow, Sandomierz, Lublin, and several other urban centers that had long formed part of the Polish historical heartland. During the Peninsular War campaign fought on the Iberian Peninsula against the forces of Napoleonic France's enemies, the Polish military units distinguished themselves with particular bravery. The most famous action occurred at the Battle of Somosierra, fought on the 30th day of November in the year 1808. At that battle, the Polish cavalry, known as the Polish Lancers, which were light cavalry soldiers armed with long spears and trained for rapid mounted assault, successfully captured the mountain pass position at Somosierra. This action opened the strategic road leading toward the city of Madrid for the advancing French imperial army. In the year 1812, the famous military expedition of Napoleon Bonaparte against the Russian Empire took place. When Napoleon's army reached the city of Vilnius, known historically in Polish as Wilno, Polish political leaders hoped that the French emperor would issue a declaration supporting the restoration of Polish national independence. A large number of Polish soldiers, approximately 60,000 men, had joined the invading French army in expectation that Napoleon would help re-establish their state. However, when a Polish deputation visited Napoleon at Vilnius and informed him that the Diet of Warsaw had voted on the 28th day of June for the restoration of the Polish kingdom, Napoleon responded with ambiguous and noncommittal statements. He declared that he had already guaranteed to the Emperor of Austria the territorial integrity of Austrian dominions and therefore could not approve any military or political action that would disturb the secure possession of the remaining provinces of Poland under Austrian authority. Later, at the city of Warsaw on the 10th day of December in the same year, Napoleon held an interview with the Archbishop of Mechlin, who represented ecclesiastical diplomatic interests within the Catholic hierarchy. Following the Napoleonic Wars, a major territorial reorganization of Poland was established by the Congress of Vienna Treaty 1814. Under this settlement, the Austrian Empire was granted control of the region of Galicia together with the important and economically valuable Wieliczka salt mine, which had been a major source of royal revenue since medieval times. The city of Poznan, historically known as Posen, was assigned to the Kingdom of Prussia. Prussia was also confirmed in the territorial acquisitions it had obtained during the First Partition of Poland. The city and surrounding district of Krakow were designated as an independent political entity under the collective diplomatic guarantee of the three great powers, Russia, Prussia, and Austria. The remaining territory of the former Kingdom of Poland, including the Duchy of Warsaw, which extended geographically from a western boundary line drawn near the city of Tarynia toward the region close to Krakow in the west and eastward toward the rivers Bug River and Neman River, was placed under Russian sovereignty. This territory was organized as a constitutional kingdom subject to the authority of the Russian emperor. The arrangement was compared by historian Edward Augustus Freeman in certain respects to the political union existing between the kingdoms of Sweden and Norway, where two states were connected under a single monarch while retaining certain administrative structures. The constitution granted to this kingdom was considered relatively liberal given the political realities of the time. The system provided for government by responsible ministers, the establishment of a Senate representing high political authority, and a legislative chamber functioning as a representative assembly. Additional guarantees included the formation of a national army serving under a Polish national flag, the maintenance of a separate state budget, freedom of the press, and protection of personal liberty. The Polish language was recognized as the official language of administration and public life. However, observers noted that it was extremely difficult to unite such a liberal constitutional structure with the political system of the Russian Empire, which was governed under the autocratic authority of Alexander I of Russia, even though the emperor was often regarded as having relatively progressive intentions. The Russian emperor granted a general amnesty to Polish soldiers who had fought against Russian forces during the campaign of the year 1812 while serving under Napoleon's command. In carrying out the reorganization of Polish territories, Alexander was assisted by his longtime associate and political advisor Adam Jerzy Czartoryski, who played an influential diplomatic role during the Congress of Vienna negotiations. During the diplomatic discussions, the British statesman Robert Stewart Castlereagh wrote to Robert Jenkinson, 2nd Earl of Liverpool, that Prince Czartoryski, although holding no official ministerial office, appeared in practice to function as the principal Russian political representative in matters concerning Polish and Saxon diplomatic affairs. The narrative also refers to Grand Duke Konstantin Pavlovich of Russia, who later became a significant figure in Polish military administration during the Russian-controlled period of the 19th century. After the Congress of Vienna had concluded its negotiations in 1815, Emperor Alexander I of Russia issued a proclamation to the Polish people, dated the 25th of May, 1815, establishing a provisional government in the city of Warsaw. At the head of this temporary administration was Prince Adam Jerzy Czartoryski, a statesman and diplomat of the prominent Czartoryski family, long influential in Polish politics. Despite these new arrangements, the Polish enthusiasm for Napoleon Bonaparte, who had been defeated and exiled to the island of St. Helena, persisted among many. Two Polish officers, eager to follow him even to his remote place of captivity, petitioned to accompany him but were denied the opportunity. The French writer Alexander Herzen recounts in his memoirs how the Polish people continued to honor Napoleon's memory, regularly laying wreaths at the base of the monumental column in the Place Vendôme in Paris, commemorating his victories. Within Poland, political power was shared uneasily. General Józef Zajaczek was appointed viceroy, effectively serving as the ruler of the newly established Kingdom of Poland under Russian suzerainty, while the Grand Duke Constantine, younger brother of Emperor Alexander, commanded the Polish army. Initially, there was a period of relative calm, following decades of internal strife and foreign domination. Yet beneath the surface, tensions simmered. The historical feud between Poland and Russia, deeply rooted over centuries, resurfaced. The Polish nobility had long enjoyed boundless liberties within the Commonwealth, while the Russian Tsars ruled with autocratic authority. Religious differences further complicated the relationship, as the predominantly Roman Catholic Poles contrasted with the Orthodox Christian Russians. The proud Polish nobility, unaccustomed to limitations on their power, grew increasingly humiliated, and their discontent soon became visible. By 1819, a formal censorship of the press had been instituted, violating the guarantees provided in the constitutional arrangements. Students from the universities of Wilno, now Vilnius, and Warsaw were imprisoned for expressing liberal and patriotic opinions. The legislative assemblies, known as diets, which the Constitution mandated to convene every 2 years, were ignored. None were summoned between 1820 and 1825, and only a single diet took place after the accession of Emperor Nicholas I in 1825. That same year, the publication of the debates of the Diet was abolished, further stifling public political discourse. Despite these political restrictions, Warsaw experienced significant material growth, and the Kingdom of Poland, as a whole, benefited economically. Urban development, trade, and infrastructure expanded, bringing prosperity to the city and surrounding regions. However, the underlying frustrations of the Polish population had long been accumulating, and the spark of revolution ignited with the influence of the French July Revolution of 1830. On the evening of the 29th of November, 1830, an insurrection erupted in Warsaw. It began with a group of students who attempted to seize the Grand Duke Constantine at his residence, the Belvedere Palace, located on the outskirts of the city. During this effort, 2 officers were killed, but the students failed to capture the Grand Duke. The citizens of Warsaw quickly joined the uprising, and significant numbers of Polish soldiers defected to the insurgents, executing officers who refused to abandon their loyalty to the Russian authorities. Leadership of the revolt fell to General Józef Klopicki, a seasoned veteran who had distinguished himself during the Napoleonic Wars. Meanwhile, the Grand Duke Constantine withdrew toward the province of Volhynia, taking with him the troops who remained loyal to the Russian crown. In response to the insurrection, Emperor Nicholas I dispatched General Hans Karl von Diebitsch, commanding a force of 120,000 soldiers, to suppress the rebellion and restore Russian control over the Kingdom of Poland. General Józef Klopicki, who had grown despondent over the prospects of success for the Polish insurrection, and who hoped to negotiate terms with the Emperor Nicholas I of Russia, resigned the dictatorship that had been conferred upon him by the Polish insurgents. This dictatorship was a temporary authority granted during the uprising of 1830 to 1831, and it was meant to centralize command in a time of national emergency. The Poles had intended, in the event of success, to make Prince Adam Kazimierz Czartoryski, a scion of the illustrious Czartoryski family, their monarch. This noble family had long supplied eminent citizens and statesmen to the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, their influence reaching across centuries of the Republic's history. With renewed vigor, the Polish insurgents intensified their efforts against the Russian occupiers, appointing Prince Antoni Radziwiłł, a member of another powerful magnate family of Lithuania and Poland, as their commander-in-chief. Responding to the proclamation of General Hans Karl von Diebitsch, the Russian commander, the insurgents formally declared on the 25th of January, 1831, that Tsar Nicholas I of Russia had forfeited his claim to the Polish crown. Mobilizing their resources, they raised an army of 60,000 men, though many were poorly armed, reflecting the constraints under which a subjugated nation struggled to defend itself. Diebitsch crossed the River Bug, facing determined resistance from Polish forces. At Grochow, the insurgents inflicted several tactical defeats upon his army, demonstrating that, even under severe disadvantage, Polish courage and strategy remained formidable. Meanwhile, Russian communications were severely disrupted by uprisings in Lithuania and Podolia, further complicating the operations of the imperial forces. On the 26th of May, 1831, Diebitsch defeated the Polish general Jan Skrzynecki at the Battle of Ostroleka, but just 2 days later he succumbed to cholera, a disease that also soon claimed the life of the Grand Duke Konstantin Pavlovich, the nominal commander of Russian forces at Vitebsk. The Russian command passed to Ivan Fyodorovich Paskevich, under whom the Polish capital of Warsaw capitulated on the 8th of September, 1831. The consequences for the Polish nation were harsh and far-reaching. Many participants in the insurrection were exiled to Siberia, and the constitution of the Kingdom of Poland, which had been granted by Tsar Alexander I of Russia, was annulled. The traditional assemblies known as diets, which had long formed the core of Polish self-government, were abolished. The administration of the country was placed directly under officials appointed by the Tsar, and the historic territorial divisions of the kingdom were replaced by Russian gubernii, or provincial governments. The University of Vilnius, a center of Polish and Lithuanian learning, was suppressed, and the new Kharkov University was established in its stead. The Zaluski Library of Warsaw, one of the most valuable collections in Europe, was seized and transported to St. Petersburg, forming part of the Russian Imperial Library. After the collapse of the uprising, Prince Adam Kazimierz Czartoryski escaped from Poland and found refuge in London, England. Although a Whig ministry was in power in England, the political atmosphere remained cautious and conservative, particularly in foreign affairs. The nation was deeply unsettled by revolutionary movements in France and the lingering aftermath of the Battle of Waterloo, leading the British government to pursue a policy of maintaining Russia as a stabilizing force in Europe and preventing Poland from becoming a client state or a French province of the Vistula. Simultaneously, England was preoccupied with domestic matters, including the debates over the Reform Bill and issues concerning the Belgian provinces. According to his memoirs, Prince Adam Czartoryski narrowly avoided capture by Russian troops at Krakow, underscoring the ongoing peril faced by the Polish elite during this period of national devastation. He arrived in London without a servant, recounts Julian Ursin Nimtsevich, who welcomed him to the city. The prince came deprived of all property, and his entire luggage was represented by a single, small trunk. Nimtsevich, recalling the stark contrast with the prince's earlier life, remarked on the extraordinary reversal of fortune. 50 years before, he had served as aide-de-camp to the prince's father, and during inspections of the Lithuanian army, the tents of the prince's suite had been carried by 300 horses and 14 camels. The change from such grandeur to near destitution was staggering. The prince sought support for the cause of Poland, but his efforts met with frustration. He gained little from his interviews with Charles Maurice de Talleyrand, Perigord's 1754-1838 the master of statecraft and diplomacy, and Henry John Temple. Viscount Palmerston was held in his honor, at which the poet Thomas Campbell gave a speech. Campbell's rhetoric attempted to inspire enthusiasm, praising Polish authors and statesmen, yet he had evidently made little effort to study the Polish language, as his misspellings and confusion of names revealed. Meanwhile, Henry Brougham, then Lord Chancellor, offered the prince little encouragement, despite his earlier pre-ministerial expressions of sympathy for the Polish cause. Austria had firmly aligned itself with Russia, and Prussia was equally opposed. The Prussian foreign minister, Ancelon, reportedly declared that Poland should be annihilated, so as to have done with her once for all. And when the British ambassador in Berlin cited the Treaty of Vienna, Ancelon coldly replied that every man can do as he likes in his own house. Thus, all diplomatic efforts for Poland's restoration were blocked, leaving the prince's advocacy in England confined to rhetoric and platonic sympathy. Poland remained in this constrained condition for several years. One of the few noteworthy events occurred in the year 1839, when a significant number of the Uniats in the eastern provinces of the former Polish Commonwealth returned to the Orthodox Church, marking a notable religious shift. Later, during the Crimean War, when Russia found itself engaged in a deadly struggle with two of the major European powers, the Poles' hopes were temporarily revived. Many Poles had recently drawn attention in Europe by aiding Hungary in the Hungarian Revolution of 1849, which may have contributed to the heightened scrutiny and intervention by Russia. The Poles, like any observers of a distant catastrophe, keenly felt the anxiety of living under the shadow of a great power, uncomfortable when a great fire is raging in our neighborhood, as history would record their precarious position. The name of Joseph Baim immediately recalls the heroic military campaigns associated with the struggle of the Polish people for independence. General Baim was a commander distinguished by courage and tactical skill during revolutionary conflicts across Central and Eastern Europe. His final and most dramatic military struggle occurred at the battle near the town of Segesvar, also known by the German name Schasberg, located in the region of Transylvania. During this engagement, the famous Hungarian poet and revolutionary soldier Sándor Petőfi served as Baim's aide-de-camp, meaning a personal military assistant attached to the commander. Baim's military career ended far from his native country. After the collapse of revolutionary resistance, he converted to Islam and died in the city of Aleppo in the year 1850, living under the protection of the Ottoman Empire. At that period, the Ottoman ruler Abdülmecid I refused to surrender Polish political refugees who had sought asylum within Ottoman territory. Despite strong diplomatic pressure from European powers, the Sultan maintained the principle that persons who had placed themselves under Ottoman protection would not be delivered to foreign governments. As a result of this policy, many Polish exiles entered Ottoman military and administrative service. It was partly to assist in organizing a Polish military formation within the Ottoman state that the great Polish national poet Adam Mickiewicz undertook his unfortunate and ultimately unsuccessful journey to the city of Istanbul, historically known as Constantinople, which served as the capital of the Ottoman Empire. The hopes of the Polish political diaspora were revived by the outbreak of the Crimean War, a major European conflict in which the Ottoman Empire, supported by Britain and France, fought against the expansion of the Russian Empire along the Black Sea region. During this war, Prince Adam Jerzy Czartoryski attempted to influence Western diplomatic policy by sending several memoranda to the British government proposing strategic military actions against Russia. He also submitted diplomatic proposals to the French Emperor Napoleon III, although the responses he received were deliberately vague and politically ambiguous. An important historical account preserved in the biography of Mickiewicz written by his son describes an interview that occurred in May of the year 1855 between Prince Czartoryski and Napoleon III. The interview took place at the Tuileries Palace, the imperial residence of the French monarch in the city of Paris. Many imperial officials were present within the reception salon. In the year 1863, the last great insurrection of Poland erupted, an effort marked by its desperate and ill-considered nature. On the 29th of November of that year, coinciding with the 30th anniversary of the Polish Revolution of 1830, national demonstrations were held in Warsaw, taking on a deeply religious character. In the churches of the city, congregations gathered to commemorate the past struggle, and in the streets the celebrated Polish hymn, Boże Koś Polsk, translated as "O God, who has protected Poland," resounded repeatedly, stirring patriotic sentiment among the populace. On the 25th of February, 1861, coinciding with the anniversary of the Battle of Grochow, the Agricultural Society of Warsaw, under the presidency of Count Jan Zamoyski, convened a meeting to present a petition to the Emperor of Russia, Alexander II, requesting the granting of a constitution for the Kingdom of Poland. While the Tsar did not accede to this demand in full, he issued an imperial ukase, or decree, on the 26th of March, 1861. This edict established a Council of State for the Kingdom of Poland, elective councils in each governmental district, and municipal councils in Warsaw and the chief cities. Furthermore, it mandated that the Polish language be used in all schools throughout the kingdom. The Marquis Agnior Romuald Galachowski Wielopolski, a prominent Polish statesman, was appointed director of public instruction and worship, placing him in charge of education and religious affairs. Previously, Emperor Alexander had spoken conciliatorily during a visit to Warsaw, yet he cautioned the Poles against indulging in what he termed dreams, signaling that their ambitions would face constraints. Tensions escalated rapidly. On the 8th of April, 1861, crowds gathered in front of the castle of the Viceroy of the Kingdom of Poland, demanding attention to their grievances. When the people refused to disperse, the soldiers stationed there opened fire, resulting in the deaths of approximately 200 persons and wounding many more. The Viceroyalty of Count Lambert, tasked with mediating between the Russian administration and the Polish populace, proved ineffective in calming the unrest. He was soon replaced by Count Lutters, whose policies were reactionary and further inflamed public discontent. In June of 1862, an assassination attempt was made on the life of Count Lutters in the Saxon Garden, known in Polish as Saksański Sad. Though Lutters survived, the incident prompted his recall. He was succeeded by the Grand Duke Constantine, a member of the Russian imperial family, who assumed control of the administration. The Grand Duke's policies were heavily influenced by the Marquis Wielopolski, a figure both unpopular with the masses and politically astute. During this period, there were two attempts on the life of the Grand Duke, the second of which nearly succeeded, while the Marquis Wielopolski himself faced repeated threats to his life. Amid these turbulent events, an address was presented to the Grand Duke by a faction of Polish elites, asserting that, to appease Polish sentiment, all provinces that had once belonged to the Kingdom of Poland but had been annexed by Russia in earlier wars should be returned. Such a restoration, however, was entirely impossible given the geopolitical realities of Europe, where no power would countenance such a revision of territorial boundaries. Count Jan Zamoyski, believed by the Russian authorities to have been the instigator of this petition, was consequently asked to leave the country temporarily, illustrating the delicate and dangerous balance of power between Polish national aspirations and Russian imperial authority. On the night of June 15, 1863, a secret conscription took place in Warsaw, the capital of the Polish lands under Russian control. Those considered most hostile to the imperial government were seized from their beds and forcibly enlisted into service. Out of a population of approximately 180,000, about 2,000 were taken in this manner. Soon after this operation, the January uprising broke out, an insurrection aimed at restoring Polish independence. Its operations were directed by a secret committee, known as Verzad, which translates as government. This clandestine body operated with the same secrecy and precision as the celebrated Femgericht, the medieval German secret courts whose decisions were swift and final. The insurgents faced enormous difficulties. Most of their bands were composed of undisciplined men unfamiliar with formal military tactics, and they confronted professional, well-organized Russian troops. Few insurgents possessed muskets. The majority were armed only with pikes, scythes, and sticks, crude implements compared to the rifles, hospitals, and commissariat support available to the Russian forces. The insurgent bands were largely made up of priests, minor landowners, lower-level officials, and peasants who possessed no land. Land-owning peasants generally refused to join, and even those without land often displayed only a lukewarm patriotism, a reflection of the oppressive laws that had once governed the poorer classes in Poland and whose memory still lingered. The conflict was largely a guerrilla war. The dense forests surrounding towns became crucial for the insurgents, allowing them to strike and vanish before Russian forces could respond. Secret emissaries of the revolutionary government, known as Stiletsiki, carried small daggers and specialized in assassinations of those who had made themselves enemies of the national cause. One of the most notable cases involved a Jewish man named Hermani, who acted as a spy against the patriotic faction. On the staircase of the Hotel de l'Europe, Hermani was stabbed to death by four Stiletsiki just as he was attempting to leave the city. His treachery had been revealed by the audacious actions of the Rizad. One member disguised himself as a chinovnik, a Russian bureaucratic official, entered the governor's residence during his absence and, using false keys, accessed critical papers. These documents expose Hermani's betrayal and led to his execution. Marian Langiewicz, who served as dictator of the insurrection for a time, was eventually forced to flee across the Austrian frontier. No mercy was shown to the insurgent leaders. Those captured were either shot or hanged. Among the most tragic cases was Colonel Surakowski, a former officer of the Russian army who had defected to the Polish cause. After being desperately wounded in the forests of Lithuania, he was captured and accused of extraordinary treachery due to his desertion. Despite his grievous wounds, he was hanged. Other prominent leaders included Father Makiewicz, a clergyman committed to the nationalist cause, and Narbut, the son of the historian of the same name, both of whom met similarly harsh fates. To restore order, General Mikhail Nikolaevich Muraviv, a Russian official, was appointed governor of the western provinces of the Polish lands, establishing his headquarters at Wilno, now known as Vilnius, the historic capital of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania. Muraviv ruled with an iron hand, enforcing strict measures to suppress the insurrection. While many stories of his cruelty circulated widely, not all were accurate, and it is important, in fairness, to distinguish rumor from verified accounts of his governance. When a Grand Duke Konstantin Pavlovich of Russia resigned the viceroyalty at Warsaw, he was succeeded by Count Berg. Almost immediately, the new viceroy faced violent resistance. He was fired upon from the windows of the Zamodzki Palace, a vast and historic building in the heart of the city. In retaliation, the Russian government confiscated the entire palace, and the furniture within was destroyed. Among the irreparable losses was the favorite pianoforte of Frédéric Chopin. By May of 1864, the Polish January insurrection had been fully suppressed, but at an enormous cost to Poland. All of its old privileges were abolished. From that time forward, all instruction in universities and schools was mandated to be in the Russian language. Russia was triumphant and paid no heed to the protests or demands of the three great powers of Europe: the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, France, and Austrian Empire. Meanwhile, Prussia had long been quietly executing its plan for the Germanization of Posen. On the 8th of February, 1863, Prussia concluded a convention with Russia aimed at putting an end to the Polish insurrection. The Prussian method was careful and deliberate, gradually weakening or eliminating the Polish element while avoiding reprisals that might provoke a European scandal. In contrast, the Russian approach alternated between severity and conciliation. The Russians often felt a sense of kinship with the Poles as part of the greater Slavonic family. They took pride in Polish literary achievements, considering them contributions of a fellow Slavic people, and never displayed the real or affected contempt typical of the Germans. It must also be noted that Prince Adam Jerzy Czartoryski, the most prominent figure in recent Polish politics, died at Montfermeil in 1861. Today, the head of the distinguished Czartoryski family is Prince Ladislas Czartoryski, who carries forward the legacy of a lineage that has long shaped Polish history. Early Polish culture did not preserve a developed tradition of heroic legendary poetry comparable to the epic literary cycles found in some other European nations. There were no national heroic figures celebrated in popular poetic productions of the earliest periods, and scholars have not discovered traces of translations of medieval chivalric romances, such as the adventures associated with King Arthur of Britain, the heroic legends of Charlemagne, the Frankish emperor, or the classical mythic narratives concerning Hector of Troy or Alexander the Great of Macedon. In Bohemian literary tradition, however, works such as the Alexandriad, Bohemian poem, and romantic narratives like Floris and Blanchefleur existed, but nothing of similar character has been found in early Polish literature. Nevertheless, the existence of such poetic compositions in Poland is indirectly suggested by passages found in the writings of early Latin chroniclers, including Gallus Anonymous, Wincenty Kadlubek, Boguchwal of Posen, and Jan D. Lugas. The chronicler Gallus Anonymous wrote that after the death of Boleslaw I the Brave, the population of Poland mourned deeply. According to his description, there was no cheerful singing in public houses, expressed in the Latin phrase nulla candelena puerilis, nullus citheri sonus audibatur in tabernus, meaning that no youthful songs or musical sounds were heard within the taverns. Later, the 16th century Polish chronicler Marcin Bielski, who wrote in the Polish language rather than Latin, recorded that the return of Casimir I of Poland was greeted by a popular song whose words resembled, "Welcome, welcome, dear Lord," expressed in the old Polish phrase, a witaj mili gospodyni. Historical documents also mention the presence of medieval entertainers known by Latin terms such as ioculators, meaning traveling jesters or musical performers, histriones, meaning actors or theatrical entertainers, and goliardi, referring to wandering medieval students and poets who composed satirical or lyrical works. Within the collection known as Wojcicki's Library of Ancient Writers, a few early Polish songs have been preserved. However, historians have found it difficult to determine the exact chronological origin of these compositions. The most ancient known Polish hymn, which was also used as a war song, was a religious invocation addressed to the Virgin Mary, meaning the mother of Jesus within Christian theology. The oldest surviving manuscript of this hymn is dated to the year 1408 and is preserved in the city of Krakow. Although this hymn was popularly attributed to Adalbert of Prague, historical and linguistic analysis suggests that the poem was likely influenced by earlier Bohemian religious hymn traditions rather than being directly authored by the saint himself. Any comprehensive account of Polish literature must also include writers who composed their works in the Latin language, since Latin served as the primary scholarly and historical language of medieval Europe. It should be remembered that in England as well, with the exception of the Anglo-Saxon Chronicle, early historical literature was also primarily written in Latin. The development of historical writing in the Polish vernacular language began during the 16th century, following a pattern similar to the emergence of vernacular historical literature in England. The earliest Latin historical writer associated with Poland is believed to be Gallus Anonymous, who is thought to have died around the year 1113. Some scholars have suggested that he was of French origin, and the historian Hermann Bruckner described him without hesitation as der Franzos, meaning the Frenchman, although other interpretations of his name have been proposed. Gallus Anonymous was clearly a highly educated writer, demonstrated by his frequent quotations from classical Roman authors. His historical chronicle was composed in a highly literary and poetic style, suggesting that if he had chosen to write in the vernacular Polish language, he might have naturally adopted some form of rhythmic or verse-based historical narration. Gallus was followed by other important ecclesiastical historians, including Matthew Chalua, Vincent Kadlubek, and Boguchwal of Posen. Among these, Vincent Kadlubek became one of the most popular Polish historical writers. Similar to the Bohemian chronicler Wacław Hadziak of Lybokany, Kadlubek possessed the ability to transform legendary material and mythical narratives into stories so pleasing to his countrymen that for many centuries his accounts were treated by some readers as authoritative historical truth despite their mixture of myth and history. But the legends surrounding these early figures have, in many instances, disappeared under the exacting scrutiny of modern scholars. The Chronicle of Kadlubek, once a key source for understanding the early history of Poland, has in recent times been translated into Polish by two anonymous authors, whose version was incorporated into the edition edited by Count Stanislaw Przeziecki. Kadlubek himself held a remarkable ecclesiastical career. He was first provost of Sandomir, a town in southeastern Poland known for its religious institutions, and later became Bishop of Krakow, one of the most important dioceses of the kingdom. He passed away as a member of the Cistercian monastic order in the year 1223 and was canonized after his death, a recognition of his piety and service to the Church. While the historical accuracy of his chronicle may be questioned, the material it contains remains invaluable to scholars, although the Latin in which it is written has been widely criticized as inelegant and awkward. Until the 14th century, no extensive examples of the Polish language have survived, except for a scattering of glosses, personal names, and place names, which were painstakingly collected by Professor Jan Baudouin de Courtenay in his seminal work O Drewne Polskim Jaska du 14. Stolitia, or the Old Polish language until the 14th century. During the 14th century, several chroniclers began to emerge, including Martinus Polonus, a Dominican chronicler of the Papal Curia, and John of Zarnico, both of whom composed their works in Latin. The foundation of the University of Krakow, established in 1364 by King Casimir the Great, marked a turning point in the intellectual life of the kingdom. Evidence of the Polish vernacular, however, existed even earlier. A version of the Psalms in the Polish tongue is attested in the life of Saint Cunegund of Sandex, a noblewoman near Krakow who died in the year 1292. She was described as reciting 10 psalms in the Vulgary, the common language, before leaving the church, demonstrating that Polish, though largely unwritten, was in practical use for devotional purposes. The oldest known substantial text in the Polish language is the Psalter of Queen Margaret, discovered in the year 1826 at the convent of St. Florian in Linz, Austria. The manuscript is believed to date to around the middle of the 14th century and was carefully edited by Professor Naring of Breslau, now Wrocław, in the year 1883. He posited that the Psalter was a copy of an earlier work. Its association with Queen Margaret, the first wife of King Louis I of Hungary, who died in the year 1349, is tentative, and historian Joseph Ignacy Kraszewski suggested that it may have belonged instead to her daughter, Mary. Another crucial monument of the early Polish language is the Bible of Queen Sophia, originally known as the Bible of Saraspatak, named after the Hungarian locality where it was preserved. This manuscript, now incomplete, contains the Pentateuch, the Book of Joshua, the Book of Ruth, and the historical books of Kings, with fragments of 3 other books. A leaf containing a portion of the Book of Jeremiah was more recently discovered in the University Library at Breslau. This Bible is believed to have been produced for Sophia, the 4th wife of King Ladislaus Jagiello, around the year 1455, and has been meticulously edited by Professor Jan Michael Malecki, renowned for his authoritative Polish grammar. The turbulent history of the Kingdom of Poland, beset by invasions, partitions, and internal strife, has caused the loss of countless manuscripts of cultural and historical significance. His accounts of the years from 1386 to just before his death are considered particularly valuable, existing in numerous manuscript copies. Supplementary parts of his work remain for many years unpublished, and around the year 1500, the memoirs of a Polish janissary, or Pamiętniki Języka Polaka, were written, providing vivid testimony of military and social life. This period also saw the birth of one of the most famous figures in the history of science, Nicholas Copernicus, born in the year 1473 and deceased in 1543. Copernicus's father was a native of Krakow who had settled as a wholesale trader in the city of Thorn, known today as Tarynia, where the future astronomer first saw the light of day. His mother, Barbel Watzelrode, was the daughter of a prosperous merchant. Copernicus's education was undertaken under the supervision of his uncle, Lucas Watzelrode, who later became Bishop of Ermland, or Warmia, a region in northern Poland. Copernicus first attended a school in his native city before studying at the University of Krakow, one of the oldest universities in Central Europe. He later continued his studies in Bologna and Padua, where he also pursued medicine. In the year 1500, Copernicus was in Rome, lecturing on mathematics, demonstrating the breadth of his scholarly pursuits. At one point, he even served as a deputy to the Polish Diet at Grodno, an assembly of the nobility and clergy convened to discuss matters of state. His revolutionary work, which ultimately dismantled the geocentric Ptolemaic system of the universe, was published in the last year of his life, changing forever the way humanity understood the heavens. Nikolai Copernic, known in the West as Nicholas Copernicus, delayed the publication of his revolutionary work, being fully convinced of the hostility he would face from the defenders of the old Ptolemaic doctrines, which placed the Earth at the center of the universe. To shield himself from criticism and gain authority, he dedicated the book to Pope Paul III. The title of his masterpiece is De Revolutionibus Orbium Coelestium Libri Sexdecim, which translates to 16 books on the revolutions of the heavenly spheres. Copernicus had been engaged in its composition for more than 2 decades, from a year 1507 until 1530. Before the book could be printed and distributed, the great astronomer, who had until that time enjoyed good health, was stricken with paralysis. This cruel affliction was accompanied by the loss of memory and a dimming of his intellectual powers. As he lay on his deathbed, one of his pupils brought him the finished book. Copernicus had just enough consciousness to recognize it as the work of his life. He gazed upon it and then fell into a stupor, passing away shortly afterward. His residence at Altenstein still stands as a testament to his life. In the city of Warsaw, a statue by the Danish sculptor Bertel Thorvaldsen honors his memory in one of the public squares. Copernicus was laid to rest in the city of Thorn, with the following Latin inscription on his tomb. Non parem Pauli gratiam requiro, veniam Petri neque posco, sed quam in crucis ligno dederas latronis sedulus oro. Nicolao Copernico Torunensi absolutae subtilitatis mathematico, ne tanti viri apud exteros celeber. In sua patria periret memoria, hoc monumentum positum. Mort varmi in sua canonica tus, anno 1543, di 4, aetatis septuagesima. This inscription honors him as a man of supreme subtlety in mathematics, whose memory should not perish in his own country while celebrated abroad. The period between the years 1541 and 1606 is called by the Poles their Golden Age. During this time, Protestantism spread widely across the land. Among its notable influences were the Socini, an Italian theological family, who came to reside in Poland. Their catechism was published in the town of Rakow in the year 1605. In literature, Nicholas Ray of Nagłowicz is regarded as the first great Polish poet. His writings show the full influence of the Renaissance. Until his time, the Polish language had been cultivated mainly under the influence of Czech literature. Ray's most famous work is Zwierciadlo albo Żywot Poczłowieku Człowieka, translated as The Mirror or The Life of an Honorable Man, which was written in prose. He also left many apothegms, short moral sayings, which resemble the epigrams of John Haywood. Ray even wrote a play entitled Joseph in Egypt, which is known for its curious anachronisms. Following him came Jan Kochanowski, celebrated as the Prince of Polish poets. He was born into a literary family. His brother, cousin, and nephew were all writers. Kochanowski studied at the University of Padua and later traveled to Paris, where he became acquainted with Pierre de Ronsard, a leading figure of the French Renaissance. This exposure to Italian and French literature profoundly shaped his poetic genius and contributed to the flowering of Polish literature in the 16th century. Among the notable poetic productions of Szymon Szymanowicz, who lived between the years 1557 and 1629 and was known in Latin literary circles as Simonides of Poland, there may be mentioned his poetic imitation of the Italian humanist Marco Girolamo Vida, and specifically the work known as The Game of Chess, which was a free literary adaptation rather than a strict translation of the original Italian composition. Another important work by Szymanowicz is entitled Proporzek, albo hold Pruski, meaning the standard or the investiture of Prussia. In this historical poetic narrative, he described the ceremonial oath of fealty, which was the formal pledge of loyalty taken by Albrecht of Brandenburg to the Polish monarch. Such an oath symbolized the feudal relationship between the Duchy of Prussia and the Kingdom of Poland during that historical period. Simonowicz also wrote a dramatic play composed of one act divided into 12 theatrical scenes, titled The Dispatch of the Greek Ambassador. The work was composed in the classical 5-foot iambic meter, which was a poetic rhythm pattern inherited from ancient Greek and Roman drama, and it bears resemblance to some of the plays of the Scottish humanist dramatist George Buchanan. The play contains choruses with rhymed verses similar in style to those found in French Renaissance theatrical traditions of the 16th century, where musical and poetic interludes were inserted between dramatic scenes. However, the most emotionally powerful and artistically significant of Simonowicz's works is his collection titled Trini, meaning laments written on the death of his daughter Ursula. These poems reveal the poet's deeply personal grief and demonstrate that he was not merely an artificial or academic poet, but also capable of sincere emotional expression. Through this work, he moved beyond classical imitation and spoke directly from personal human suffering. In addition to his Polish-language compositions, Simonowicz also produced several Latin elegiac poems, one of which had previously been cited in historical discussions relating to the life of Henry de Valois, especially concerning his dramatic departure from Poland after political tensions made his position as king unsustainable. Because the present historical summary can only present the principal names of Polish literary development, further writers must be mentioned briefly. Another poet of pastoral literature was Sebastian Klonowicz, who wrote works describing rural life and social conditions. The pastoral literary tradition was continued by the brothers Simon Ziemianowicz and Józef Bartłomiej Ziemianowicz, together with Andrzej Gawinski. The younger of the Ziemianowicz brothers, who lived from a year 1604 to 1629, died at an early age and left only a small collection of graceful lyrical songs entitled Roxolanki. These poems resemble, in their light and elegant style, the pastoral lyrics of English poets such as Robert Herrick and John Suckling, who were known for short musical love poems. The elder brother, Joseph Ziemianowicz, born the year 1597 and dying the year 1628, composed 17 remarkable pastoral idylls, meaning poetic descriptions of idealized rural life where shepherds, village scenes, and romanticized countryside existence were presented in literary form. These works contributed to the development of the Polish bucolic poetic tradition, even though the real condition of the peasantry in the Commonwealth was extremely harsh, making such pastoral idealization historically problematic but artistically significant. His sketches are drawn directly from nature, and he writes with a vivid, picturesque style, incorporating numerous provincial words of Malo-Russian origin, which naturally find their way into his poems, much as the Scottish dialect enriches the verses of Robert Burns. Two of his idylls, entitled Kazakhzina and Berta Ruska, are, as the critic Spacevich observes, almost like pages from history itself, for they describe, from the perspective of an eyewitness, the expedition of Bohdan Khmelnytsky, the Cossack leader, accompanied by Tatar forces, against Red Ruthenia and the subsequent sacking of the city of Lemberg, now known as Lviv in Ukraine. Joseph Simonowicz published his idylls together with those of his brother, though many of Joseph's works have been mistakenly attributed to the latter. The clear distinction between their contributions was first established by the literary critic Alexander Bialowski. These writers, Simonowicz, the brothers Zamorawicz, and Gawinski, share Armenian ancestry and together form an intriguing group in the Polish literary landscape. While the Polish idyll can appear somewhat artificial, it is never devoid of local color. Simonowicz's poems preserve the folklore of the regions, while the idylls of Zamorawicz carry detailed historical depictions, offering readers both narrative charm and documentary insight. In the realm of Latin poetry, one celebrated figure is Casimir Sarbiewski, whose name was Latinized to Sarbevius, born in the year 1595 and deceased in 1646. Contemporary critics regarded him as the greatest rival to Horace, the famed Roman lyric poet. The Pope recognized his talent, awarding him a gold medal and naming him as laureate. Sarbevius's works gained some popularity in England, with many pieces translated by Dr. Isaac Watts, the renowned English theologian and writer. Polish historiography also saw a towering figure in Martin Cromer, Born in the year 1512 in Beach, a small town in Galicia, then part of the Kingdom of Poland. He was the son of a citizen of Beach and received his early education at the University of Krakow. He later continued his studies in Bologna and Rome, focusing on theology. Upon his return to Poland, Cromer became secretary to King Sigismund Augustus, who reigned from 1548 to 1572. So highly was Cromer esteemed by the king that Sigismund Augustus, wishing to prepare him for the highest offices of the state, ennobled him in the year 1552 and entrusted him with multiple public functions. At the king's suggestion, and with access to the National Archives, Cromer embarked upon his magnum opus, De Origine et Rebus Gestis Polinorum, a comprehensive history of Poland covering events from the earliest periods up to the year 1506, the year of the death of King Alexander Jagiello, who had reigned from 1492 to 1506. The work was first published in the year 1555 in Basel and has been frequently reprinted since. Cromer marked a significant advance over his predecessors. His Latin is elegant and classical, his style flowing and polished, and he demonstrates a clear understanding of the political systems of Poland's neighboring states. He drew freely upon the works of earlier historians such as Winsony Kadlubek, Jan de Lugas, and Marcin Cromer's immediate predecessors, improving upon their accounts and bringing a critical, analytical perspective that elevated Polish historiography to new heights. This was an age defined by the compilation of large historical works, a time when nations sought to record their past in sweeping narratives. In England, there was Raphael Holinshed, whose chronicles offered a history of the British Isles. In Bohemia, Václav Hajduk of Libocany preserved the stories of his country. And in Poland, the historian Marcin Cromer, born in the early 16th century, rose to prominence. Cromer's era had not yet seen the tools of modern critical historical investigation, yet the Renaissance, with its revival of classical learning and emphasis on elegance and structure, taught men how to shape existing materials into coherent and polished accounts. Cromer wrote extensively on the history and state of Poland, including a work entitled Polonia, Civ Situ, Populis, Moribus et Republica Regni Polonici, meaning Poland, or concerning the situation, peoples, manners, and government of the Kingdom of Poland. His works in the Polish language, however, were less influential, often consisting of polemical tracts attacking Martin Luther, the German theologian and instigator of the Protestant Reformation. Cromer also served as coadjutor, or assistant bishop, to Stanislaw Hosius, the Bishop of Warmia, and upon Hosius's death, Cromer was elected to fill his episcopal office. He passed away in the year 1589. 2 centuries later, another ecclesiastic, the witty and volatile Ignacy Krasicki, would occupy the same position. 2 other men of this era deserve attention for their contributions to reform in both church and state, both writing primarily in Latin. The first was Andrzej Marzuski, born according to some accounts in the year 1520, though more likely in 1503. He belonged to the period of the Sigismunds, the Polish kings who ruled during the 16th century, and he clearly recognized the need for substantial reform in the governance and society of Poland. His most significant work, De Republica Emendanda, published in the year 1551, reveals remarkable insight and candor. Marzuski discussed the forms of government, the social condition of various classes, and the state of education. He advocated the establishment of a national church independent of the authority of Rome, following a model similar to that of the Anglican Church in England. He foresaw that the unchecked power of the Polish nobility, whose privileges were nearly limitless, would eventually bring disaster upon the country. In his writings, he also called for a reform of the criminal code. At that time, the law required only 10 groschen as punishment for the deliberate murder of a peasant by a nobleman and a double penalty for killing a Jew, a glaring injustice that Marzuski sought to correct. The second reformer was Stanislaus Orzechowski, who studied at the University of Wittenberg and absorbed the principles of the Reformation, becoming a disciple of Martin Luther and Philip Melanchthon, the German theologians who led the movement. After a brief stay in Italy, He returned to his native Poland in the year 1543, entered the Roman Catholic priesthood, and eventually attained the canonry of Przemysl, an ecclesiastical office within the cathedral chapter. Despite his position in the church, Orzechowski could not conceal his reformist leanings. Influenced by his relative, Mikołaj Ray of Nagłowicz, the poet and advocate of Polish literary culture, Orzechowski expressed opinions sympathetic to the Greek faith or Eastern Orthodox Christianity, particularly relevant in Galicia, where this religion predominated. His writings provoked the ire of the ecclesiastical authorities, and he was summoned before them, compelled to recant his doctrines, and saw one of his books burned as a warning to others. These figures, Kromer, Modrzewski, and Orzechowski, reveal a Poland at the crossroads of tradition and reform, grappling with questions of religious authority, social justice, and the governance of the nation, setting the stage for the turbulent transformations that would follow in the centuries to come. Stanislaus Orzechowski, a powerful and contentious nobleman of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, found that his initial submission to the Roman Catholic authorities was only temporary. Soon after, he married Magdalene Chelmicki, an act that provoked the wrath of the church. When the bishop of Przemysl cited Orzechowski before his ecclesiastical tribunal, he arrived not alone, but accompanied by powerful friends and allies, so influential that the bishop did not dare open the court. Instead, the bishop affected to judge Orzechowski by default and signed a decree of excommunication. He was declared infamous, and his property was confiscated by the church. Orzechowski, however, was undeterred. In an act of daring that defied ecclesiastical authority, he publicly entered a church while divine service was ongoing and delivered a justification of his conduct. His sentence was temporarily suspended, and the political tide in Poland was beginning to shift against the Roman Catholics. This shift was strongly evident at the Diet of 1550, the legislative assembly of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. At this diet, Orzechowski made his appearance with great boldness. He read aloud the exact terms of his excommunication and asked whether the clergy could truly dispose of a man's life in such a manner. The Diet ruled that in matters of personal conduct, a Pole was only liable to his sovereign, the King of Poland. With remarkable audacity, Orzechowski addressed both the king and the Senate, securing a delay in the enforcement of his sentence. The matter was to be referred to the Pope for guidance regarding whether he might retain his wife. Despite this temporary victory, Orzechowski was not consistently defiant. He later reconciled with the Roman Catholic Church. On the 17th of February, 1552, he was absolved from his excommunication. He declared his submission to a synod on points of doctrine and resigned his ecclesiastical dignities, hoping that the Roman authorities would formally recognize his marriage. Orzechowski's position as a powerful noble made him a figure worth conciliating. Yet he was no respecter of popes. In a letter to Pope Julius III, he boldly wrote, "Consider, O Julius, and consider it well, with what a man you will have to do, not with an Italian, indeed, but with a Russian, not with one of your mean popish subjects, but with the citizen of a kingdom where the monarch himself is obliged to obey the law. You may condemn me, if you like, to death, but you will not have done with me. The king will not execute your sentence. The cause will be submitted to the Diet. Your Romans bow their knees before the crowd of your menials. They bear on their necks the degrading yoke of the Roman scribes. But such is not the case with us. Where the law rules, even the throne, the king, our Lord, cannot do what he likes. He must do what the law prescribes. He will not say, as soon as you shall give him a sign with your finger, or dazzle his eyes with the fisherman's ring. Stanislaus Orzechowski, Pope Julius wishes you to go into exile. Therefore go. I assure you that the king cannot wish that which you do. Our laws do not allow him to imprison or to exile anyone who has not been condemned by a competent tribunal. Despite his eloquence and influence, the works of Orzechowski were ultimately condemned by the Roman Catholic Church. They were placed on the papal index of prohibited books, and ecclesiastical writers declared him a servant of the devil. His defiance, his intellect, and his unyielding commitment to Polish law and sovereignty marked him as one of the most formidable and controversial figures of his age, a man who challenged the very authority of the Church while asserting the rights of his countrymen under the law of the Polish crown. The Polish writer and polemicist Stanislaw Orzechowski did not moderate his criticism when confronted by ecclesiastical pressure, but instead intensified the force of his accusations and religious arguments. One of his most famous and controversial attacks was directed against Pope Paul IV, whose family name was John Pietro Carafa. Orzechowski referred to the Pope in extremely harsh language, describing him as the abominable Carafa, who, according to the writer's accusation, attempted to expel the spiritual legacy of both the prophet Moses and Jesus Christ from the Church. In this polemical declaration, Orzechowski argued that he would willingly stand with those labeled as heretics by Rome, asserting that association with them would be an honor rather than a disgrace. He believed that the excommunication pronounced by the Roman papal authority would become a spiritual crown of honor rather than a punishment. He further condemned what he perceived as the corruption of ecclesiastical authority, warning that the abandonment of what he called the ancient Christian discipline had contributed to moral and institutional decay within the Western Church. Addressing Pope Paul IV directly in rhetorical style, Orzechowski urged the pontiff to prevent what he described as the final destruction of the papal institution. He demanded moral purification of the city of Rome, calling for the elimination of greed and the rejection of wealth obtained through what he considered the commercial selling of ecclesiastical favor. Orzechowski attempted to argue that corruption within the Roman Catholic administrative system caused greater harm to the Christian Church than the theological challenges posed by the Lutheran Reformation movement associated with Martin Luther. In other treatises, he continued his violent literary assault against papal authority, composing a manuscript work entitled Repudium Roma, meaning repudiation of Rome. In this unpublished writing, which circulated among his close friends in manuscript form, but was never formally printed, he intended to expose what he described as the crimes and theological errors of the popes. At the same time, Orzechowski announced his intention to join the Eastern Orthodox Church, which was then and remains today the dominant religious confession among many inhabitants of the region historically known as Galicia. Although Orzechowski expressed his views in extremely hostile and often chaotic language, he also presented certain political arguments that were widely discussed. He maintained that the oath of loyalty taken by Catholic bishops to the papal authority created a conflict of political obligation when those bishops simultaneously served as members of the Senate of the kingdom. In his reasoning, a Roman Catholic bishop who also held the dignity of a senatorial position was placed in a morally dangerous situation because he had sworn obedience first to the Pope and only afterwards to the King of the Commonwealth. Orzechowski argued that this dual oath transformed senior clergy into potential agents of foreign influence, claiming that allegiance to the Roman papacy could supersede patriotic loyalty to the Polish monarch. He described the oath as a mechanism that restricted the freedom of bishops and allowed them to act as political informers who might report national governmental intentions to an external religious authority. According to his polemical thesis, the higher clergy, by voluntarily accepting submission to Rome, had in effect entered into what he described as a conspiracy against the independence of their own country. In his most aggressive political language, he warned the monarch that clergy who sat in the royal council might investigate royal military and administrative plans and transmit those secrets to what he called a foreign spiritual master. Orzechowski expressed a radical limitation of clerical political authority, declaring that priests should be permitted to baptize and preach religious doctrine, but should not control the secular administration of the state. However, he added that if members of the clergy wished to maintain their senatorial political status within the Commonwealth, they should renounce their exclusive allegiance to Rome. Many of these controversial arguments were developed in his work De Primatu Papae, meaning on the primacy of the Pope, which was secretly published in the year 1558 under anonymous authorship, although contemporary scholarship attributes the composition definitively to Orzechowski. Another important Latin writer of the Polish intellectual tradition was the Dominican monk Abraham Bzowski, who died in the year 1637. Bzowski became known for editing the monumental ecclesiastical historical compilation of Caesar Baronius, whose church annals were published in 9 extensive volumes documenting the institutional history of Christianity. In the field of vernacular and Latin poetry, Sebastian Klonowick, who Latinized his name as Acernus because the Polish word klon means maple tree, produced several poetic works. Among his Polish compositions was the poem Flis, meaning the boatman, which presented a detailed literary description of the landscape along the banks of the Vistula River, the great waterway that flows through the historical cities of Krakow and Warsaw, linking the southern and central regions of the country through commerce and communication. He was thus able to take a comprehensive survey of his native land, observing its customs, its institutions, and the state of its society. Among his literary contributions were 2 Latin poems entitled The Bag of Judas and Victoria d'Orum, reflecting both his erudition and his engagement with moral and religious themes. In examining the progress of Polish poetry to this period, one sees it as something of an exotic creation cultivated for the select audience of the nobility, a society at once half chivalrous and half Asiatic in its habits, who only occasionally condescended to take an interest in letters. These works were written exclusively for the nobility. The peasantry languished in ignorance and poverty, and the burghers of the towns, who were mostly of German or Jewish descent, found little significance in Polish literature. There was some degree of pulpit eloquence, though it often took on a rhetorical and showy character. The most prominent figure in this realm of religious and political oratory was Peter Skarga, a Jesuit whose tireless activity had already been noted. He was one of the principal architects behind the union of the Eastern Rite in Brzesk, laying the groundwork through a theological treatise published in the Polish language at Wilno, now Vilnius, in the year 1577. Following the formal establishment of the union, he defended it in a subsequent book, issued in 1597, entitled Synod Brzeski I Jego Obrona, or the Synod of Brzesk and its Defense. Skarga's legacy rests chiefly on his sermons, delivered before the Diet of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in the year 1600, compiled under the title Kazania Sedmo. In these sermons, he passionately warned the nobility of the dire consequences of internal disunion and of the profound absence of true patriotism among them. His other sermons, including those on the 7 sacraments, were also widely admired, and the historian Metrzinski, in his History of Polish Eloquence, praises Skarga's funeral discourses, notably those delivered at the burial of the widow of King Stephen Batory and the first wife of King Sigismund III Vasa. Like Archbishop William Laud in England, Skarga appears to have believed in a theocratic vision, wherein royal authority was subordinated to divine law and ecclesiastical guidance. During the same period, history in the Latin language was composed by several scholars, including Łapowski. Among these, Alexander Guagnin, an Italian by origin whose native name was Guagnini, produced works of enduring value for both Russian and Polish history. Yet this century also witnessed historians who chose to write in the Polish language, most notably Marcin Stryjkowski and Martin Bielski. Martin Bielski, born in the year 1495 at the town of Biała, took his surname from his birthplace. His writings, however, were long regarded with suspicion because of his leanings toward Calvinism, which colored the reception of his historical narratives. Marcin Stryjkowski was born in the region of Masuria in the year 1547, yet he eventually settled in the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, where he fully embraced the land as his own. Deeply concerned about Lithuania's loss of political independence and the gradual erasure of its distinct culture under the Polish-dominated Commonwealth, Stryjkowski resolved to preserve the remnants of the old Lithuanian nationality. He sought to hand down to posterity the cultural and historical memory of a nation increasingly subsumed by foreign influence, documenting the traditions and events of his adopted homeland with meticulous care and profound patriotic sentiment. The plan conceived by Maciej Stryjkowski, a historian of the late 16th century, was ambitious and excellent in its scope, yet he lacked the talent to execute it with complete rigor. The critical faculties and scientific training necessary for such work were largely absent in him, as indeed they were for nearly all historians of that century. Yet he possessed two indispensable qualities: a profound love of knowledge and tireless industry. He mastered the Russian and Lithuanian languages and traveled extensively across Lithuania and Livonia, scrutinizing the sites of battles, and even excavating kurgans, the ancient funeral mounds of the region. In addition, he visited countless towns and churches, becoming in effect the first Lithuanian archaeologist. All the information Struczkowski gathered, rich and varied though it was, he presented in his work without systematic arrangement, much like 9/10 of chroniclers in Western Europe at the time. He mixed these facts with personal autobiographical details, and in the year 1582, he published his large and imposing chronicle titled Chronika Polska, Lituska, etc., or the Chronicle of Poland and Lithuania. About 40 years ago, a new edition of this work appeared with an excellent preface, renewing attention to his contributions. Struczkowski passed away near the close of the 16th century. The Chronicle of Martin Bielski, another prominent figure, marked the first attempt to write the history of Poland in the Polish language itself. Like Sir Walter Raleigh in England, Bielski began with the creation of the world, encompassing the entirety of human history. He named his work Chronika Świata, meaning the chronicle of the world. After Bielski's death, his son Joachim Bielski, who died in the year 1599, took the portion of his father's history concerning Poland, rearranged it, and published it under the title Chronika Polska, or Polish Chronicle. Another luminary of the latter half of the 16th century was Łukasz Górnicki, who authored a work entitled Życie w Korni Polskich, providing detailed accounts of the reign and court of King Sigismund Augustus, who ruled Poland from 1548 to 1572. Yet Górnicki is better remembered for his didactic work, Dworzanin Polski, translated as The Polish Nobleman, modeled after the Italian treatise Il Cortigiano, or The Book of the Courtier by Baldassare Castiglione, which had achieved immense popularity across Europe. In his book, Górnicki frames the discussion within the country estate of Samuel Maciejowski, who was both Bishop of Krakow and Chancellor of Poland. There, the noblemen attending the bishop, each acting as a member of his suite, since at that time every bishop maintained a personal entourage, gathered to debate the question, what qualities should the ideal courtier possess? Each speaks in turn, their dialogues forming the substance of the book. A peculiar and important work from this period was that of Bartosz Paprocki, known in Latin as Bartholomew Paprocki. In the year 1584, he published a treatise on Polish heraldry, titled Herbi Rycerstwa Polskiego, or The Coats of Arms of the Polish Knighthood, in the city of Krakow. This work was reprinted in later years by Jan Turowski in his edition of Polish classical literature, preserving its significance for future generations. Through these figures, Struczkowski, the Bielski family, Górnicki, and Paprocki, we see a Poland in the throes of self-definition, chronicling its past, debating its ideals, and preserving its symbols as the nation navigated the complex currents of the Renaissance and the demands of a noble society in constant transformation. Nicholas Sepp Zarzynski, who died in the year 1581, when he was little more than 20 years of age, deserves mention in the annals of Polish literature for having introduced the sonnet, a highly structured form of poetic composition, into the Polish language. This form was afterwards cultivated with great success by Adam Mickiewicz, one of the greatest Polish poets of the 19th century, and to a lesser extent by Gasinski. The arrival of the sonnet in Poland marked a step towards aligning Polish literature. Another notable figure was the satirist Opolinski, born in the year 1609 and deceased in 1656, whose rough, blank verse, though lacking in literary polish, provides a candid reflection of the manners and vices of his time. In one of his satires, he castigates the widespread drunkenness of his countrymen, writing, Rozumiem, że pijactwo w Polsce zasadziło swe gniazdo. I think that drunkenness has made its nest in Poland. Opolinski represents a recurring type in human nature. the man who positions himself as a censor of morals while his own behavior falls below the standards he demands of others. Despite his affected austerity, he is remembered as a traitor to his country. An exception to the dullness and moral pretense of the Makarana period was Vespasian Koczowski, a soldier poet who left behind spirited lyrics. Koczowski served in the wars against the Cossacks, who were semi-nomadic warrior communities in the borderlands of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and the Swedes, who invaded Poland during the so-called Deluge in the mid-17th century. His poetry reflects the vigor and courage of a soldier, providing a rare spark of vitality amid a long period of literary stagnation. The historical writing tradition in Poland during the period known as the Makaronic literary phase, meaning the period when writers mixed Polish language with heavy Latin vocabulary, showed what historians often describe as a retrograde movement in literary development. Instead of expanding vernacular Polish historical narration, many authors returned to composing chronicles primarily in the Latin language, which had long served as the scholarly and ecclesiastical medium of medieval and early modern Europe. Among the principal chroniclers of this period were Paweł Piasecki and Wawrzyniec Radowski, who composed historical narratives using classical scholarly style rather than popular national language forms. Paweł Piasecki, who served as the bishop of the city of Przemysl, produced a historical chronicle covering the reigns of several Polish monarchs, including Stephen Bathory, the Transylvanian-born warrior king famous for military reforms, Sigismund III Weza, who ruled both the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and was also claimant to the Swedish crown, and his son the Ladislaw IV Weza. A Polish-language translation of Piasecki's chronicle was later published in the city of Krakow in the year 1870, demonstrating the long-lasting historical interest in his work. Another extremely industrious intellectual writer of the same era was Szymon Starowalski, who composed numerous Latin historical and philosophical works, and later in life became a canon of the cathedral chapter of Krakow, meaning a clerical member of the church administrative council attached to the cathedral. A famous anecdote is preserved from the period of the Swedish invasion of Poland in the year 1655, when Charles X Gustav of Sweden occupied the city of Krakow during the Swedish military campaign known historically as the Northern Wars. During this occupation, the Swedish monarch was taken to visit the cathedral by Starowalski himself, who served as guide. When they reached the tomb of the Ladislaw I the Elbow High, also known as the Ladislaw Lokitek, a monarch who had twice been forced from the Polish throne but had regained royal authority on both occasions, Starowalski made a historical remark emphasizing the instability of political fortune. He said that the tomb belonged to a king who, despite being expelled twice, had nevertheless recovered his crown. The proud Swedish king responded arrogantly, while keeping his hat on his head, stating that the then reigning monarch, John II Casimir Weza, known in Polish as Jan Kazimierz, would never return to his throne once driven from the country. Starowalski replied with philosophical dignity, declaring that human political fate is mutable and that only God possesses the absolute power to elevate or depose rulers. These words reportedly affected the Swedish king, who removed his hat and continued the tour of the cathedral in respectful silence. During this visit, the Swedish army did not destroy the cathedral treasures, and even the silver shrine containing the relics of Stanislaus of Sepsipono was left untouched. The following year, the Polish king returned to his country, but Starowalski had already died and did not witness the restoration. After this historical phase, the use of Latin as the primary literary language in Poland gradually declined. Although Latin ceased to dominate literary composition, there are curious reports from European travelers, such as William Cox, suggesting that educated Polish society occasionally used Latin even in spoken conversation, reflecting the long scholarly tradition of the Commonwealth. In more recent scholarly times, the Academy of Sciences in the city of Krakow has published collected editions of Polish Latin poetry, preserving the intellectual heritage of this forgotten literary tradition. Meanwhile, important memoir literature written in the Polish vernacular language survived, including the military memoirs of Jan Chrysostom Pasek, which provide vivid pictures of 17th-century noble life and warfare. Toward the end of the 17th century, French cultural influence began to spread within Polish aristocratic society. This development was partly connected with the French origin of the wife of John III Sobieski, the celebrated monarch who had defeated Ottoman forces during the Siege of Vienna, and also with the French education of the wife of John II Casimir Veza. The earliest literary reflection of French influence appeared in the writings of André Morstan, who was later accused of betraying his country and ultimately died in exile in France. Morstan translated the French classical tragedy Le Cid written by Pierre Corneille into the Polish language, adopting some of the elegance and stylistic grace characteristic of French 17th-century literature. Another poet, Samuel Twardowski, who wrote prolifically during the late 17th century, produced works mainly concerned with the wars between the Polish Commonwealth and the Ottoman Turkish Empire. However, by the 18th century, the Polish Commonwealth had entered a period of political and institutional decline, and the literature of the time reflected this weakening national condition. One example was the poetry of Elżbieta Drzeżbacka, who wrote lyrical pieces showing genuine sensitivity toward nature, although her Polish language style contained many Latinized expressions typical of the learned culture of her era. In the year 1765, a national theatrical institution was founded in the city of Warsaw, marking the beginning of organized public theater in Poland. This institution received patronage from King Stanislaw II Augustus, also known as Stanisław Poniatowski, whose reign was associated with intellectual refinement and artistic patronage despite the political weakness that characterized the later years of the Commonwealth. Actors first appeared in the Polish lands during the reign of King John II Casimir Veza, who ruled from 1648 to 1668. A remarkable story is told from this early theatrical period. During one performance, some of the Polish spectators became so excited by the dramatic representation on stage that they discharged a volley of arrows toward the actors, putting them in grave danger and causing widespread consternation among all present. In the earliest times, religious plays were performed, sometimes inside churches or in churchyards, blending devotion with theatrical spectacle. The Jesuit order, dedicated to education and religious instruction, also composed plays intended for performance by youths in grammar schools. In more recent times, Professor Alexander Bruckner of Berlin discovered in the public library of St. Petersburg two Polish interludes from the 17th century. Remarkable in that characters of inferior social rank spoke in Lithuanian, much as subordinate characters in Sanskrit drama employed the Prakrit language. Polish literary satire found its voice in the figure of Wojciech Wegierski, while Ignacy Krasicki, born in 1735 and deceased in 1801, a friend of Frederick II of Prussia, represented a distinctly Polish embodiment of the French abbé. Krasicki's so-called epic on the War of Chosim, now Kodin, is more a literary exercise than a true epic, but many of his lighter works and mock-heroic compositions remain pleasing. He also authored a prose survey of world literatures, in which he critiques William Shakespeare as stylistically incorrect according to his standards. Among lesser poets, Józef Trembecki, laureate of the court of King Stanisław Augustus Poniatowski, contributed works such as Zofiołka, one of the descriptive poems for which 18th-century Polish literature was celebrated. Valuable insight into the history of Poland during the decline of its independence is provided by the memoirs of Jan Kieliński, a shoemaker born in Warsaw, who played a prominent role in the year 1794 during the Kosciuszko Uprising. Kieliński fought in numerous battles, was captured, and imprisoned in St. Petersburg. He was later pardoned by Emperor Paul I of Russia and returned to Warsaw, resuming his shoemaking craft. His recollections, published some years later, have been held in esteem for their simple style and the sense of truth permeating them. Jan Kieliński died in the year 1820. Similarly, the memoirs of Józef Ignacy Kosmian, born in 1771 and deceased in 1856, provide vivid portraits of leading figures in the great events of his lifetime. Kosmian is notable for his insight into the hollowness of Napoleon Bonaparte's promises to Poland. A figure of genuine patriotic devotion was Stanislaw Staszic, born in 1755 at Pila in Greater Poland. He received a comprehensive education in the universities of Leipzig, Göttingen, and Paris. When the Kingdom of Poland was re-established at the Congress of Vienna in 1815, Staszic was appointed minister, dedicating himself to benevolent reforms. He improved existing schools, founded new ones, and elevated the University of Warsaw to a position of greater importance. Under his guidance, new manufacturing enterprises were introduced into the country. An institute for the deaf and dumb was founded, a conservatory for music established, and a school of engineering created. His contributions were instrumental in advancing the condition of Poland during its period of decline. Stanislaus Staszic passed away on January 21st, 1826. A patriot of remarkable vision was Hugo Kołłądź, whose name, when adapted to Western pronunciation, is sometimes written as Kołądź. He was born in the year 1750 in the Palatinate of Sandomir, a historic administrative region in southeastern Poland. From an early age, he devoted himself to learning, studying in the ancient city of Krakow before taking holy orders and traveling to Rome, the center of the Roman Catholic Church, to pursue advanced studies in theology and ecclesiastical law. For 3 years, Kołłądź served as rector of the Academy of Krakow, the principal university of Poland, elevating the institution to a high state of efficiency and distinction. Following this, he was appointed Chancellor of the Crown, a position of great influence in the government, which allowed him to engage directly in the reform of the Polish state. During the celebrated 4 Years' Diet, the Legislative Assembly of Poland, he displayed extraordinary activity. In speeches brimming with eloquence, he passionately advocated for reforms, outlining the possibility of maintaining a standing army of 60,000 men without imposing a considerable financial burden. He pressed for a complete reorganization of the government and its ministers, reforms that, perhaps, could still have preserved the independence and stability of Poland. Kołłądź was determined to abolish the curse of serfdom and to extend civic rights to all classes of society. This radical vision of granting citizenship to every member of the state had been proposed 10 years earlier by Jean-Jacques Rousseau, the French philosopher who had been consulted by Polish patriots. Even in later times, readers are struck by the boldness with which Kołłądź challenged the deeply entrenched prejudices of the all-powerful nobility. These men, blinded by traditional selfishness, were laying the foundations for their country's ruin. Kołłądź devoted himself especially to education, and it was largely due to his efforts that the progress of learning in Poland during this period was achieved. He was convinced that the very system upon which the Republic was founded, the election of kings, and the many anomalies it produced, was obsolete in the modern European world. He saw that mild reforms could not cure such fundamental defects. The root of the problem was the elective monarchy itself. Therefore, he proposed to make the king hereditary, a change supported by many of the most intelligent and educated men of the nation. Yet, fierce opposition arose. Some refused even to consider limiting the privileges of the nobility. Severin Rzeszewski, the hetman of the crown, a high military officer and a figure of considerable influence, published a pamphlet opposing Kołłądź's proposal for hereditary succession. He argued passionately for the maintenance of the elective monarchy, invoking the examples of Benjamin Franklin and George Washington as heroes of liberty. Rzeszewski claimed that a hereditary king might diminish the privileges of the nobility and, he suggested with alarm, even allow a peasant to bring a nobleman before a court of justice. It is worth recalling that Severin Rzeszewski was later known as one of the members of the infamous Confederation of Targowica, the alliance of Polish nobles who, in the year 1792, betrayed their country and collaborated with foreign powers, thereby undermining Polish independence. The clash between Kołłądź's enlightened vision and Rzeszewski's rigid defense of noble privilege embodies the tension that would define Poland's struggle between reform and tradition in the late 18th century. On reading the letters of Hugo Kołłądź, the Polish priest, reformer, and political thinker, it is impossible to decide what strikes one more profoundly. The sharp-sighted analysis of the man, his complete grasp of the political and social situation, or the blindness of his opponents, who continued to haggle and squabble while enemies encircled their nation. Perhaps, as our Nichman observes, to whom we are indebted for many accurate reflections on this extraordinary man, Coleridge was excessively fond of extreme measures and too much of a democrat, inclined toward reforming the country in radical ways. Yet this was no time for delicate expressions or philosophical musings. Poland faced a crisis demanding decisive and even ruthless action, as the nation teetered on the edge of ruin. On the day of the storming of Praga, the district of Warsaw that was attacked and devastated in 1794 during the Kosciuszko uprising against Russian forces, Coleridge saw that all hope for his country was lost. He departed for Galicia, the province of the Habsburg monarchy in the southeastern part of Poland, but was captured by the Austrian authorities in the Palatinate of Sandomir, a historical administrative region of Poland. He was imprisoned at Olmütz, the fortress city now called Olomouc in the Czech Republic, where he remained in confinement for 8 long years, only obtaining his release in the year 1803. Even after regaining his liberty, Coleridge could not recover the property he had lost during the upheaval. From that point forward, he withdrew from political life and devoted himself entirely to writing. He died on February 28, 1812. Although his historical and political works are little remembered today, his name endures in the annals of Polish history as a symbol of foresight, courage, and relentless patriotism. Among his most active collaborators was the priest Yezierski, who wrote numerous sharp satires attacking the political absurdities and injustices that plagued their country. The literature of independent Poland had effectively come to an end. The nation was to produce a greater and more original literature, but that literature was destined to be written in exile, under proscription, or in the shadow of political oppression. The old pseudo-classical school of poetry, which had dominated Polish letters for centuries, was waning throughout Europe, giving way to the Romantic school, with its emphasis on emotion, national identity, and individual imagination. Many of the less prominent figures of this new literary movement are omitted here, but one should note Casimir Brzezinski, the poet and author of the pleasing idyll Wisław, who also translated many of the Latin poems of Jan Kochanowski into Polish, helping to preserve the literary heritage of the Renaissance for a new generation. The reputation of Julian Ursin Nimcewicz, though once widely celebrated among his countrymen, has not endured as an author to the same extent. Yet it would be impossible to omit all mention of a man who played such a crucial role in the most critical days of Poland's history. Nimcewicz was born in Lithuania in the year 1758. Over the course of his long life, he served as adjutant to Tadeusz Kosciuszko, the leader of the 1794 uprising, then as Kosciuszko's companion during captivity at St. Petersburg, the capital of the Russian Empire, afterwards as secretary to the Polish Senate, the legislative body of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, and finally as president of the Royal Scientific Society of Poland, a learned institution devoted to the promotion of science and literature. He died as an émigré in Paris in the year 1841. Alongside these public services, Nimcewicz was an extraordinarily prolific author. He wrote novels, plays, odes, epigrams, and fables, and translated a great deal from English literature, including Alexander Pope's celebrated poem, The Rape of the Lock. Among his most patriotic works was the comedy, The Return of the Deputy, which was first performed on the 15th of January, 1791, at Warsaw. The play met with great success, resonating deeply with audiences at a moment when the fate of Poland was precarious and the nation's very identity was at stake. It was to the great intellectual and patriotic credit of Julian Ursin Nimcewicz that he devoted much of his life to drawing public attention to the suffering and social condition of the Polish peasantry, who formed the majority of the population within the lands of the former Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. In the year 1788, during the political reforms attempted by the Legislative Assembly known as the 4 Years' Sejm, Nimcewicz was elected as a deputy representing national interests. In this parliament, he defended the civil and social rights of the burgher class of townsmen, as well as the serfs and rural agricultural workers who were still bound by feudal obligations to noble landowners. After the final collapse of Polish political independence following the partitions of the Commonwealth, Nimcewicz left Europe and traveled across the Atlantic Ocean to the newly formed United States, where he lived for approximately 10 years. During his American residence, he married a wealthy widow, obtaining economic stability while remaining intellectually connected to Polish national affairs. He returned to the city of Warsaw in the year 1807, during the period when the city was under the political influence of Napoleonic power structures. However, after the military and political reversals of the year 1813, he again departed from Poland and did not return until the establishment of the semi-autonomous political structure known as the Kingdom of Poland, Congress Poland, created by the decisions of the Congress of Vienna 1815. During this historical interval, Nimcewicz composed a series of historical patriotic songs titled Spiewihistoryczne, meaning historical songs. These compositions were written in a simple sentimental literary style rather than in complex classical poetic form, and some critics have considered their artistic technique weak when judged purely by aesthetic literary standards. Nevertheless, the songs achieved immense popularity among the Polish population because they served a nationalistic historical purpose. Through lyrical narration, they presented the most significant epochs of Polish history in an emotionally accessible manner, and helped preserve collective memory during a period when the Polish state itself had lost political sovereignty. Nimcewicz actively supported the national uprising known as the November Uprising 1830, which attempted to overthrow Russian control over Polish territories. After the failure of this revolutionary movement, he was forced once again into political exile. At that time, he was already 74 years of age. Yet he lived approximately another decade in exile before his death. Shortly before his death, he composed a deeply melancholic autobiographical epitaph expressing the emotional tragedy of the Polish exile experience. The text of the epitaph asked wandering exiles where they could find rest for their exhausted steps after years of displacement across foreign lands. The poem compared the natural instinct of animals and insects with the human longing for homeland, declaring that the wild dove possesses its nest and the earthworm possesses its small fragment of soil, while every human being possesses a native country, and the Polish exile possesses only a grave as final resting place. The narrative of Polish Romantic literature reaches its greatest artistic height in the life and works of Adam Mickiewicz, who is widely regarded as the greatest poet produced by the Polish nation. Mickiewicz was born in the town of Nowogródek, located near the city of Vilnius, in the year 1798. He received his higher education at the University of Vilnius, an institution historically associated with intellectual reform and founded during the reign of Stephen Bathory, who established the university as part of his cultural policy. During Mickiewicz's student years, Polish youth intellectual circles formed secret political organizations that were later discovered by authorities. As a consequence of his association with these clandestine student movements, Mickiewicz was placed under surveillance and sent to live in the Russian Empire under a form of political supervision often described as semi-hostage residence. While living within Russian imperial territory, Mickiewicz traveled to the Crimea Peninsula, a region historically associated with classical and Oriental cultural imagery, and he composed several famous sonnets dedicated to the landscape and history of that region. He left Russian territory in the year 1829 after obtaining official permission to travel abroad, but privately he had resolved never to return to Imperial Russian jurisdiction. He soon settled in the city of Paris, which at that time functioned as a major intellectual center for Polish political exiles. Before leaving his place of exile, he published the narrative verse work Konrad Wallenrod, a poetic story describing Lithuanian resistance and revenge against the medieval military domination of the Teutonic Order, which had historically controlled parts of the Baltic region. As a stylistic illustration of Mickiewicz's poetic manner, one lyric from the poem describes the river Vilnia, Wilia, which flows near the city of Kaunas before joining the larger river Neman River. The lyric symbolically compares the river to the destiny of a Lithuanian maiden whose beauty and love are linked to the flowing water. The maiden is portrayed as being separated from her native valley by tragic historical fate, similar to the exile experience of the Polish nation itself. In this poetic symbolism, the river Vilnia is described as loving the river Neman, but ultimately being carried away by the stronger current, representing the overwhelming force of historical destiny. Mickiewicz also drew heavily upon the legends and medieval history of Lithuania. In the poem Gryzina, he narrated a story of knightly warfare between Lithuanian defenders and their pagan enemies. This poem is believed to have influenced the revolutionary heroine Emilia Plater, who became famous for participating in the revolutionary struggle of the November Uprising 1830. After fighting alongside insurgent forces, Plater ultimately died and was buried within the forests of Lithuania, becoming a symbol of national sacrifice within Polish revolutionary memory. One of the largest and most celebrated works of Adam Mickiewicz, the eminent Polish poet, is his epic poem Pan Tadeusz, which many critics consider his masterpiece, composed in the year 1834. In this monumental production, Mickiewicz presents a vivid picture of Polish life during the campaign of Napoleon Bonaparte to Russia in the year 1812, interwoven with a delicate love story, which forms a necessary element of all narrative epics. Mickiewicz captures the daily lives and customs of the Polish nobility, or magnates, portraying their homes with all the old-fashioned grandeur and somewhat boisterous hospitality for which they were known. The narrative brings before the reader the intricate family feuds, the patriarchal manners, the luxurious lifestyles of the nobles, as well as the roles of Jews and peasants, giving a complete panorama of society at that historical moment. For Mickiewicz, this work was a labor of love, an effort to immortalize the customs and scenic landscapes of his native Lithuania, a land to which he, as an exile, perpetually cast longing eyes. The poem is suffused with the most exquisite descriptions of scenery, in which Mickiewicz demonstrated his supreme poetic power. In depicting forests, clouds, and the primeval woods of Lithuania, he rivaled, and some would argue equaled, the poetic abilities of William Wordsworth and Percy Bysshe Shelley in rendering natural landscapes. Lithuania, historically a land of vast forests, held its trees as sacred, and Mickiewicz evokes all the strange sights and eerie sounds encountered in the remote recesses of these ancient woods. In a striking passage, he presents his hero, Thaddeus, railing against the monotony of Italian skies, exclaiming with fervor, "For that Italian sky of yours, as I have heard of it, so blue and pure, is just like frozen water. Are not wind and storm 100 times more beautiful?" After his marriage in the year 1834, Mickiewicz ceased to produce poetry. The practical burdens of daily life and financial hardship, as he struggled to maintain himself and his family, seemed to have silenced his muse. In the year 1839, he accepted an appointment in Lausanne, Switzerland, as a professor of classical literature. However, before completing even a year in that post, he was summoned back to Paris to accept a newly established professorship in Slavonic literature at the Collège de France. Following the death of Alexander Pushkin, the great Russian poet, Mickiewicz had emerged as the undoubted leader of Slavonic literary studies, and the position appeared especially fitting. He delivered his lectures to large and attentive audiences, yet they did not notably enhance his reputation. Mickiewicz's knowledge of Slavonic literature beyond Polish was limited. His acquaintance with the other Slavonic languages extended little beyond Russian, and of Russian literature, he was familiar only with works preceding the death of Pushkin, who had once been his close friend. The lectures were further marred by numerous speculative derivations of words, revealing the absence of rigorous philological methodology in his studies. Nevertheless, Mickiewicz's reputation remained powerful among his countrymen, who were captivated by his charisma and authority as a poet. He could have continued to enthrall audiences with his aesthetic critiques and improvisations, but his path took a different turn under the influence of a visionary and fanatic named Toyansky. Towiansky's impact transformed Mikovic into a religious mystic, one whose creed included the extraordinary belief that the Napoleonic family was destined to produce the Messiah of the Polish nation, who would deliver Poland from oppression and restore it to liberty. This mystical and patriotic vision would shape the final phase of Mikovic's life and thought, intertwining his poetic genius with his enduring devotion to the fate of his homeland. As his lectures filled the air with these daring speculations, Adam Mickiewicz, the illustrious poet of the Polish-Lithuanian lands, became deeply obnoxious to the government. The authorities, uneasy with his influence and the power of his ideas, removed him from his office. This dismissal struck him like a thunderbolt. He was a man of simple habits, yet he carried upon his shoulders the heavy responsibility of a family. A wife and 6 children depended on him for their daily sustenance. His situation became precarious in the extreme. His wife, already a constant invalid, ultimately descended into madness, leaving Mikovic without the solace of a happy, if humble, household. Now we encounter a portrait of the poet, worn and stricken by life, yet still retaining a spark of his former fire, a light that had inspired generations. He was soon invited to undertake the editorship of a French newspaper, La Tribune de Peuples, a journal established in the early days of the French Republic. Yet, like so many revolutionary ventures, it was not destined to endure. The Russian socialist and thinker Alexander Herzen, in his compelling memoirs published in the journal Polar Star, Poliarnia Zvezda, describes the dinner held in Paris to celebrate the foundation of this paper. Herzen's account brings Mikovic vividly to life for us. When I arrived, Herzen recalls, I found a good number of guests already assembled. Among them there was hardly a single Frenchman, yet representatives from numerous nations, from Sicilians to Croats, were present. One person, in particular, drew my attention, Adam Mikovic. I had never seen him before. He stood by the fireplace, leaning with his elbow on the mantelpiece. The care and suffering upon his face were unmistakable, speaking more to his Lithuanian heritage than to Polish. His head bore abundant gray hair, his look weary, and his whole demeanor seemed a testament to unhappiness, to a familiarity with mental distress, almost to the brink of madness, the very embodiment of the fate of Poland itself. Something restrained him, preoccupied him, distracted him. His extraordinary mysticism, in which he was now increasingly immersed. Herzen approached him, and Mikovic immediately began to interrogate him about Russia. His connection with the country had been interrupted for years, and he was largely unaware of the literary developments that had occurred since the days of Alexander Pushkin, the renowned Russian poet. Though he had long championed the fraternal union of all the Slavonic peoples, a vision he had pioneered, having arranged their extempore speeches, the company sat down to dinner. At the close of the meal, Charles proposed his toast. Adam Mikovic, the great Polish poet, then rose to speak. His discourse was elaborate, clever, and extremely adroit. It was the kind of rhetoric that could have drawn public applause even from Louis Auguste Blanquy's contemporary barbs or the future Emperor Louis Napoleon Bonaparte. Yet for some, the speech produced a feeling of oppression. The more Mikovic developed his ideas, the greater the tension in the room, as all waited for the decisive word, the name that would make his meaning unmistakable. At last, Mikovic revealed it. He declared that democracy had assumed a new position in the world, and at its forefront was France. He spoke of France rising again to rescue all oppressed peoples, those living under foreign emperors and governments before whose banners and eagles all rulers had trembled. He proclaimed that this renewed revolution would be led by one of the members of that dynasty, crowned by the people, seemingly appointed by Providence itself to carry forward the path of legitimate authority and victory. When he finished, there was little response. Apart from slight applause from his supporters, a general silence fell over the room. Charles recognized the mistake Mikovic had made in speaking so boldly and, wishing to mitigate the effect of the speech, poured himself a glass and whispered, "What are you going to do?" The reply came firmly, "I will not say a word after that speech." Charles urged him again, but the refusal remained. Guests shifted their eyes to their plates, stared at their glasses, or engaged in quiet conversation with neighbors. Mikovic changed countenance, attempting to continue, but a loud voice interrupted with the words, "G, demand la parole." All attention turned to the speaker. A little old man, 70 years of age, entirely gray, with a strikingly energetic expression, stood holding a trembling glass in his hand. In his large black eyes and deeply lined face, anger and displeasure were unmistakable. This was Ramon de la Sagra, the Spanish thinker and statesman. He spoke with clear authority. To the 24th of February, he said, referencing the toast originally proposed by the host. Yes, to the 24th of February, and to the destruction of every kind of despotism, whether it be called regal or imperial, Bourbon or Bonaparte. I do not share the opinions of our friend Mikovic. He looks upon things as a poet, and may be right from his own point of view, but I cannot allow his words to pass without protest in such a meeting as this. Ramon de la Sagra continued in the same fervent strain, his voice carrying all the authority of 70 years and the passionate fire of a Spaniard determined to uphold principle over poetry, ensuring that the room acknowledged the limits of Mikovic's vision and the realpolitik of European affairs. When the discussion ended, approximately 20 persons present at the table extended their hands toward Adam Mikovic, including the narrator himself, among those who raised glasses in a gesture of social and intellectual recognition. Mikovic attempted to defend his position verbally, offering several explanatory remarks intended to justify his views, but his arguments failed to persuade the critical listener identified as José de la Sagra, who refused to yield in the dispute. The tension within the gathering increased until finally all participants rose from the dining table, and Mikovic left the room, ending the confrontation in silence. The poet did not completely free himself from the influence of the mystical religious and philosophical movement associated with Andrei Toyansky until the year 1848. Toyansky's teachings had exercised a strong spiritual influence over Mikovic during an earlier stage of his intellectual life. During the later years of his existence, Mikovic lived in conditions of poverty and social neglect. In the year 1852, political patronage from Napoleon Joseph Charles Paul Bonaparte, Prince Napoleon, secured for him a modest administrative position as librarian of the military archive, known as the Arsenal Library of Paris, located in the city of Paris. Mikovic remained politically loyal to the imperial family of Napoleon III, although this confidence was later shaken by political realities and personal disappointments. The final literary work produced by the great Polish poet cannot be considered artistically equal to his earlier masterpieces. Following the older literary tradition established by Polish Latin humanist writers, such as Jan Kanowski and Maciej Sarbiewski, Mikovic composed an ode in the Latin language dedicated to Napoleon III, celebrating the French capture of the fortress of Beaumarchais Fortress during the military operations associated with the Crimean War. However, the poem is generally judged to be of inferior artistic quality, especially because it treats contemporary military events in a style historically suited to classical antiquity, producing what critics later described as an anachronistic poetic structure. In the year 1855, Mikovic was sent by the French government on a combined literary and political mission to the city of Istanbul, which at that time functioned as the administrative and diplomatic capital of the Ottoman Empire. The mission had two principal objectives. First, Mikovic was instructed to gather information concerning the condition of Christian communities living under Ottoman authority, including reports on their educational development and access to manuscript collections preserved in regional libraries. Although contemporary observers later remarked, ironically, that the understanding of Eastern social realities within the French administrative system was extremely limited. Second, he was expected to assist in the organization of a Polish military formation, often referred to as a Polish Legion, which was intended to serve under Ottoman command in the war against the Russian Empire. The official instructions issued by the French Ministry of Public Instruction to Mikovic represented a curious diplomatic document. From a modern historical perspective, the mission appears anachronistic, almost belonging to an earlier century, illustrating how limited European knowledge of Ottoman social and religious conditions remained during the mid-19th century. The document also provides historical evidence explaining why the military alliance between the British Empire, the French Empire, and the Ottoman state was politically possible during the Crimean conflict. It must be stated clearly that meaningful political or humanitarian influence over Christian populations within Ottoman-controlled territories could not realistically be achieved through Polish political agency alone. This limitation was not intended as criticism of the Polish nation, but reflected the deep religious and cultural divisions separating the Polish Roman Catholic population from the Orthodox Christian communities of the Balkans, such as the Serbs and Bulgarians associated with the Eastern Orthodox Church. Scholars such as Eugene Melchior de Vogue later analyzed the Polish position within the broader context of Slavic political relations. Poland's historical conflicts with the Russian Empire were not only political, but also religious in character, extending over several centuries of competition between Catholic and Orthodox cultural spheres. Toward other Slavic nations engaged in national independence struggles, Polish political culture often maintained what observers described as aristocratic restraint and diplomatic distance. Some commentators compared this attitude to that of a once proud but impoverished aristocracy forced to coexist with social groups that had risen from lower historical status. Nevertheless, the analysis must recognize that the Polish nation possessed a tradition of courage, honor, and resilience shaped by repeated historical suffering and political humiliation. Nothing, it must be honestly said, could have been expected for the Slavic peoples from the poet Adam Mickiewicz's ambitious mission. Yet it was fated to end in the most tragic manner for Mickiewicz himself. He was at this time a widower, having lost his beloved wife, and he placed his children under the care of their aunt, seeking to escape for a while from the melancholy of his surroundings. On the 11th of September in the year 1855, Mickiewicz bade farewell to his family. He was accompanied on this journey by a Polish compatriot named Henryk Slezalski, and soon joined by a French friend, Armand Levy, who would later provide valuable letters recounting these travels. By the 23rd of September, the small party had already reached Constantinople, the magnificent capital of the Ottoman Empire, perched on the straits between the Black Sea and the Sea of Marmara. The letters offer vivid impressions of the city, impressions that have become familiar over time. The astonishing panoramas contrasted with the squalor of its streets. In Constantinople, Mickiewicz came into contact with several Polish officers serving under the Sultan who had ostensibly converted or claimed to have converted to Islam. Among them was Ilinski, a veteran of the Battle of Silistria, who had adopted the name Iskender Pasha. Ilinski's conduct, and that of his irregular Turkish troops, known as Başıbızuks, is recorded in extraordinary stories, many of them far from flattering. The poor man, unable to reconcile himself to the harsh and alien customs surrounding him, seems to have spent his time largely in drinking and gambling. To deceive the suspicions of the Turks, who were wary of his foreign origins, Ilinski carried a small flask of brandy concealed in a case designed to resemble the container used by a devout Turk for the Quran. Thus, while appearing to pray and reverently kiss the sacred book, he secretly drank from his hidden flask, a curious testament to the oddities forced upon those living in exile or service abroad. Truly, misery brings strange companions. Mickiewicz's own son, writing later of these adventures in a biography of his father, offers only tentative attempts to soften the impression of such episodes, yet even he does not fully succeed. The episode recalls other foreigners in the service of the Sultan, such as Claude Alexander de Bonneval, a Frenchman who had become a Turkish pasha in the previous century and is buried at Pera with a pious epitaph on his tomb, yet who amused himself by writing letters to Voltaire filled with French wit, mocking the very religious practices he was expected to uphold. Despite these difficulties, the health of Adam Mickiewicz was initially good, though he endured many inconveniences and, being impoverished, had to make do with humble lodgings. On the 1st of November in the year 1855, Armand Levy wrote to describe their accommodations. We're going to see a little house, which we have taken at the end of Pera, with a view on the Bosphorus and a room for each of us. We are getting quite aristocratic. Henry says wonderful things of our new domicile. I have not yet seen it, but I will tell you something about that which we are just leaving. A single room, and one of us located in each of the three corners. The door occupies the fourth corner, a mattress or carpet to lie on, our cloaks for a counterpane, our trunks for a table to eat upon, and your father's furnishes a sofa for visitors. Here, amid these modest arrangements, Mikovich attempted to sustain a measure of dignity and order, yet the strains of exile, combined with personal sorrow, foreshadowed the melancholy course that would mark the remainder of his life. On the 4th of November, Adam Mikovich wrote in a letter of his recent efforts to secure a home in the city of Constantinople, known today as Istanbul. He told his correspondent that he and his companions were going to occupy a small, charming house entirely for themselves. Everything seemed arranged, and the proprietor of the house was delighted at the prospect of their tenancy. But suddenly, opposition arose from the mullahs, the Turkish priests and religious authorities of the neighborhood. But they are Magyars, like myself, said Colonel Kaczynski, a Hungarian officer serving in the Turkish army, hoping to calm the dispute. But thou art a Gyar, came their reply. In the local vernacular, Gyar referred to an infidel, one who was not a Muslim. In truth, Colonel Kaczynski had only assumed a Turkish fez and a Turkish name, but had not converted to Islam. The priests added, "Thy servant is a Gyar, and thy wife goes out unveiled." Into this tense scene came Colonel Osman Bey, a man of Polish origin fully assimilated into Turkish life. He suggested they appeal to the Pasha, the governor of the district. Upon presenting the matter, the Pasha remarked that the Franks, meaning Europeans, were encroaching everywhere. "You fool," he said. "When the Franks have got you by the beard, do you dispute with them a single hair?" His answer revealed a stark pragmatism. Well then, let the Franks come. But the Turkish inhabitants, fearful and unwilling to tolerate the sight of rayas, non-Muslim subjects of the Ottoman Empire, deserted their homes, forcing Mikovich and his companions to relinquish their chosen house. Finally, on the 8th of November, Mikovich wrote that they had established themselves in a tolerably clean little house at the end of a narrow street in the district of Pera, the European quarter of Constantinople. Yet the lane was dirty, and a deadly cholera epidemic was raging throughout the city. According to the memoirs written by his son, the cholera in Constantinople was almost a permanent fixture, its severity waxing and waning but never disappearing entirely. Mikovich, already burdened by the weight of exile, was deeply depressed by the divisions among his fellow Poles. He carried a foreboding sense that France and the other European powers would soon abandon Poland in a treaty that would seal the fate of his homeland. After a brief illness, he succumbed to cholera on the 26th of November. Honoring his final wishes, his remains were brought back to Paris and laid to rest in the cemetery at Montmorency, alongside his wife. Over his grave, the poet Bohdan Zaleski delivered a moving funeral oration, commemorating the life of a man who had become a beacon of hope and culture for the Polish people. Yet this was not to be Mikovich's final resting place. In the year 1890, his remains were exhumed and transported to Krakow, now the heart of Polish national life. There, they were interred in the cathedral among the greatest and most deserving sons of Poland, in what has been described as the Santa Croce of fallen Sarmatia, a reference to the region of the old Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The streets of the city were filled with pilgrims from across Europe, many of whom could not find lodging and passed the night outdoors. Notably, peasants from the villages joined the throngs, and for that day, the Russian government, which controlled part of Poland at the time, relaxed the strict passport system, allowing them to attend the funeral. Through this immense outpouring of respect and devotion, it became clear that Adam Mikovich had risen to the position of the representative poet of Poland. With the singular exception of Alexander Pushkin, the great Russian poet, he stands among the foremost voices of the Slavonic peoples, a symbol of their culture, aspirations, and enduring spirit. Since the death of Adam Mikovich, who may be said to have been the founder of the Romantic school among the Poles, this literary movement has been further developed by the so-called Ukraine poets. These include Zaleski, Malzuski, Gosksinski, and Julius Slowacki. Franciszek Salazar Zaleski wrote the elegant poem Dutch Ode Stepu, translated as the spirit of the steppe. The inspiration for this work is drawn entirely from the Ukraine, a region of Eastern Europe that was, at one time, part of the Kingdom of Poland. Even in Zaleski's time, the Ukraine still counted many inhabitants who spoke the Polish language, preserving the culture and memory of the old Polish dominion. In Zaleski's words, "I mnie matka Ukraina, I mnie matka swego syna, upovila w pieśni u Ajone." Zardziejczk, which may be translated as, "Me also has my mother, the Ukraine, me her son, cradled in song on her bosom, the enchantress." Anton Malzuski, born in the year 1793 and dying prematurely in the year 1826 at the age of 33, wrote only one major poem, Mava. At the time of its publication, it attracted little attention, yet after the poet's death it achieved wide popularity. The opening verses of Mava are spirited and vivid, capturing the restless energy of the steppe and the unrestrained freedom of the Cossack horseman. Cossack on thy flying steed, whither art thou bounding? Is it the fleet hare thou wilt catch on the steppe surrounding? Or dost in thy fancy taste liberty the sweetest? Or wouldst try the Ukraine winds which of you is fleetest? Maybe thou dost soothe thy soul with that song's sad cadence, thinking of thy far-off love, comeliest of maidens. O'er thy brow the cap is pressed, slackened is the bridle. Clouds of dust along thy path show thy course not idle. Lo, that sunburnt face of thine, with what ardor glowing! How thine eyes enraptured shine, joy its sparkles throwing! Thy wild steed obeys like thee, then fleet as the swallow, with his eager neck outstretched, leaves the wind to follow. Out, poor peasant, from the road, lest a woe betide thee, lest the courier spill thy goods, and override thee, and thou dark bird of the sky, everything that greetest. Though around thou willst thy flight, man and steed are fleetest. Croak thou mayst, but croak'st in vain, of ill luck the prophet. Hide thy secret, for he's gone. Thou Alti, tell nothing of it. The poem continues with imagery of the setting sun and the vast Ukrainian steppe, unlit by the setting sun, onward ever driven. Like some messenger he seems, sent to men from heaven. You may hear his horse's hoof echo half a mile hence. Over all that mighty steppe lies a brooding silence. Never merry sound of night, nor of squire careering. Sad wind in the wheat, that is all you're hearing. And among the grass of graves, wizard voices sighing, where with withered reeds the brave, all unwrecked, are lying. 'Tis a music wild and sweet, voice of Polish nation, which preserves her memory fond for each generation. Only from the wild flowers now they their splendor borrow. What heart that knows their fate feels no pang of sorrow? Malzuski, who led a wandering and somewhat unsettled life, is said to have met the English poet George Gordon Byron, the famous Lord Byron, in Venice. It is even suggested that he influenced Byron in choosing the subject of his narrative poem Mazeppa, which tells the story of the Ukrainian hero tied to a wild horse. The chief poetical work of Antoni Edward Gosksinski is Zamek Kanyo, translated as The Tower of Kanyo, a romantic narrative poem filled with heroic exploits, local legends, and the dramatic atmosphere of Ukraine's steppes. Through Zaleski, Malzuski, and Gosksinski, the Romantic school in Poland preserved the memory of lost lands, freedom, and national identity, weaving into their poetry both the melancholy of exile and the unbroken spirit of the Polish nation. Among the poetic contemporaries of Adam Mickiewicz, two figures stand out as the most celebrated representatives of Polish Romantic literature, namely Julius Slowacki and Zygmunt Krasinski. Julius Slowacki was born in the town of Kremnitz, which at the time formed part of the region known as Russian-controlled Poland. In the year 1831, following the political upheavals associated with the national uprising against imperial authority. Slowacky left his native country and settled permanently in Paris, where he spent the remainder of his life in exile. His poetic style reveals intellectual and artistic influences derived from both Lord Byron and Victor Hugo, combining the passionate individualism of English Romanticism with the grand emotional drama characteristic of French Romantic literature. In his long narrative poem concerning the legendary historical figure Maurice Benioski, Slowacky demonstrated exceptional technical mastery of the poetic structure known as ottava rima, an Italian stanza form consisting of 8 lines with a fixed rhyme pattern that was historically used in epic and heroic poetry. Another great Romantic thinker was Zygmunt Krasinski, who was born in the city of Paris in the year 1812 and died in the year 1859. Krasinski was deeply influenced by mystical, philosophical, and religious concepts, and is generally regarded as one of the principal metaphysical poets of Polish Romanticism. His most important literary production was Niebieska Komedia, meaning the Undivine Comedy, a poetic drama that explores the tragic destiny of Poland through symbolic representation of social revolution, aristocratic decline, and national suffering. Because of the limited scope of the present historical summary, detailed criticism of minor Polish literary figures must be omitted, although it should be acknowledged that the number of secondary Polish authors during this period was very large. Before discussing contemporary writers of modern Poland, it is necessary to review earlier literary forms that introduced dramatic theater into Polish cultural life. The earliest theatrical performances in Poland were largely adaptations of French dramatic works. During the 18th century, French cultural influence dominated Polish aristocratic intellectual society, which led many playwrights to translate or imitate French theater rather than create original dramatic structures. Despite this influence, Polish national literary taste never fully accepted French stylistic domination. The poet Mickiewicz humorously illustrated this cultural tension at the beginning of his epic poem Pantadeausz, which depicts traditional Polish noble society resisting foreign cultural imitation. Direct imitation of the dramatic style of William Shakespeare was initially considered unsuitable for French-oriented Polish audiences. Although the English dramatist was admired by some Polish intellectuals, as mentioned in the writings of Ignacy Krasicki, Shakespearean theatrical style was generally not favored in classical Polish stage tradition. The Polish poet Stanisław Trembecki produced a Polish translation of the famous Shakespearean monologue, To Be or Not to Be, and a complete translation of Hamlet was later published in the city of Lviv in the year 1797. Modern Polish literary culture now possesses excellent translations of Shakespeare's works rendered into Polish blank verse poetic structure. The first genuinely original Polish comic theatrical writing in the modern sense appeared through the works of Alexander Fredro, who is credited with introducing authentic national comedy to Polish literature. Fredro had served as a soldier in the foreign military formations associated with Napoleon Bonaparte, participating in the disastrous French military expedition against the Russian Empire. He produced approximately 17 dramatic comic works. Although the stylistic influence of the French playwright Molière is clearly visible in Fredro's theater, the characters and social situations he depicted were fundamentally rooted in Polish aristocratic life, manners, and social interaction. His son, who died in the year 1891, also continued the family literary tradition by composing comedic plays. In the field of historical scholarship, several Polish historians achieved distinction during the 18th century. Among them were Adam Narasiewicz and Onufry Andrzej Kopczynski. Historical records sometimes vary regarding exact attribution, who contributed to the development of national historical writing. However, in the 19th century, these earlier historians were overshadowed by a more influential scholar, Joachim Lelewel, who once held a professorship at the university located in Vilnius and became one of the most important intellectual figures in Polish historical research and national historiography. Józef Ignacy Lelewel was born on the 22nd of March in the year 1786 in the city of Warsaw, the capital of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. His family had German origins, and his birth name was Lolhofel. His father, Charles Lolhofel, received Polish citizenship in the year 1777, at which time he altered the family name to Lelewel, though it retained a distinctly foreign sound. The accent of the name fell on the first syllable, in contrast to the rules of Polish pronunciation, where the accent traditionally rests on the penultimate syllable. In the year 1814, Józef Ignacy Lelewel was appointed deputy professor of history at the Imperial University of Vilnius, known in Polish as Wilno, marking the beginning of his active public career. In this position, he inspired great enthusiasm among his pupils and devoted himself not only to the responsibilities of teaching, but also to significant literary and scholarly work. After several years of service, he moved to Warsaw, where he became librarian to the University of Warsaw. Despite this, he was soon invited back to Wilno, where he was received with open arms. The young Adam Mickiewicz, the future Polish national poet, dedicated one of his finest odes to Lelewel in recognition of his scholarly influence. In the year 1823, the government of the Russian-controlled Polish territories began prosecuting members of secret patriotic societies in Wilno. As a result of these actions, Lelewel lost his post and returned to Warsaw. There, he began writing a series of important historical monographs, particularly focusing on the history of the ancient Carthaginians. His research demonstrated not only depth of scholarship, but also a meticulous attention to sources and detail. When the revolution of the year 1830 broke out, Lelewel was elected a member of the Provisional National Government and named president of the Patriotic Society, a secret organization advocating Polish independence. Although his temperament was contemplative and more suited to study than political action, and although he had spent much of his life buried in the dust of libraries, he assumed a leadership role in the turbulent times. His political career, however, met with frustration. After the suppression of the insurrection, he narrowly escaped the punitive measures decreed by the conquerors and sought refuge in the city of Paris. In the year 1832, he was forced to leave Paris and settled in Brussels, where he spent 29 years living in relative poverty and devoting himself to arduous scholarly labor. During this period, Lelewel produced an extraordinary range of works on Polish history, as well as publications on geography, numismatics, and archaeology. His erudition was not merely literary. He personally engraved the maps and coin illustrations that accompanied his works. Among his most celebrated publications were Numismatique du Moyen Age, published in 2 volumes in 1835, Geography du Moyen Age, published in 4 volumes between 1850 and 1852, Poland in the Middle Ages, issued in Polish between 1845 and 1851, and Foundations of Universal History. His contributions were recognized not only by his fellow Poles, but by scholars across Europe, who acknowledged his services to both Polish and universal history, and to the study of geography, particularly the geography of the ancient world. In Brussels, Lelewel lived for many years in a modest apartment consisting of 2 small rooms. In one, he slept, worked, and received ordinary visitors, while the other, slightly better furnished, was reserved for special occasions. Each morning he was attended by an elderly Polish housekeeper, who proudly recounted that Józef Poniatowski, the Polish general who perished by drowning in the Elster River during the Battle of Leipzig in the year 1813, had once taken a draught from her flask. Thus, even amid humble surroundings, the echoes of Poland's heroic past remained present in Lelewel's daily life. In spite of all his learning and profound philosophy, Joachim Lelewel, the distinguished Polish historian and scholar, never managed to learn the simplest domestic skills. He could not set his room in order, nor make his bed. He lived in conditions far worse than those of the poorest artisan in Brussels. Yet he steadfastly refused to accept contributions from wealthier compatriots. In the depths of winter, in a room that could scarcely be warmed, a Polish lady, moved by compassion during his absence, had a stove installed. When Lelewel returned, he promptly removed it, much as Dr. Samuel Johnson, the celebrated English writer, once expelled shoes given to him out of kindness. In the end, he permitted only a pipe connecting his room to a neighboring chamber that was adequately heated. Even in the severest frost, he frequently opened the windows. Coffee was a rare indulgence, reserved for once a week, while on other days he contented himself with bread and milk for breakfast. Visitors from Poland, recalling his former service as a minister, would address him as Your Excellency. Lelewel would not permit this formality. He also refused the ordinary Mr., insisting only on being called citizen. During his morning hours, he worked barefoot, clad in felt shoes and an old gray cloak, with a pocket handkerchief, once white but now brown, pinned to his knees for convenient access, as he was a devoted snuff-taker. Yet in the midst of this humble existence, his linen was always meticulously clean. At midday, dressed in a blue workman's blouse, he would make his way to a modest public house, where he partook of a frugal meal among the artisans who frequented the establishment. Lelewel never took long walks, so to maintain his health he ran through the streets at a brisk trot. No one jostled him. He was universally respected, both by the highborn and the humble. On one occasion, a woman who kept the eating house, at the instigation of his friends, tried to provide him with better food at the same price. He immediately perceived the gesture and firmly refused all future efforts of charity. His poverty was voluntary, a conscious expression of his democratic principles. Lelewel accepted only the humblest payment for his work. When entrusted by the Corporation of Brussels, the municipal authorities, with arranging and cataloging the city collection of coins, he charged a mere 1 franc a day for this crucial and scholarly undertaking. On another occasion, while carrying proofs of his work, coins of the Middle Ages, to the private house of his publisher, he was mistaken for a beggar. The cook, seeing an elderly man in a blue workman's blouse with a massive cap, promptly shut the door in his face. After a long and fruitless attempt to gain entry, he finally declared, "I am Lelewel." The cook, realizing her error, begged his pardon with tears in her eyes. In the year 1861, the veteran historian and scholar, then 75 years of age, fell gravely ill. Some of his devoted friends succeeded in persuading him to allow himself to be taken to Paris, where a comfortable room had been prepared for him in the house of Dr. Dubois, a respected physician of the French capital. He consented only on the condition that all expenses should be covered by the profits of his published works. Yet, tragically, 3 days after his arrival, he passed away, leaving behind a remarkable legacy of scholarship and patriotic dedication. Many fascinating details of the life and career of this extraordinary enthusiast are preserved in the pages of Ernichman's Geschichte der polnischen Literatur, or History of Polish Literature. Further insights were obtained from the late Monsieur Altmaier, who had served as professor of modern history at the University of Brussels and who had known the historian intimately. Through Altmaier, it was learned that the historian possessed numerous relics of the Polish insurrection of 1830, including some of the original flags and important documents from that revolutionary struggle. Subsequent writers have given full recognition to the learning, diligence, and industrious scholarship of this historian. Yet his interpretations of Polish history have not been universally accepted. He often examined the nation from a democratic perspective, emphasizing the influence of the people in earlier stages of Polish history, where such influence may have been minimal or largely symbolic. His seminal work, History of Poland, is no longer considered the definitive account, as more recent scholarship. However, the historian was far less successful in this speculative field than he had been in his earlier historical investigations. Contemporary and later critics did not accept his conjectural reconstruction of national origins, and his theory failed to gain lasting scholarly authority. The final publication of this historian concerned the 17th century wars involving the Cossacks, semi-autonomous warrior communities living in the borderlands between Polish, Ukrainian, and steppe territories. During that turbulent century, the Cossack military communities eventually revolted against the Polish Commonwealth authorities and later transferred their political allegiance toward the expanding Russian imperial power. The historian whose works are being described died in the year 1868. Józef Sudzki, known in Polish as Józef Sudzki, was born in the town of Tarnow located in the historical region of Galicia in the year 1835. He achieved scholarly and literary recognition through his major historical synthesis titled Historia Polski według najnowszych badań, meaning the history of Poland according to the latest historical investigations, a four-volume scholarly work published in the city of Lviv between the years 1862 and 1865. Besides his academic historical scholarship, Sudzki also wrote several dramatic theatrical works that gained popularity among Polish audiences for combining national historical themes with emotional narrative structure. Another important historian of the 19th century was Henryk Schmidt, who was born in the year 1817 and died shortly before the present historical writing was completed. Among his most significant historical contributions were studies on the reign of Stanislaw August Poniatowski, the final monarch of the Polish Commonwealth, and biographical research concerning Hugo Kołłądź, an influential intellectual and political reformer associated with the Polish Enlightenment movement. Reference has already been made to the classical historical study by Walerian Kalinka concerning the political institution known as the 4 Years' Diet, the Legislative Assembly of the Polish Commonwealth, which operated between the years 1788 and 1792 and attempted to introduce constitutional reform. He also published in the city of Poznan in the year 1868 a historical investigation titled The Last Years of the Reign of Stanislaw August Poniatowski, analyzing the final political collapse of the Polish monarchy. Winsony Zakrzewski, born in the year 1844, produced an important scholarly work examining the history of the Protestant Reformation movement within Polish territory. He also published in the city of Krakow in the year 1878 a detailed historical description of the prolonged interregnum period following the flight of Henry de Valois, during which Poland experienced intense political fragmentation combined with religious conflict. Among living Polish historians of the period were Stanisław Smolka and Michael Bobrzyński, both contributing to modern historical scholarship. Turning to Polish novelistic literature, special attention must be given to the extraordinary literary productivity of Józef Ignacy Kraszewski, one of the most prolific writers in European literary history. His principal works were historical novels that attempted to reconstruct various periods of Polish national history through fictional narrative. By the year 1879, when he celebrated the 50th anniversary of his literary career, the total number of his published works reached approximately 250 separate titles across multiple genres. One of his most popular novels was Yermila the Potter, a tragic narrative resembling in thematic structure the English novel Silas Marner by George Eliot, although Kraszewski's work was published in the year 1857, preceding the appearance of the English novel. Kraszewski was later arrested by governmental authorities on accusations that he had allegedly obtained military maps and plans of German frontier fortifications for purposes considered politically suspicious. He was sentenced to imprisonment inside the fortress of Magdeburg Fortress in the city of Magdeburg. Subsequently, he was released on parole, but he violated the conditions of that parole and left confinement. After these events, he lived in exile in Geneva, where he died in the year 1887. Another widely admired historical novelist of the later period was Henryk Sienkiewicz, author of celebrated historical narratives such as With Fire and Sword and The Deluge, both of which have been translated into English. His novels present powerful dramatic reconstructions of 17th century Polish military history. Russian critics frequently objected that his literary portrayals tended to emphasize Polish heroic virtues while depicting the Ukrainian and Ruthenian populations, historically called Little Russian communities in imperial terminology, in a manner that they considered overly negative or simplified. We must now turn our attention to the lesser luminaries of Polish poetry, those who followed, in part, the school of Adam Mickiewicz, the towering figure of the 19th century. Among them, The first to be noted is Konstantin Gasinski, a close friend of Mikovich, who passed away in the year 1868. Gasinski's lyrical compositions won great popularity, so much so that many of his songs became part of the common songbooks of Poland. Yet it is his sonnets that most faithfully preserve his artistic spirit and ought to secure his lasting remembrance. One such sonnet, addressed to his mother on Christmas Eve, resonates with beauty and tenderness. He wrote, "Mother, it is now 5 years that the trees, all bare, with snow have glistened, 5 times winter's cold, has breathed, since inmates of a happy fold. Upon this holy eve we knelt in prayer. Forlorn, thou castest sad eyes everywhere. What time the number of thy flock is told, and sayest, we had our Constantine of old, but strangers with him now their Christmas share. Oh, mother, when thou prayest at eve deploring, to Mary, with thy accent low and sweet, the voices of our hearts shall blend and meet, and the glad angels to the heaven upbearing shall bear 2 fragrant flowers twined in one wreath, the prayers that lonely son and mother breathe." Another graceful poet still living is Theophilus Leonardowicz, born in the year 1822. He left his native Poland in the revolutionary year of 1848, a time of upheaval across Europe, and since that time he has resided chiefly in the Italian city of Florence. Leonardowicz is not only a poet but also a sculptor, and his works reveal profound religious feeling, evident in compositions such as the powerful poem entitled Lazarus, Arise. His poems were published in the city of Posen, known today as Poznan, in 2 volumes in the year 1863. It is also necessary to mention Vincent Poy, the author of a poem celebrating the life and works of Wit Stwasz, the renowned Polish architect and sculptor of the 15th century, famed for his monumental altarpiece in the Church of St. Mary in Krakow. Another poet of note is Wenceslas Kondratowicz, who wrote under the pseudonym Syrakomla. Both Poy and Kondratowicz enjoy well-deserved reputations among their fellow countrymen for their contributions to Polish literature and culture, preserving the spirit of the nation even in times of political subjugation. In Cornelius Ujejski, born in the year 1823 in Galicia, a province that at the time was under the rule of the Austrian Empire and situated in the southeastern part of what is now Poland and western Ukraine, we find one of the most powerful of the modern Polish lyrical poets. His celebrated verses, Z Drum Zarv, achieved immense popularity across Poland, both in his time and in ours. These poems were written during the terrifying uprising of the Galician peasantry in the year 1846, a period marked by extreme violence and social unrest, in which revolting peasants attacked the nobility, and neighbors turned against one another in a bloody conflict that shocked the entire region. Ujejski's words rise above this chaos, a voice both mournful and defiant, addressed to God. Mid smoke of burnings, mid blood of brothers, our voice, O God, goes up today. This fearful woe our groan half smothers. With long-spent anguish our heads are gray. Our songs are only songs of wailing. A crown of thorns is about our brow. Like monuments of thy wrath prevailing, our hands are stretched with their proffered vow. Oft hast thou scourged us. Our wounds all bleeding show ghastly from thy heavenly rod. But still he will pity, is all our pleading, for he is our Father. He is our God. The verses capture the horror of a world in which sons, slave fathers, and brothers turn upon one another, a brood of Cain surrounding the poet and his people. Yet even amid this violence, Ujejski's poetry rises toward hope, toward faith in divine justice and eventual liberation. We haste to thy stars and seek thy breast. Like weary birds with our prayers we're flying, and long to find some peaceful nest. Give us thy grace in our toils to arm us. Safe in thy folds thy children keep. The fragrance of grief's crushed flower shall charm us. The halo of chastening light our sleep. With thy archangel before us towering, on we'll march to the great strife. On, and o'er the body of Satan cowering, we'll plant thy banner for victory won. This lyric voice, imbued with both despair and defiance, captures the spirit of Poland under foreign domination, a nation torn apart yet unbroken in soul. Among contemporary Polish poets, the best-known figure is Adam Asnik, whose work is chiefly lyrical. He resides in Krakow, one of the historical centers of Polish cultural life. Among Polish women writers, the most popular poetess is Maria Konopnicka, whose compositions also reflect the challenges and hopes of her nation. Despite the hardships under which the dismembered country labored following its partitions, there remain four fairly active centers of Polish literature. Warsaw, the capital of the region historically associated with the Polish crown. Krakow, the ancient royal city and former capital. Lemberg, now known as Lviv, a city in eastern Galicia, which preserved Polish cultural life under Austrian rule. And Posen, now Poznan, though the latter was much less active because the province had been more completely Germanized under the policies of the Kingdom of Prussia. These cities became the crucibles in which the Polish language, poetry, and intellectual spirit continued to survive, nurturing the literary heart of a nation deprived of its political independence. The University of Warsaw, once a center of Polish learning and culture, had, since the suppression of the late insurrection, been thoroughly Russified. Russian authorities imposed their language, curriculum, and administration, seeking to erase Polish influence and loyalty within the institution. Yet the cities of Krakow and Lemberg, known in Polish as Krakow and Lviv, remain bastions of Polish intellectual life. Both boasted eminent professors, scholars whose work preserved the spirit of Polish learning. The Academy of Krakow, founded in the year 1372, played a central role in this revival. Under its supervision, editions of rare Polish authors from the 16th century were being carefully prepared and published, preserving the literary heritage of the nation. In addition, numerous learned journals and reviews appeared in the Polish language, rivaling the highest standards of scholarship found in English, French, and German publications, demonstrating the resilience and vitality of Polish intellect despite foreign oppression. Turning now from institutions to the people, one cannot consider the story of Poland without examining the social and political conditions of the kingdom, or more accurately, the Republic, known in Polish as the Rzeczpospolita, during the period of its independence. The disappearance of Poland from the map of Europe, after 800 years of existence, remains one of the most striking phenomena in European history. Many have asked what forces, what errors, what misfortunes led to the fall of a country that once held such prominence in the affairs of the continent. In earlier times, the crown of Poland, more or less hereditary in the families of the Piasts and the Jagiellos, became, through complex political developments, a purely elective monarchy. Kings such as Henri de Valois, who reigned briefly in the year 1574 before returning to France, and Stephen Batory, the Prince of Transylvania, ascended the throne not by birthright, but through election by the Polish nobility. Even after their reigns, the next three kings, though members of the Jagiello family, came from side branches rather than the direct line, demonstrating the elective nature of the monarchy. Michael Korybut, who reigned from the year 1669 to 1673, and John III Sobieski, famous for his victory at the Battle of Vienna in the year 1683, were not directly connected to any royal lineage, yet they were chosen by the assembly of nobles to rule the nation. After the reign of Augustus of Saxony, the throne was secured by his son, continuing a dynastic pattern imposed by foreign and domestic political forces rather than by traditional hereditary succession. At the heart of this elective monarchy lay the Pacta Conventa, agreements signed by each king upon his election. These documents outline the obligations and limitations of the monarch, ensuring that the power of the throne remained constrained by law and custom. The Pacta Conventa represented both the strength and vulnerability of the Republic. They guaranteed the liberties of the nobility, but at the same time, they limited the capacity of the king to enact reforms or defend the state against foreign threats. This unique system, while remarkable in its attempt to balance authority and freedom, ultimately contributed to the fragility that would leave Poland exposed to the designs of neighboring empires. After the period of Henry de Valois, Every sovereign who ascended the throne of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth was required to solemnly swear obedience to a complex collection of constitutional limitations known as the Royal Pacta Conventa, meaning the agreed contractual obligations imposed upon a monarch by the political nation dominated by the noble class. These Pacta Conventa were rooted in a long historical process by which the Polish nobility had gradually extracted political privileges from the crown since the reign of Louis I of Hungary, who ruled Poland between the years 1370 and 1382. During and after his reign, the noble estate progressively transformed the monarchy into a highly restricted elective system. Additional constitutional clauses were added over time, forming a distinctive political structure. The principal provisions may be summarized as follows. First, the king was forbidden to attempt to influence the Senate of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth in selecting the successor to the throne. The Polish state operated as an elective monarchy rather than a hereditary one, and the nobility feared royal dynastic consolidation. Second, the monarch was required to strictly observe agreements previously made with the religious minority population known collectively as the dissidents, Polish religious minorities, which included Protestant and other non-Roman Catholic communities. Third, no declaration of war and no military expedition could be launched without the consent of the Legislative Assembly known as the Sejm of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, a body representing the noble estate. Fourth, taxation could not be imposed unless approved by the same Diet Assembly, reflecting the deep suspicion of centralized fiscal authority. Fifth, the king was deprived of the independent right to appoint diplomatic ambassadors to foreign royal courts, thereby limiting independent foreign policy. Sixth, when disagreement occurred among the senators advising the monarch, he was obliged to follow only those opinions that were consistent with existing law and demonstrably beneficial to the national interest. Seventh, the king was required to maintain a permanent royal advisory council composed of 16 members. This council was structured with 4 bishops representing the ecclesiastical hierarchy of the Roman Catholic Church within the state, for palatines who were high provincial governors of major administrative regions, and 8 castellans who were officials responsible for the defense and administration of fortified districts. These 16 councillors were not permanent. Instead, they were replaced every 6 months through selection by ordinary Diet assemblies. Eighth, a general legislative diet was required to meet at least once every 2 years, ensuring continuous political oversight. Ninth, each session of the diet was restricted in duration and could not exceed 6 weeks, a rule intended to prevent prolonged central authority. 10th, only individuals born within the nation could hold high governmental office, ecclesiastical benefice, or administrative dignity. 11th, the king was prohibited from marrying or divorcing without the consent of the diet, because royal marriage alliances were considered matters of national political significance. These restrictions defined the limits of royal authority and illustrated the extraordinary power of the noble estate. The population of the Commonwealth could be divided into several legally and socially distinct orders. First stood the nobles, known in Polish as the szlachta, a hereditary military and landholding class that possessed political privileges. According to Polish legal tradition, a noble was defined as an individual who either owned a freehold estate or could prove descent from ancestors who had possessed such land. Members of this class were expected to follow no commercial or manual trade and were free to choose their residence. Under this definition, almost all social groups except burghers and peasants were theoretically classified within noble society. All nobles were considered legally equal by birth, and the law explicitly stated that noble titles alone did not confer hierarchical precedence. Political representation of the nobility was exercised through their deputies in the Diet Assembly. However, there was a social paradox within this system. If a noble engaged in commercial enterprise, he risked losing noble status. As a result, the country contained a large number of impoverished minor gentry who lived by serving wealthier nobles in military or domestic retinues. This social condition was captured in the popular Polish proverb, Slaksik na zagradzi roni wojwadzi, meaning that a nobleman living on his small rural holding was legally equal to a voivode, the high provincial official sometimes translated as palatine. In the society of Old Poland, the display of arms was a mark of noble status, and it was a privilege reserved exclusively for the nobility. As the scholar and historian Mr. Naganowski informs us, it was not uncommon to see the Zashienkowics, those inhabitants of the Zashienki, small rural estates occupied by lesser nobility, plowing their fields barefooted, yet carrying an old, rusty sword tied to their side by a simple piece of string. These were men whose noble birth remained their principal distinction, even when their means were humble and their lives closely intertwined with the soil they cultivated. The French observer and writer Hauteville provides a vivid account of the lifestyle of the Polish nobles at the close of the 17th century, a time before the kingdom had declined into political insignificance and lost its status as a major power in Europe. He notes that when the Polish nobles organized a feast, every guest was expected to bring their own knife, fork, and spoon, for it was not customary to lay any cutlery on the table. Around the tablecloth, a piece of linen was sewn, serving as makeshift napkins. Once all the guests had arrived, the gates of the house were shut and not reopened until every member of the assembly had risen from the table and all the plate and utensils had been accounted for. For if such precautions were neglected, the foemen might pilfer from the service. Every person of quality or member of the noble class possessed a hall in his residence, known as the banqueting hall. Within this hall, there was always a side table, raised and surrounded by balusters, upon which the tablecloth remained in place until it had become very soiled. This side table was lavishly covered with plate and silverware, demonstrating the wealth and status of the host, and above it a platform was arranged for musicians, who typically performed with violins and organs. These carefully observed customs reveal the intricate balance between display, security, and ceremonial propriety that governed the social life of the Polish nobility at the dawn of the 18th century. In the social world of 18th century Poland, the customs of hospitality were marked by ceremony and surprising generosity, yet tinged with a peculiar hierarchy. When a Polish gentleman extended an invitation to a feast, it was expected that each guest would bring along his footmen, the personal attendants who accompanied him as part of his household. As soon as the guests were seated at the table, each of them would take the loaf of bread before him and cut off one half, which he then placed on a separate plate along with a generous portion of meat for his servant. The servant, after sharing it with a comrade if more than one attended, would remain standing behind his master, eating quietly from the plate he had been given, in a display of both loyalty and shared indulgence. If the master called twice for a glass of wine or any other liquor, the servant would bring an equal amount and drink from the same glass without rinsing it, a ritual that emphasized closeness and trust between master and servant. Although enormous quantities of meat were presented during the feast, nothing was returned to the kitchen. The servants eagerly consumed every portion, and the ladies of the house made certain that each attendant carried away a napkin filled with the dry sweetmeats or fruits that had accompanied the meal. Once the feast was concluded, the guests and their attendants often proceeded to the dance floor, continuing the evening with music and movement, blending hierarchy, indulgence, and celebration into a single, vivid social ritual. This custom illustrates the elaborate etiquette of the Polish nobility, the importance of servants in daily life, and the theatrical nature of aristocratic hospitality in the late 18th century. In the latter days of the Polish Republic, the nobility, the privileged class that had long shaped the political and social life of the kingdom, was steadily declining in both influence and numbers. It was doubted whether a general levy, called to muster all able-bodied men for defense, could even bring together as many as 150,000 soldiers. Most estates were heavily mortgaged, burdened by debts that left the landowners increasingly dependent on borrowed wealth. The nobles themselves preferred a life of luxury at court or in the towns. They frequently traveled, flaunting wealth and conspicuously imitating the refined manners of the French aristocracy, whose culture had long captivated the European elite. The clergy, from the time of the introduction of Christianity into Poland, had amassed large estates, which grew steadily through frequent donations from nobles seeking spiritual favor or social prestige. By the year 1669, it was feared that most of the landed property of the kingdom might fall permanently into the hands of the church. In response, the Polish parliament passed a law forbidding the alienation of lands to the church under the penalty of forfeiture. The bishops held seats in the Senate, the upper house of the Polish legislative body, and were usually appointed by the king, but their positions required confirmation from the Pope in Rome. The Archbishop of Gniezno, known in Polish as Gniezno, served as the primate of Poland, holding the highest rank among the clergy and acting as viceroy during any interregnum, a period between kings. In civil affairs, the clergy were subject to ordinary courts of justice. In criminal matters, a cleric would first be arrested by the civil authorities and then tried in the consistorial court, a tribunal operating under the jurisdiction of each bishop within his diocese. If convicted, the cleric would be remitted to the civil power to undergo the penalty prescribed for the crime. Thus, while the Polish clergy wielded great influence, they were not allowed to grow into an independent power, an imperium in imperio within the state. Yet until the time of the dismemberment of Poland in the late 18th century, any papal bull sent into the kingdom could be executed by the clergy without requiring the consent of the civil authorities. Until the year 1538, ecclesiastics were allowed to hold civil appointments, but this practice was later forbidden. Subsequent laws made the clergy liable to taxation, removing the privileges they had previously enjoyed. The burghers, the tradesmen and artisans who formed the town's middle class, occupied a peculiar and constrained position. In most towns, they were primarily Germans or Jews. The absolute bondage of the peasantry under the nobles prevented the growth of a native, independent middle class, leaving commerce and trade in the hands of foreigners. This absence of a strong national bourgeoisie is often cited as a critical factor in the fall of the Republic, as no intermediate class existed to mediate between the nobility and the peasants. The burghers were not governed by Polish law, but by specific municipal legal codes. In the southern Polish towns, they adhered to the Jus Magdeburgicum, a set of laws originating in the German city of Magdeburg, while in the northern regions, including Masovia and Kujavia, the Culm law, derived from the Teutonic Order settlements, largely governed their rights and obligations. A local rural magistrate operating under these social and legal structures was called a Saltus, sometimes rendered in German as Voigt, spelled in Polish pronunciation as watched. The Saltus or Voigt functioned as the administrative head of a village community, supervising local order, collecting dues, and representing higher authority within rural settlements. The social and political condition of the city of Krakow, which had once been the principal royal capital of Poland, provides a representative illustration of urban life in the Commonwealth. In the fourth volume of the historical source collection, known as Monumenta Medii Evae Historica Residential Gesti Polonii Illustrantia, extracts are preserved from the early municipal record books of Krakow. These records reveal that German linguistic and administrative influence was very strong among the urban citizenry. Indeed, German personal names predominate among the burghers, and most of the preserved municipal entries are written in the German language rather than Polish, reflecting the migration of German settlers and the commercial connections of medieval Central European towns. The earliest legal charter of the city is associated with the grant of the Magdeburg rights, known in Latin as Jus Magdeburgicum, which established a semi-autonomous urban legal order based upon the municipal model of the German city of Magdeburg. This privilege was granted to Krakow by Boleslaw V the Chaste, who ruled during the period from the year 1227 to the year 1279. Later, the town of Kazimierz, which had been established as a separate urban settlement near Krakow, also received Magdeburg municipal law in the year 1335 from Casimir III the Great, the monarch renowned for administrative and legal reforms. Over time, however, Kazimierz declined in importance. During the period of Russian imperial administration, The authorities reclassified the settlement as a posad, a term used in the Russian administrative system to designate a minor urban locality. When royal charters were issued granting urban incorporation, the Latin formula was often inserted. Transfero Hanc Willem ex jure Polonico in jus Teutonicum, meaning that the village was transferred from Polish customary law into German municipal law. Urban prosperity did develop among some merchant families. Historical chroniclers Jan de Lugas and Marcin Kromer recorded the wealth of certain burgher citizens. One celebrated example was a citizen named Wierzynek, who organized a magnificent banquet in honor of Casimir III the Great on the occasion of the marriage of the king's granddaughter. The marriage celebration also honored Charles IV, Holy Roman Emperor, who was also regarded as a beloved ruler of the Czech people. The grand diplomatic banquet was attended by the kings of Denmark, Kingdom of Hungary, and the monarch of Kingdom of Cyprus, illustrating the international prestige of the Polish royal court during that era. Most smaller towns were effectively under the property authority of noble landowners and functioned in a manner comparable to certain early medieval urban communities in Western Europe. The legal reform of the year 1768 weakened noble judicial authority because that authority had been widely abused. As partial compensation, the nobles were granted the right to increase the obligatory services and dues demanded from the burgher population. The abolition of similar feudal judicial powers in the British Isles occurred later, in the year 1747, when the criminal jurisdiction of Highland clan chiefs was removed by parliamentary authority and monetary compensation of £132,000 was granted to offset the loss of aristocratic power. The peasants of Poland were originally divided into two distinct classes, each defined by the degree of personal freedom they possessed and the obligations they owed to the landowners. The first class included those who were personally free, yet bound to perform certain services for their lord. In medieval Polish documents, they are usually called kmitens, and in Latin texts of the period, kmitones. In the vernacular Polish language, they were known as kmisi. The terminology is not always used consistently, but it is clear that these free peasants retained a degree of autonomy, particularly over the land they cultivated. The second class comprised peasants in the strictest sense. They were the property of their masters, entirely bound to the will of the noble landowners, and enjoyed no legal rights. Over time, as the nobles increasingly encroached upon the privileges of the free peasants, even the kmitens gradually became bound to the soil, losing their independence. Many of the taxes which the nobles themselves sought to evade were transferred to the peasants, whose condition deteriorated steadily under this burdensome system. The land held by the free kmitens was originally of two sorts. The first, called the zvloka or lawn, approximately 30 acres, was inheritable and the lord had no legal right to dispossess the tenant. The second, known as the ziola, was a piece of land rented for a fixed number of years. Its name derived from the word walla, meaning will, because it was granted at the discretion of the lord, and the tenant received it again only when the rental term had expired. Typically, the tenant would leave this holding at Christmas, the customary time for such transitions. Polish legal codes from early times repeatedly attest to the injustices inflicted upon the kmitens by the nobles, who devised innumerable methods to seize their property. It was a rare defender of peasant rights, King Casimir the Great, who resisted these encroachments, earning him the distinguished nickname that has been remembered in history. The final blow to the independence of the kmitens came in 1496 with a law that forbade any plebeian or commoner from possessing landed property. Under this statute, no distinction was to be made between the zvloka and the ziola, effectively consolidating land ownership in the hands of the nobility. The law applied equally to burghers, the townspeople, who were also barred from owning land, thereby leaving the nobles as the sole proprietors. This restriction on property rights, as noted by the historian Joachim Lelewel, was accompanied by outrages and severe curtailments of personal liberty. By a clause in the same statute, any peasant who wished to travel from one locality to another was required to obtain a written permission or missio, from his lord, treating him as if he were already a serf. The starostas, the local royal officials responsible for districts, were forbidden to issue a salvis conductus, or passport, to the peasants. Instead, they were compelled to verify that the Kmetans possessed proper authorization from the authorities of the estate to which they belonged. In practice, the only passport of value was one issued by the lord himself. Those who traveled without such documentation were classified as fugitives or vagrants. Legal citations from statutes of 1504, 1505, and 1543 make this explicit. Terra generum nostrorum subditus Kmetanibus, civibus, Apidanus eut semis, capitanii locorum salvos conductus dare non debet. In all matters of law, the lord acted as the representative of his Kmetan. The peasant could not bring proceedings against his lord, nor against any other noble, unless he could secure the intervention of a noble protector who would act on his behalf. This system effectively stripped the peasants of agency, binding them ever more tightly to the will and control of the landed nobility. Then the conflict became one between the nobles themselves. The Kmetan, the term for the peasant tenant or serf, was merely the object or occasion of the dispute. One can easily imagine how little chance there was of obtaining justice under such circumstances, when the lives and livelihoods of the lower classes depended entirely on the whims of the aristocracy. All these oppressions were stark deviations from the enactments of Casimir the Great, the king of Poland who reigned from 1333 to 1370. Casimir the Great had explicitly recognized the freedom of the Kmetans and labored to make it secure. He protected the zvlokas, or inheritable property of the Kmetans, declaring that it was in no way liable for the debts of their lords. According to the Statute of Wislica, one of the oldest codified laws of Poland, it was written, Ex jure divis oteniter quod iniquitas unius alteri non debito bes. Statuto hoc debet teneri, quod propena milicis aut fiduciaria caution et smeto non debet impignorari, sed se tenetur miles aut cuivis alter solvat de propriis bonis. This meant that the Kmetan could not be punished or seized for the debt of his lord. If the lord or any other person wished to satisfy a debt, they could only do so from their own possessions. The statute also guaranteed the right of Kmetans to leave their masters, offering a rare measure of autonomy. Yet in Poland, as in Russia, history points to the gradual enslavement of the lower orders. In the year 1347, a fine was enacted for the murder of a peasant, but as the chronicler Marcin Chroma records, the lords retained the power of life and death over their serfs. This brutal authority remained legally in force until 1768, when the murder of a peasant was formally declared a capital crime. Even then, the enforcement of justice was made almost impossible. The murderer had to be caught in the act, and 2 noblemen or 4 peasants had to attest to the crime. If these witnesses could not be found, the punishment was limited to a fine. In earlier centuries, each serf was valued at 10 marks, equivalent at the time to roughly 12 shillings. Many instances occurred of shameful abuse of power by the nobles. The French traveler Louis de Hauteville remarked with astonishment at this heathenish custom of lords holding power over life and death, and he recorded the justification given by the aristocracy, that though they possessed such power, they rarely used it, no more than other Christians would kill their horses, adding that the peasants served them instead of beasts. Similarly, the English traveler Peter Mundy described the miserable condition of the Polish serf, writing, "For the common sort of people, they are like slaves or beasts, allowed no more than will serve to keep them alive, and in such case as they may be able to labor again." He also noted that if a master killed one of his serfs, he was only required to pay a fine. All travelers of the time concurred in portraying the peasantry as living under extreme wretchedness. Poland endured such suffering that it may seem cruel to heap reproach upon her, yet the justice of history demands that we acknowledge the condition of her lower orders, and to understand it fully, one must turn to the careful accounts of William Cox, the English historian. He thus writes, "Without having actually traversed it, I could hardly have conceived so comfortless a region. A forlorn stillness and solitude prevailed almost through the whole extent, with few symptoms of an inhabited and still less of a civilized country. Though we were traveling on the high road which unites the cities of Krakow and Warsaw, in the course of about 258 English miles, we met in our progress only 2 carriages and about a dozen carts. The country was equally thin of human habitations. A few straggling villages, all built of wood, succeeded one another at long intervals. Their miserable appearance corresponded exactly to the wretchedness of the land around them. In these assemblages of huts, the only places of reception for travelers were hovels belonging to Jews, totally destitute of furniture and every species of accommodation. We could seldom procure any other room but that in which the family lived. In the article of provision, eggs and milk were our greatest luxuries, and even these could not always be obtained. Our only bed was straw thrown upon the ground, and we thought ourselves happy when it was clean. The natives were poorer, humbler, and more miserable than any people we had yet observed in the course of our travels. Wherever we stopped, they flocked around us in crowds, and, asking for charity, used the most abject gestures. The road bore as few marks of industry as the country it traversed. In some places, it was scarcely passable. In marshy ground, where labor was absolutely necessary to make it support the carriages, it was raised with sticks and boughs of trees thrown promiscuously upon the surface or formed by trunks of trees laid crossways. After a tedious journey, we at length approached Warsaw, but the roads were neither more passable nor the country better cultivated. The suburbs, chiefly consisting of wooden hovels which composed the villages, gave us no suspicion that we were near the capital of Poland until we arrived at its gates. Nearly a century earlier, the traveler Hauteville, whose work was translated into English in the year 1689, described the Polish cottages in much the same manner. He wrote, "The furniture of their houses consists of some earthen or wooden dishes and a bed which they make of chaff and feathers, with a sort of coverlet over it. Their stoves have no chimney to let out the smoke, so that their huts are always full of a thick smoke, which has no other passage but a small window about 4 feet from the ground. When they enter their cottages, they are forced to stoop that they may not be stifled with the smoke, which is so thick above the little window that one cannot see the roof, and yet it is impossible to go to bed in the winter without stoves." This account paints a stark picture of the rural villages of Poland, highlighting the extreme poverty, isolation, and lack of infrastructure that characterize the land between its great cities. We learn from the work of William Harrison, the English antiquarian, in his book England, that the cottages of the English peasantry first received chimneys during the reign of Queen Elizabeth, who ruled from 1558 to 1603. The learned men of the age, those whom one might call the wiseacres, predicted that this innovation would soon lead to a decline in the rural population's morals and habits. In Poland, similar observations were made by travelers such as Hauteville, whose accounts closely resemble those of the historian and diplomat Cox. Hauteville describes the inns of Poland in the late 17th and early 18th centuries, noting their complete inadequacy for travelers seeking comfort. He explains that there were no proper inns in the country where one might lodge conveniently and be provided with a bed. The only houses of entertainment were wooden structures called karczma, which served simultaneously as stables. Travelers were often compelled to share the same space with horses, cows, and pigs. At one end of the building, there might be a small chamber with a stove, but it was entirely unfit for summer use because the windows were never opened, regardless of the heat. Furthermore, the innkeeper, known in Polish as the gospodarz, occupied that same room with his children and entire family, leaving little room for visitors. Some travelers found partial relief by sleeping in the barn on fresh straw, but even this was far from ideal, for the gospodarz would gather and lock up the straw each morning to preserve it for the next lodgers. These accounts, preserved in the writings of early travelers, vividly illustrate the miserable condition of the Polish peasantry at that time. In fairness to Poland, however, the condition of peasants elsewhere in Europe was hardly better. In the 1701 publication An Account of Livonia, with a relation of the rise, progress, and decay of the Marian Teutonic Order, English readers were provided with a detailed description of the lives of peasants in Courland. the historical region in what is now Latvia. The author notes that the nobility there held extensive privileges and immunities, possessing full civil and criminal jurisdiction over their peasants, referred to as boors. The nobility exercised what was called absolutum imperium, granting them authority over life and death, though in criminal matters they maintained a formal judiciary court, inviting judges or assessors judicae to preside and supplemented by a jury of their peers. The peasants' deference to their lords in Courland approached adoration, which in turn fostered a sense of haughtiness among the gentry. These nobles considered themselves born with quasi-sovereign status, akin to the Venetian patricians, even if a count or baron resided among them. He had no precedence or special esteem beyond any other gentleman of recognized noble birth. The gentry enjoyed the same liberties and privileges as their counterparts elsewhere, with an unbroken lineage and an unquestioned social position. Materially, they lived in abundant comfort, supplied almost freely by their vassals and peasants with all necessities, allowing them to maintain lavish households, extensive equipages, and numerous attendants at minimal personal expense. In this way, the peasantry of Courland, like their Polish contemporaries, endured a life defined by servitude, while the nobility lived in ostentatious ease and privilege. We must remember that the nobles in the Baltic provinces, which included Livonia, Courland, and Estonia, were chiefly of German origin. These were families who had settled in the region during the medieval Germanic Crusades and retained their cultural and legal privileges. Speaking of the peasants of Livonia, one historian observes, all those inhabitants of Livonia that have been subdued by the Germans are mentioned under the name of boors and continue slaves, both they and their children. I find their condition in many things better than that of the peasants in Germany, who are every day afresh persecuted with troops that quarter upon them, constant taxes, and hard labor. These peasants submitted readily to the old custom of being whipped with rods for any fault committed, a punishment that was strictly enforced under German law. It may be said of these countries, as was formerly said of Poland, in the words of the Latin chroniclers, est calum nobilium, paradisus clericotum, ora fidina advenarum, et infernus rusticorum. Translated, this means that the heavenly comfort belonged to the nobles. The paradise was for the clergy, the mines for foreigners, and the inferno for the peasants, reflecting the extreme social inequalities of the time. The Jews formed a significant element of the Polish population. They entered Poland in early times, fleeing persecution elsewhere in Europe, and Casimir the Great, who reigned from 1333 to 1370, granted them many important privileges, including protection under the law and rights to engage in commerce. In the 18th century, Daniel Gottlieb von Langnich, a historian and jurist who wrote Jus Publicum Rea Publici Poloniae, described the Jewish population as monopolizing much of the commerce of the country. They served as stewards to the nobles, managing estates and finances, and were often proprietors of the humble and scattered across Poland. King John III Sobieski, renowned for his victory over the Ottoman Turks at the Battle of Vienna in 1683, especially favored them, recognizing their importance to the economy. Even in the later period of the dismembered Polish territories, they remained visible across the land. In Galicia, a province under Austrian control, they were conspicuous for the long curls, known as peyot, which they wore in front of their ears. These distinctive curls were forbidden in Russian-controlled Poland by an imperial ukase issued by Tsar Nicholas I, highlighting the differences in policies toward Jewish communities in the partition lands. The government of Poland rested on the General Diet, known in Polish as the Sejm, which was the supreme legislative and political body of the kingdom. The Sejm had the power to declare war and peace, levy soldiers, impose taxes, and enact laws. Originally, like the English Parliament, it did not have a permanent seat and was held in various towns. In early times, Piotrkow Trybunalski, a city in central Poland, was especially favored for hosting the Diet. However, following the Union of Lublin in 1569, which brought about the closer union between the Kingdom of Poland and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania to form the Polish, Lithuanian Commonwealth. Warsaw became the principal city where deputies were expected to meet. By an enactment in 1673, it was decided that out of 3 successive diets, 2 should be held in Warsaw and the third in Grodno, a city in what is now Belarus. The gradual growth of the same has been described in earlier historical accounts. While there are records of a peasant named Piast being elected from the ranks of the people, there is no evidence in early Polish history of a popular assembly similar to the Russian Vesh, which allowed commoners a formal voice in governance. Polish society at the time was organized almost entirely on a military basis. The land was divided into administrative units called opole, and in the fortresses the generals, appointed by the king or prince, held command and were referred to as castellans. These castellans had both military and judicial authority, embodying the hierarchical and feudal structure of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. The ordinary Diet, or Assembly of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, was convened every 2 years, while an extraordinary Diet could be called whenever urgent matters demanded attention. The nuncii, also called puzzli, were the deputies sent by the assemblies of each palatinate, known as sejmiki. These sejmiki, or local councils, represented the nobility of each province and were responsible for electing the deputies who would speak for them in the Diet. The highest ecclesiastical dignities in the kingdom were held by the 2 archbishops of the land and the 13 bishops. The highest civil dignities included the 35 palatines, the 30 greater castellans, or majors castellani, and the 49 lesser castellans, or minores castellani. These officials, along with 10 other officers of state, formed the Senate, which acted as the upper house in the governance of the Commonwealth. The palatines and castellans were the governors of the palatinates, or provinces, and they held office for life. The palatine directed the affairs of the entire province, much like the Lord Lieutenant in the British system, while the castellan governed a district within the province. Bernard Conner, a historian of the time, notes that immediately after the palatines and the 4 other privileged officials came the castellans, who were all senators and also acted as lieutenants to the palatines in times of war, leading the gentry of their jurisdiction into battle under the direction of the palatine. Within each palatinate, there were several castellans, distinguished as greater or lesser. The greater castellans were so called because, with few exceptions, their castellanries were named after the palatinate itself, while the lesser castellans derived their titles only from smaller districts and were sometimes called castellani districtuum. The lesser castellans sat on benches behind the other senators, reflecting their lower rank and precedence. All members of the Diet assembled in a single large hall. The king sat under a canopy on a raised throne at the head of the room. The bishops, palatines, and castellans were arranged in 3 rows of armchairs extending from the throne along each side of the hall, with the nuncii, or deputies, seated behind them. Bernard Conner provides a vivid description of such an assembly, showing the grandeur and formality of the Diet in session. The administration of justice was carefully structured. The Statute of Wislica, an important codification of law, defined the powers and limits of the tribunals presided over by palatines, castellans, and other officials, and specified the cases that could be appealed either to the king or to the Senate. Criminal matters were generally under the authority of the starostas, nobles who held estates of the crown, and the castellans. Disputes over boundaries and certain other issues were handled by the succumerarii, or provincial chamberlains. More significant questions involving property, inheritance, or crimes of high treason were brought before either the palatinal court or the royal court, depending on their severity and importance. This intricate system reflected the complex balance of power in the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, where the king, the Senate, the nobility, and the local officials each had carefully defined roles in governance and justice. The constitutional statute, which had been established, continued to serve as the foundation of the legal and political system of the medieval and early modern Kingdom of Poland, medieval, until the closing decades of the 19th century. Earlier in this historical narrative, reference has been made to the great constitutional significance of the Statute of Nicaea, a legal charter issued in the year 1454, which limited royal authority and confirmed noble privileges. The legal historian Wacław Hube, who died in the year 1890, conducted detailed studies of Polish constitutional development. According to his research, during the 13th and 14th centuries, political authority within the state was concentrated primarily in the hands of the aristocratic magnate class, known as the Piast dynasty elite and their allied families. The political leaders of this class were designated by the title pan, derived from the Latin word baro, meaning lord or nobleman. These powerful magnates were collectively called the panowie, and this term distinguished them not only from the broader noble estate, but also from the members of their extended households, who were referred to as prosaires, meaning principal attendants or high household associates. Below this elite group stood the wider noble population known as the szlachta, who were landholding gentry obligated to perform military service, but who did not necessarily hold administrative office. This szlachta class, particularly those nobles who performed no governmental function, possessed little independent political influence during the earliest phase of the state. The political structure changed significantly after the extinction of the hereditary Piast ruling line. The Piast rulers had governed according to ancestral customary law, maintaining continuity with the traditional governance of aristocratic families who had long dominated local authority. When new elective royal dynasties began to rule Poland, these monarchs were often unfamiliar with the complex network of ancient customary regulations that had previously guided governance. These new kings, ruling in a political environment similar to the developing, centralized monarchies of neighboring states, such as the medieval Kingdom of Hungary and the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, attempted to limit the monopolistic control of administrative appointments by the great magnate families. In response, the magnates developed a political strategy designed to preserve their social power. They sought legal recognition of their social rank and attempted to construct a formal constitutional definition of their status, hoping thereby to secure long-term hereditary privileges. The true foundation of their influence, however, remained military. The noble estate formed the principal fighting force of the realm, and control of armed capability became the central element of aristocratic political bargaining. To protect their collective position in potential conflict with the crown, the magnates encouraged the extension of political participation to the broader szlachta estate, thereby creating a unified, noble body capable of resisting royal centralization. Beginning around the year 1404, the monarchy itself began to recognize the rising importance of the lesser nobility. By the year 1454, the statute associated with Nisua confirmed and legally recognized the accumulated privileges which the szlachta had already acquired during the late 14th century. In general historical interpretation, the 15th century represented a decisive constitutional turning point in Polish political development. During this period, the social hierarchy of the state became firmly defined. Local noble assemblies, known as the Sejmik, emerged, representing provincial noble interests. At the national level, the principal legislative body evolved into the Sejm, which became the central institution of political deliberation. Historians such as Hube divided Polish legislative development into 5 major historical periods. The first of these periods extended to the introduction of Christianity into Polish lands. During this earliest stage, Polish historical development was closely connected with the broader cultural evolution of the early Slavic peoples of Central and Eastern Europe. Only toward the end of this formative stage did the Polish nation begin to emerge as a distinct political and cultural entity. The dominant social feature of this era was the presence of communal democratic organization. Early Polish society was structured around local communal settlements, and hereditary noble titles had not yet developed into rigid aristocratic distinctions. The second period of Polish history encompasses the reign of the Piast dynasty, from the year 962 to the year 1386. During this time, the authority of the monarch is absolute, though it evolves. At first, he holds the title of duke, exercising control over his territories, and in later years he assumes the title of king, consolidating royal power and authority across the lands of Poland. The third period is defined by the rule of the Jagiellonian dynasty, spanning from the year 1386 to the year 1572. In this era, alongside the regal authority of the kings, the Polish nobility begins to rise into prominence. Poland, having grown politically stronger during this period, starts to play a significant role among the powers of Europe. The kingdom becomes a recognized actor on the continental stage, its diplomacy, armies, and alliances demonstrating a newfound influence. The fourth period, covering the years 1572 to 1793, begins with the election of the Polish kings and continues until the last partition of the country, when Poland is divided among the empires of Russia, Prussia, and Austria. In this age, the nobility has come to embody the nation itself, and through the mechanisms of the Sejm, or Polish parliament, and local assemblies, the noble class appropriates the supreme political authority. The king, once the central figure of power, becomes only one factor among many in the political framework, constrained by the privileges of the magnates and the electoral system that governs the monarchy. The fifth period represents a partial renewal of Polish political life, beginning with the creation of the Grand Duchy of Warsaw under Napoleon Bonaparte, and later the re-establishment of the Kingdom of Poland, often called Congress Poland, after the Congress of Vienna in 1815. During this time, Poland loses its full independence and becomes increasingly subject to the influence of foreign powers, its domestic policies shaped as much by Russian, Prussian, and Austrian oversight as by internal governance. To frame these five divisions, one might see Poland prior to the introduction of Christianity and Poland after the dismemberment by foreign empires as the prologue and epilogue of its long and turbulent history. In the 14th and 15th centuries, the number of nobles increased dramatically, partly because so many provinces were formally united to the crown, and partly because the Lithuanian and Red Russian elites were admitted into the privileges of the equestrian order, the class of knights and landholding nobles. The nobility, forming no alliances with other classes, became a rigid caste. They jealously guarded their privileges, refusing entry to outsiders and preserving a strict social hierarchy. This aristocracy, intoxicated with its own sense of importance, remained blind to the rising forces of society around it, an anachronism in the historical development of nations, for nations, like the human body, must grow and adapt to survive. The Jewish population, by contrast, occupied the lowest rung of society, regarded as pariahs. They were compelled to wear distinctive yellow capes, reminiscent of the badges imposed upon Jews in England and other parts of medieval Europe, marking them visibly as outsiders. The bourgeoisie, the urban merchant and craft class, was completely ignored politically. They held no power, whether legislative or administrative. Polish law recognized only two categories of people: the nobles, called ordo equestris, and the ignoble, populace or plebs. In the eyes of the nobles, all burghers were legally equivalent to peasants, known in Latin as comitones, civitatenses, or oppidani, and were subject to the control of the noble lords. Each noble exercised absolute authority within his own territories. By an ancient legal fiction, the king was considered the proprietor of all lands not already claimed by the nobility, but in reality his power over these lands was limited. He could administer them, but could not alienate or encumber them without restriction. While this royal possession was distinct from that of the nobles, the comparison was often drawn to justify the absolute power and privileges of the aristocracy within their own domains. As the king possessed in his domains cities, boroughs, and villages, so too did the nobility count among its domains cities, boroughs, and villages, holding them as private property. The civitatenses, or citizens of the cities, the oppidani, meaning townsmen of smaller boroughs, and the comitones, the peasants tied to the land, were subjects of the king, bound by law and custom. Likewise, those who lived upon the estates of the nobles were subjects of the nobles, their labor and lives largely controlled by the will of their lords. The historian Marcin Kromer, who lived from 1512 to 1589 and was a Polish historian and bishop, provides a vivid description of this system. plebes urbane, oppidain, vicanc et egrestes, partem principi parent, partem proceribus et equitibus, partem certis sacerdotius attributus sunt. In other words, the urban plebeians, the townsmen, and the country peasants were assigned partly to the prince, partly to the great nobles and knights, and partly to certain ecclesiastical offices. Cromer also notes of the burghers and the cometons. Utrique clopi all/anter, quam appellationem velu per brosum non fert nobilitas, meaning that the term peasant was considered almost a disgrace by the nobility, and yet it was the reality of their social position. Another historian, Connor, writing on Poland, confirms this bleak reality of the serfs. He tells us that they had little sense of law or justice and scarce any religion among them. These serfs were compelled to labor on Sundays. The wealthier nobles adorned themselves with furs of sable, imported from Muscovy, prized above all others, while those of lesser means used the skins of tigers, leopards, panthers, and various gray furs. Some of the finest furs could cost above 1,000 crowns, but they were worn only on the occasions of the diet, the parliamentary assemblies of the kingdom, and were passed down from father to son. Connor adds that a few Poles imitated French fashions, wearing linen, lace points, perukes, and swords, but the ordinary gentry, and even some of the great men, put sifted chaff into their boots to serve as socks. Women, once adorned simply with garlands of gold, gems, flowers, and silk, had begun to wear silk caps lined with fur, like the men. In the late reign of King John III, the women of quality, especially those residing at court, followed the French mode, influenced by the queen, Marizinka Sobieska, who was of French origin. This blending of local tradition and foreign fashion reflected both the hierarchical society and the subtle interplay of cultural influence at the royal court. Both women and men among the Polish nobility displayed extravagance to an almost infinite degree, so much so that some individuals owned as many as 50 suits of clothes at the same time, each garment as rich and ornate as possible. Yet what revealed their prodigality even more clearly was their insistence that their servants be dressed almost as finely as themselves. This habit often led to the rapid depletion of their estates, and many nobles found themselves reduced to the extremest want within a short period. Both men and women were always attended by a large number of servants of both sexes. The female servants waited on the women, while the male servants attended to the men. The principal senators, the highest-ranking members of the Polish Senate, would ride or walk in the middle of their retinue, placing the best-dressed servants in front of them. When the gentry, or noble class, went abroad at night, they were often preceded by 24 or more white wax flambeaux carried before their coach to light the way. Women of quality, those of the highest social standing, had their trains carried by male or female dwarfs, and were accompanied by an old woman known as their gouvernante, and an elderly gentleman acting as their gentleman usher, whose duty was to follow the coach on foot and assist them in alighting. Their coaches moved slowly and gravely, reflecting both dignity and ceremony. The dress of the peasants, the lower class of the Commonwealth, was far simpler. Bernard Connor, an observer of the time, notes that in winter they wore a sheepskin with the wool on, similar to the Russian tulip, while in summer they donned close-fitting coats made of coarse cloth. They wore caps on their heads and sometimes boots. More often, however, they wrapped their feet with bark from trees, using the thicker part to guard the soles from the stones, comparable to the Russian lapti. The Lithuanians, who inhabited parts of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania within the Commonwealth, wore similar shoes called chadakis, which they renewed before entering any town. These shoes were made by villagers, giving rise to a common jest in Poland that there were more shoemakers in Lithuania than in all the rest of Europe combined. The peasants also wore a garment with sleeves woven all of one piece, called the samodziałka. It was commonly gray, thick, and worn by both men and women in rural areas. Connor observes that the Poles in general had fair complexions and pale yellowish hair. Their stature was typically middle-sized, though tending slightly towards tallness. Most had robust constitutions and well-built bodies, yet the women of quality pursued the ideal of being lean and slim. Interestingly, they did not use paints or washes to improve their complexions, as Connor remarks, because their natural appearance was sufficient and they abhorred artificial cosmetics. Concerning the dwellings of the Polish population, historical observers record that the people generally did not inhabit upper floors of multi-story structures. Their houses were usually arranged as separate buildings rather than as connected urban apartment constructions. A typical household complex consisted of several independent sections. The kitchen building stood on one side of the courtyard, while the stable was placed on another side for the horses and livestock. The main residential dwelling occupied a third position, and the entrance gate was located facing the front, producing a roughly square or circular enclosed courtyard arrangement. Most of these structures were constructed from timber wood, although in wealthier regions, some houses were built from brick or stone materials. Travelers familiar with the social geography of Eastern Europe have observed that these architectural characteristics persisted for many centuries and continued in modified form into modern times. Shifting from description of domestic life to the broader historical question, the narrative now addresses the fundamental causes which contributed to the eventual political collapse of the once powerful Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, a state which at one period exercised dominant influence across large areas of Eastern Europe. Historians have generally identified several primary causes of this national decline. The first and most important cause was the absence of collective patriotic cohesion among the aristocratic estate. The noble class, known as the Szlachta, frequently placed the interests of their individual families and regional power networks above the political unity of the state itself. Political authority was often exercised through private military followings. Each noble was permitted to maintain personal armed retainers, a practice which produced continuous local militarization. The political atmosphere of the country therefore resembled, in certain respects, the turbulent periods of the Wars of the Roses in the Kingdom of England, or the clan warfare system of medieval Scotland. Unlike England, however, Poland lacked a statute comparable to English maintenance laws that would have restricted the private military retinues of aristocratic patrons. Throughout the historical record, noble assemblies are described as appearing at royal diets and electoral meetings, accompanied by large bodies of mounted horsemen. These gatherings frequently produced violent confrontations, and bloodshed was not uncommon during political disputes. The Polish political tradition recognized a form of civil resistance known as rokosz, which allowed nobles to legally justify armed opposition against royal policy under certain conditions. Although some political theorists later defended this institution on the ground that it enabled minority opinion within the nobility to express opposition to national policy, in practice the system produced chronic governmental instability. Military campaigns initiated by the crown were frequently paralyzed by internal aristocratic conflict. The nobility often behaved as autonomous oligarchic groups, prioritizing personal or family advantage rather than centralized national authority. The second major contributing factor to national weakness was religious intolerance. The persecution directed against the Eastern Orthodox Church communities and other religious minorities, collectively known as the dissidents, had significant geopolitical consequences. Foreign powers exploited these internal divisions. The Kingdom of Prussia was prepared to support Protestant minority populations, while the Russian Empire frequently intervened under the pretext of protecting Orthodox believers. The uprising of the Cossacks along the Dnieper River was in part stimulated by religious oppression. These Cossack military communities eventually severed their political connection with the Polish state, strengthening Russian influence in the region. The expansion of the Society of Jesus, commonly called the Jesuits, also contributed to social tension. Although it must be acknowledged in historical fairness that European society as a whole experienced delayed development of religious toleration, the Polish Commonwealth exhibited particularly severe institutional religious conflict. For comparative perspective, it should be remembered that in the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Ireland, Roman Catholic civil disabilities were not fully removed until the 19th century. Similarly, In that same century, specifically the year 1860, Jewish citizens were permitted to enter the Parliament of the United Kingdom. The third structural weakness of the Commonwealth was the absence of a genuine urban middle class capable of mediating between aristocratic landowners and the rural peasant population. Social organization was rigidly divided between the noble estate and the serf population, leaving no stable professional bourgeoisie comparable to the developing merchant and administrative classes of Western Europe. This lack of intermediary social structure prevented the emergence of balanced political negotiation between the upper and lower social orders and contributed significantly to the long-term vulnerability of the state. The burghers, the urban merchant and artisan class, in the Polish towns held interests alien to the nation as a whole. Unlike other European countries, where the middle class had gradually formed and grown from the decay of feudalism, in Poland, no such class emerged. This failure left the country, as one scholar observes, a remarkable anomaly among the nations of Europe, a society in which the forces that had modernized other kingdoms remained absent. The Latin phrase, mancis de extincta corpus non util dextri, might aptly describe the situation, a body whose right hand is powerless, useless, unable to act. It was impossible, under these conditions, that any real feelings of patriotism or love of country could take root among the Polish serfs. These peasants, bound to the land and ignorant of politics, could not be instilled with civic sentiment or national consciousness. They possessed no legal rights against their masters. Nothing they did could result in personal gain or advancement. Their lives were reduced to subsistence, and the only respite they found came on Sundays in the Karczma, the local inn or tavern, where they sought to forget their hardships through dancing and drink. The forced labor they owed their lords, known as Barszczyzna, occupied almost the entire week, leaving little time for personal pursuit or reflection. The nobility, who frequently monopolized the sale of spirits, had a vested interest in this behavior. The more the peasants drank, the more the aristocrats profited. Even in modern times, a complaint has been recorded in Galicia against a philanthropic ecclesiastic who encouraged parishioners to abstain from alcohol. He was accused of reducing the revenues of the local squire by lessening the consumption of spirits. Professor Henryk Bobrzyński, a historian of Polish affairs, enumerates among the great misfortunes of the nation the lack of rulers endowed with both talent and energy. Poland had seen some vigorous monarchs, such as Bolesław the Brave, crowned in the year 992, and Casimir the Great, crowned in the year 1333. Yet Bobrzyński notes that, while other European nations produced rulers of extraordinary ability, France with Francis I, Henry IV, and Louis XIV, England with Henry VIII and Elizabeth I, Spain with Charles V and Philip II, Austria with the various Ferdinands, Sweden with Gustavus Vasa, Charles of Sudermania, and Gustavus Adolphus, Russia with Ivan the Terrible and Peter the Great. Poland often had sovereigns whose powers fell short. Sigismund I, Sigismund Augustus, and Sigismund III Vasa failed in areas requiring decisive action or courageous conviction. Only Stephen Batory, crowned in the year 1576, displayed genius, yet his reforms were fleeting. He produced capable men, but lacked time to institutionalize his improvements. Later kings fared no better. Ladislaus IV, crowned in the year 1632, deceived the country despite his intentions, leaving the kingdom in deeper disorder. The reigns of Michael Wisniewski, crowned in the year 1669, and the subsequent Saxon kings were so ineffective that mention of them is scarcely warranted. Even John III Sobieski, crowned in the year 1674, whose genius excelled in warfare, contrasted sharply with his poor political judgment. Finally, the reigns of John Casimir, crowned in the year 1648, and Stanislaus Poniatowski, crowned in the year 1764, though marked by some merit, revealed a persistent deficiency in capacity and energy. Professor Bobrzyński reflects that no other country in Europe has suffered a fate so cruel, where misgovernment and circumstance combine to stifle the potential of an entire nation. It seems, then, that when we consider the many weaknesses within the country, the divisions among its nobility, the oppression of its peasantry, the inefficiency of its government, and add to these the fact that Poland had no natural frontiers, no mountains or rivers to shield it, but was instead a vast plain, open to incursions on all sides, and faced powerful enemies on the artificial borders that were all it possessed, we can understand why it was so vulnerable, why it was prepared to fall apart under the pressures that bore down upon it. Yet it is impossible to read the record of Poland's death struggles without a sense of pain and sympathy. It does not befit the citizen of a prosperous country, one that may pride itself on material achievement more than on romantic or quixotic sentiment, to dissect coldly the half-living frame of suffering Poland, stretched out as if upon the table of the anatomist. The erasure of her name from the register of existing nationalities, her disappearance from the maps of Europe, has in truth more than compensated for whatever errors she may have committed during her centuries of independence. Men are we, and we cannot help but grieve when even the shadow, the mere memory, of that which once was great has passed away. For the help of those who study Polish history and literature, it is useful to mark the principal events, intellectual landmarks, and the authorities who recorded them. The landmarks of Polish history begin in the year 963, when Mieczysław, the Polish prince, became a feudatory of the German Empire, placing his nascent realm under the suzerainty of a far greater power. In 965, he received Christianity from the Bohemian priests, aligning Poland with the religious currents of Europe and securing the spiritual guidance of the Roman Church. 3 years later, in 968, the foundation of the first Polish bishopric at Posen marked the beginning of organized ecclesiastical authority in the kingdom. In the year 1000, the archbishopric at Gniezno was founded, giving Poland its highest ecclesiastical office and linking the Polish Church directly to the Holy Roman Empire. Bolesław the Great was crowned king in 1024, strengthening the monarchy, but in 1079, Bolesław II killed Saint Stanislaus, the Bishop of Krakow, an act that cast a long shadow over the crown. From 1079 to 1295, Poland reverted in law to its original condition as a duchy. The period of uppunages, beginning in 1139, divided the country into smaller principalities. In 1180, the meeting at Lexica established what is supposed to have been the origin of the Polish Senate. In 1226, Conrad of Masovia, a Polish duke, gave a district of Chelmno, also called Culm, to the Teutonic Knights, introducing a force whose growing power would shape the future of Northern Europe. In 1241, the Mongols invaded Poland, burning Krakow and engaging in the Battle of Lignica, also known as Liegnitz. Poland regained its kingdom status in 1295, and in 1331, a general meeting of Poles took place at Chesney. Between 1333 and 1370, Casimir the Great reigned, uniting Galicia with Poland in 1340 and codifying the laws with the Statute of Wisława in 1347. Limburg, now called Lviv, was acquired in 1350 and Volhynia annexed in 1352. The High Court of Appeal for Citizens was established at Krakow in 1354. In 1386, Jadwiga, the Queen of Poland, married Jagiello of Lithuania, who was crowned King of Poland, uniting the two great states. The famous Battle of Grunwald, where the Teutonic Knights were defeated, took place in 1410. Ladislaus II fell at the Battle of Varna in 1444, and in 1454, the Statute of Nicaea was passed. The Peace of Thorn came in 1466, and in 1468, the institution of the PUZ marked the beginning of representative government in the kingdom. Poland continued to navigate wars and diplomacy with its neighbors. In 1500, Walter von Plettenberg defeated the Russians under Ivan III. In 1506, Lasky published a collection of Polish laws entitled Commune in Kleitai, Regni Poloni Privilegium. By 1525, Poland lost Smolensk, and in 1529, the first Lithuanian statute was established. Livonia united with the Republic in 1561. The Diet of Lublin in 1569 formally united Poland and Lithuania. The reign of Stephen Batory lasted from 1576 to 1586. In 1592, the Diet of the Inquisition was held. The Synod of Berzes in 1595 marked the origin of the Uniats, and Sigismund III regained Smolensk in 1611. Poland lost Riga and Livonia to Sweden in 1621, yet Chodkiewicz defeated the Turks at Chosim the same year. Treaties with Russia and Sweden followed in 1634 and 1635. The Colloquium Charitativum convened at Thorn in 1644, followed by the Peace of Thorn in 1646, returning Danzig and Thorn to Poland. The Cossack Wars began in 1648, and the first exercise of the Liberum Veto by Sikinsky occurred in 1651. Khmelnytsky, with his Cossacks, aligned with Russia in 1654, and the war with Sweden saw Gustavus capturing Warsaw and Krakow in 1655. Treaties and battles continued, including Berestechko in 1657 and the expulsion of the Aryans in 1658. Subsequent decades saw treaties with Sweden, peace with the Turks, abdication of John Casimir in 1668, and the rise of John Sobieski, who reigned from 1674 to 1696. Sobieski famously rescued Vienna in 1683. The Elector of Brandenburg received Elbing and other territories, and Charles XII took possession of Warsaw and Krakow in 1702. The brief reign of Stanislaus Leszczynski lasted from 1705 to 1709, and the Treaty of Altenstadt was signed in 1706. The Dumb Diet, so called because it lasted only 7 hours, occurred in 1717. The Synod at Zmai in 1720 ratified the union of the Greek and Latin churches. Later, Poland faced disputes with Russia over Courland in 1758 and saw the Confederacy of Bar formed in 1668. Tragic events included the massacre of Poles and Jews by Ganta in 1669, an attempt on the life of the king in 1771, and the first partition of Poland in 1772. The Jesuits were expelled in 1774. The 4 Years' Diet opened in 1788, and a new Polish constitution was adopted in 1791. The Confederacy of Targowice formed in 1792, followed by the Second Partition of Poland in 1793. Suvorov captured Warsaw in 1794, and Stanislaus Poniatowski resigned the crown at Grodno in 1795, completing the Third Partition. The Duchy of Warsaw was formed in 1807, and the Kingdom of Poland was created in union with Russia in 1815. Polish insurrections erupted in 1830 and again in 1860, while troubles in Galicia arose in 1846. Through these events, the outlines of Polish history are revealed: its early dependence on the German Empire, the rise of Teutonic power encouraged by Conrad of Masovia, the rivalry with Russia beginning in the reign of Ivan IV, and the unceasing designs of Stephen Batory to counterbalance Muscovite influence. The Polish crown navigated alliances and dynastic marriages, including unions with Russian Grand Dukes and Austrian archduchesses, all while confronting threats from Brandenburg, Sweden, and internal division. In literature, Polish milestones also mark the country's intellectual heritage. Martin Gallus, the first Polish chronicler, died in 1113. Vincent Kadlubek passed in 1224. Casimir the Great laid the foundation of the University of Krakow in 1364, and the oldest existing copy of the Pisan Bogorodzica, or Song of God the Creator, dates from 1408. The life and works of Jan Dlugosz, also called Longinus, spanned 1415 to 1480. Nicholas Copernicus lived from 1473 to 1543. The printing press arrived at Krakow in 1474, and the first book in the Polish language was printed in 1521. The golden age of Polish literature lasted from 1548 to 1606, including the translation of the New Testament by Jan Seclusian in 1551, published at Königsberg, and the Protestant Bible printed at Brzeź in 1563. Nicholas Ray, the first Polish poet to use the vernacular, died in 1563. Martin Bielski, the father of Polish prose, lived from 1495 to 1575, and Jan Kochanowski lived from 1530 to 1584. The Macaronic or Jesuitic period, influenced by the Jesuits, lasted from 1606 to 1764. Peter Skarga, the Jesuit preacher, lived from 1536 to 1612. Wacław Potocki, author of the epic Wojnaczo Simska, lived from 1623 to 1693. Andrew Morstan, who introduced French literary imitation into Poland, lived approximately from 1620 to 1700. The period of French imitation lasted from 1700 to 1822, with the National Theatre founded at Warsaw in 1705. The life and works of Ignacy Krasicki spanned 1735 to 1801. The Romantic School arose in 1822, with Adam Mickiewicz living from 1798 to 1855. Joachim Lelewel, historian and scholar, lived from 1786 to 1861. Alexander Fredro, the founder of National Polish Comedy, lived from 1793 to 1876. Karl Szynocha, historian of the New School of Polish History, lived from 1818 to 1868. The latest school of Polish poetry, represented by Lenartowicz, Ujejski, and Asnik, rose in 1852. The most comprehensive modern synthesis of Polish historical scholarship is the multi-volume narrative history of the Heinrich von Ropel and Heinrich Caro, published in the German-language academic tradition. The first volume of this monumental enterprise was written by Ropel and appeared as early as the year 1840. After Ropel's death, the continuation of the work was undertaken by Caro, and by the year 1888 the publication had advanced to the historical period corresponding to the year 1506, which marked the death of Alexander Jagiellon, a monarch belonging to the Jagiellon dynasty. This German scholarly history is distinguished by its profound erudition and methodological rigor, and in certain respects it displaced the earlier French-language historical narrative produced by Joachim Lelewel. Lelewel's work was later translated into the Polish language, and his historical study was accompanied by an atlas of historical cartography presenting a sequence of maps illustrating the territorial development of the Polish state. Another important contribution to comparative East European historical scholarship is the work Rusland, Poland Uwendy Livland bis in 17. Jahrhundert, written by Theodor Schliemann of the city of Tartu, Reval, which was included in the large German historical encyclopedia series known as Onken's Universal History. This work, published in the year 1886, contains detailed maps and engraved illustrations and has been extensively used in later historiography. Although now outdated, the French-language historical study Polone, written by Charles Forster and published in Paris in the year 1840, still preserves some useful historical observations. Among the more vivid and accessible narratives of Polish national history is the work Dziej Polski w Zarysi, meaning Sketch of the History of Poland, written by Michael Bobrzyński, who was formerly a professor at the academic institution in Krakow. Complementing this are the four-volume collection Skis Historyczne by Karol Szynocha, a work remarkable for combining scholarly documentation with narrative-style presentation, making historical events read with the emotional engagement of a novel. For the history of the Lithuanian territories connected with Poland, Scholars have relied upon Historia by Pavel Bryantsev, published in the city of Vilnius in the year 1889. Also significant is the analytical study Zamiecki Historiae Litovsko-Ruskiego Gosdarstva, written by Nikolai Dashkevich, which offers critical observations on the development of the Lithuanian and Russian political union. For the earliest stages of Polish historical development, researchers depend heavily upon medieval Latin chroniclers, much as English historical scholarship relies upon Latin medieval sources for the study of early Britain. These chronicles are preserved in the important documentary compilation Monumenta Polonii Historica, originally initiated by August Bialowski and continued by later editors. Among the principal chroniclers contained in this collection are Gallus Anonymous, Vincent Kadlebek, Boguchwal, Jan de Lugas, and Marcin Kromer. The relationship between the chronicles of Jan de Lugas and the early Russian chronicle tradition has been examined by Sergei Bestuzheryumin in his study titled Historistic 14, meaning on the composition of Russian chronicles until the end of the 14th century. Additional critical introduction to Polish historiography was provided in Wostep Krytycny du Dział Polskich, also associated with the editorial work of Bialowski. A complete edition of the historical writings of Jan de Lugas was printed in the city of Leipzig in the year 1712, appearing in 2 substantial volumes. These chroniclers and modern historians together form the foundation upon which the reconstruction of early Polish historical knowledge has been built, each contributing documentary material, critical interpretation, and narrative tradition to the understanding of the Polish past. A work of singular value for the study of Polish history is the Polonic Hysteric Corpus, published in the city of Ball in the year 1592. This collection contains reprints of many of the old Polish chroniclers, preserving accounts of the deeds of kings, battles, and political events from centuries past. For the reign of King Ladislaus, crowned in the year 1434, and for the decisive Battle of Varna, fought in the year 1438 between the forces of King Ladislaus IV of Poland and the Ottoman Turks, historians turn to the memoirs of the Janissary, which offers a vivid narrative from the perspective of those elite Ottoman infantry soldiers. The extensive works of Theodor Narbut, the Polish historian of the 19th century, have been fully described in other accounts, but the reigns of the 2 kings named Sigismund I, crowned in the year 1520, and Sigismund II Augustus, crowned in the year 1556, and the reign of King Stephen Batory, crowned in the year 1576, are recounted by Marcin Sarnicki. Additionally, reference may be made to the work Panizvani Henryka Walaziusa I Stefana Batarigo, or the reign of Henry of Valois and Stephen Batory, authored by Father Philip Albertrandi, which offers detailed insights into the foreign and domestic policies of these rulers. Father Philip Pierling has also published an invaluable work on the relations between Stephen Batory and the Pope, entitled Papes et Tsars, and his writings include an account of the false Demetrius, a controversial figure whose pretensions to the Russian throne brought both Polish and Russian politics into violent collision. For the history of Protestantism and the religious struggles within Poland, one turns to the work of Count Valerian Krasinski, published in London in the year 1838, a text still readable though somewhat dated. In Russian, Nikolai Lubovik produced 2 valuable works, Historia Reformatii v Polsk, or History of the Reformation in Poland, published in Warsaw in the year 1883, and Nakolokatolikoskoi Reakcji I Upadok Reformatii v Polsk, or the commencement of the Catholic reaction and the fall of the Reformation in Poland, which traces the decline of Protestant influence. An interesting monograph on Albert Laski, the Polish Protestant statesman, appeared in 2 volumes by M. Kraushar in Warsaw in the year 1882. Among personal histories, one finds curious details of the Palatine's visit to England, revealing that he was obliged to depart abruptly due to pressing debts. For the life of his celebrated Uncle Jan, a translation of the monograph by Dr. Hermann Dalton, entitled John Alasko, appeared in London in the year 1886. Widekind in the year 1672, which recounts the wars in the earlier part of the 17th century. For the reigns of King John Casimir, crowned in the year 1648, and King Michael Wisniewski, crowned in the year 1669, historians rely on the memoirs of John Chrysostom Pasek, first published in the city of Wilno in the year 1843 and subsequently reprinted. The Ojczyst Spaminki, or Memorials of the Fatherland, edited by Adam Grabowski and published in Krakow in the year 1845, also provides rich narratives of these times. To understand the Cossacks, the semi-military communities of the Dnieper River steppes, one consults the work of Guillaume Levasseur de Beauplan, Description d'Ukraine, published in Rouen in the year 1660. Though rare in its original form, it has been reprinted for study. Among modern contributions, M. Evarnitsky produced the book Zaporizhzhie v. Ostikak, Stariny I Pradaniak Naroda, or the Zaporozhian Cossacks and the Remains of Antiquity and the Traditions of the People, offering a glowing and almost idealized account of these formidable soldiers. His work is richly illustrated with plates, showing relics and artifacts from the old Cossack days still preserved, offering both visual and textual testimony to a fascinating and turbulent era of Eastern European history. The Poland of Ladislaus IV, known in Polish as the Ladisław Wejza, is vividly described in the relation du Voyage de la Reine de Pologne, an account of the travels of the Queen of Poland. A grim and terrible chronicle of the slaughter during the Cossack Wars is supplied by a Jewish writer, whose work appeared in a German translation under the title John Mesula, Schilderung der polnischen Kosakkischen Kriegsjuende der Leiden der Juden in Polen waren der Jahr 1648 to 1653. This account details the suffering of the Jewish population caught between the armies of the Polish Commonwealth and the insurgent Cossacks during the brutal uprisings that marked the mid-17th century. The reign of John III Sobieski, King of Poland from 1674 to 1696, is illuminated through the writings of Bernard Conner, who served as Sobieski's physician. Conner offers fresh and intimate details of court life and military campaigns. The celebrated relief of Vienna, in which Sobieski led the Polish cavalry to defend the city from the Ottoman forces in 1683, can also be studied through letters Sobieski wrote to his wife, Queen Kazimiera, collected in the volume Listyjana 3 Króla Polskiego, Pisane du Królewej Kazimiery. Additionally, a German account of the relief of Vienna, previously referred to, has been translated into English, providing further insight into the events of this dramatic siege. A curious and informative book on Poland is the work of Hauteville, published in English in London in 1698. When read alongside Conner, Hauteville presents the 17th century Polish Commonwealth with vivid clarity. Some extracts from the travels of Peter Mundy, an English merchant and traveler, are also of interest. His manuscripts, preserved in the Bodleian Library at Oxford University, include only a small portion on Poland, but they provide valuable glimpses of the country at that time. For the history of the Teutonic Knights and the territories bordering Poland, the work of Hartnock, Alt. Uni Neues Preußen, published in 1684, remains an exceedingly curious and informative resource. The reign of Augustus II, known as Augustus II the Strong, who ruled Poland from 1697 to 1733, is documented in the writings of the Abbé Parthenay. To understand the condition of Poland just before the first partitions and the eventual dismemberment of the state, the Letters of Lind provide a detailed and personal view of the country. The travels of Sir John Cox, the English historian, are invaluable for their accurate sketches of Polish history and detailed descriptions of the land and its people. Cox was personally acquainted with Stanislaus Poniatowski, the last king of Poland, giving his work added authority and insight. For the period surrounding the final dismemberment of Poland, the memoirs of Kieliński, written by a Warsaw shoemaker, are of particular importance. Supplementary accounts by Oginski and Rolhyny further illuminate the struggles of the nation. A minute account of the Battle of Maciejaus in 1794, during which Tadeusz Kosciuszko was captured by Russian forces, and the subsequent imprisonment and eventual release of Kosciuszko, is preserved in Notes of My Captivity in Russia by the poet Julian Ursin Nimcevich, translated into English and published in Edinburgh in 1847. Although it is impossible to compile a complete list of memoirs and historical writings illustrating the Polish struggles of the 19th century, some works stand out. The memoirs of Joachim Lelewel and Wacław Mochnacki document the insurrection of 1830, though some details must be approached with caution regarding accuracy. For the insurrection of 1860, the narratives of Mr. Day and Mr. Sutherland Edwards offer useful perspectives, with Edwards' account published by Berg and Ruskaya Starina, or the Russian Antiquary, though it has not been reprinted. The memoirs of Prince Adam Czartoryski, a leading Polish statesman and diplomat, were edited by Mr. Gielgud and published in London in 1888. For a broader understanding of the Czartoryski family, including their political influence and role in Polish history, the work Pulizvi, published in Lemberg in 1887, remains an essential reference. A fundamental resource for the study of Polish law is the Jus Publicum Regni Poloni, published by Gottfried Lengnich at Danzig in the year 1742. This compendium collects and organizes the statutes, customs, and legal principles of the Polish kingdom. Complementing this work is Helsel's Starodawstwo Prawa Polskiego Pomnik, or Memorials of Old Polish Law, published between 1857 and 1870 in Krakow. Helsel also edited an ancient Polish law book from the 13th century, now preserved at Elbing, with a Russian translation and scholarly notes by M. Wienerber, published in Warsaw in 1888. The works of Romuald Hube, who passed away in 1890, are likewise indispensable for understanding the legal history of Poland. For those interested in Polish literature, the scholarship of Pipin and Spacevich, Historia Slavianskich Literatur, or History of Slavonic Literatures, published in 1881 at St. Petersburg, provides an exceptionally detailed account, including the evolution of Polish literary traditions. A German translation of this work also exists. Heinrich Nietzschmann's Geschichte der polnischen Literatur, or History of Polish Literature, remains another important resource, and he additionally published a selection of Polish poets translated into German. Dr. Sobolski has written extensively on the Polish poets of the first half of the 19th century, illuminating their creative and historical context. In English, a useful though somewhat outdated work is that of Mrs. Robinson, published at New York in 1850. Polish poetry, however, has rarely been translated into English, and often with limited success. Many enthusiasts were discouraged by the supposed difficulties of the Polish language. For example, the poetical translator Thomas Campbell misrendered Praga, the suburb of Warsaw, as Prague. He placed the accent incorrectly in Nimcevich and thought that the name Kosciuszko consisted of 4 syllables. Similarly, Boring's early translations were criticized as insipid, and later versions in Paul Sobolewski's Poets and Poetry of Poland, published at Chicago in 1881, were often ungrammatical and partially derived from Boring's work. Miss M. Biggs has published translations that are more faithful and reliable, including Adam Mickowicz's Konrad Wallenrod and Pan Tadeusz, 2 of the most important works of Polish Romantic literature. For the scientific study of the Polish language, materials are abundant. The grammar by Professor Malecki remains an excellent guide, and the works of Professor Naring of Breslau are highly regarded. The Praise Philologicson, published periodically at Warsaw, contains outstanding articles on Polish philology. The monumental Dictionary of Samuel Linda, whose second edition appeared between 1854 and 1860 at Lemberg, represents a stupendous labor of scholarship, though some entries have become outdated due to advances in comparative philology. Malorussian literature, which remains active in Galicia, also has valuable resources. The Chrestomathy of Barvinsky, published at Lemberg in 1870, is a key collection. The Ruthenish Studion of Oganovsky, and the extensive collections of folk tales by Rodchenko, Kulish, and Dragomanov preserve and examine the language, culture, and oral traditions of the Malo-Russian peoples. These works, both legal and literary, provide the essential framework for understanding the intellectual, linguistic, and cultural heritage of Poland and its neighboring lands. Among the regions of Eastern Europe, the land historically known as Ukraine is especially rich in popular legends, folk beliefs, and traditional superstitions preserved among its rural population. Written literature alone has been unable to fully represent the immense oral storytelling heritage carried through generations in this country. Many of the published works dealing with Ukrainian folklore provide only a partial reflection of this vast cultural treasury. It was from the memories, songs, and oral narratives of village elders that the great national poet Taras Shevchenko derived the subjects of many of his most realistic and emotionally powerful poetic compositions. Ukrainian popular tradition is filled with heroic stories concerning the historical military leaders known as hetmans, a title given to the supreme commanders of the Cossack military formations. Among these figures, the exploits of Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who led the Cossack uprising against Polish authority during the 17th century, occupy a particularly prominent place in folk memory. At the same time, the people of the countryside continue to preserve supernatural legends. One such tradition concerns the ghost of Jeremiah Wisniewski, remembered in folk imagination as a fearsome warrior associated with violent military conflicts in the region. According to rural belief, the spirit of this historical figure is said to wander through the Ukrainian countryside, and the peasant who encounters the spectral apparition is supposed to tremble under the imagined gaze of the ghostly warrior. Scholarly study of Ukrainian folklore has only slowly reached Western European intellectual circles. One of the early scholars who attempted to introduce these traditions was Friedrich Bodenstedt. Another contribution appeared in an article published in the French intellectual periodical review De Deux Mondes, in which the Russian novelist Ivan Turgenev assisted in presenting observations concerning Ukrainian popular culture. The Austrian scholar Obrist also produced a small monograph devoted to the life and works of Shevchenko. Ukrainian folk songs frequently contain references to magical objects and supernatural motifs. Among these are stories involving enchanted herbs, birds endowed with mysterious powers, and other elements associated with rural magical belief. One particularly interesting legend describes the existence of a magic handkerchief similar in concept to the enchanted cloth mentioned in literary tradition, such as the handkerchief given by the Egyptian character in the tragedy of Othello. Lexicographic studies of the Ukrainian language were long hindered by the absence of comprehensive dictionaries. A significant step forward was achieved through the publication of the Zelikovsky Dictionary of the Ukrainian Language, which became an essential reference for students of the language. Before this work appeared, scholars had to rely on incomplete and fragmentary vocabularies. The best grammatical study of the language was produced by Osatsa, whose grammar was published in the city of Lviv, which had long served as a major intellectual center for Ukrainian publishing activity. An institution particularly active in printing Ukrainian literary material was the Staropygian Institute of Lviv, which supported the preservation of Slavic Orthodox cultural heritage. The White Ruthenian or Belarusian language dialect possesses relatively little independent literary development. Its literature is limited mainly to traditional songs and proverb collections. Proverbs among all Slavic peoples are considered valuable cultural documents because they preserve popular wisdom transmitted through generations. In the year 1844, a book was published in the city of Vilnius entitled Piaseki Wisniaks z Nadniemna I Dzwini, meaning songs from the banks of the Neman River and the Dagava River, written in the Slavo-Kravician dialect, which is another designation for the White Russian linguistic form. A major collection of White Russian folk songs was later published in the city of St. Petersburg in the year 1874 by Piotr Szkalin. Polish national songs were also systematically collected by several ethnographers and writers. Among them were Wacław Z. Olska, Wojciech Wojcicki, Zagoda Pauli, Oskar Kohlberg, and others who devoted their work to preserving the musical and oral traditions of the Polish nation. The list of authors mentioned does not claim to be exhaustive. In nearly every case, The cited works have been consulted in scholarly research. Rather than reproducing extremely long bibliographical catalogs similar to those appended to Michael Bobrzinski's historical studies, a selective presentation was preferred in order to maintain clarity. Such an approach avoids simple mechanical compilation of names, while still preserving the principal authorities upon which modern historical interpretation of Polish and related Slavic cultural history has been constructed. The history of Poland can be traced through the succession of its kings, a lineage carefully recorded by historians such as Waleny Beliński in his Historia Polska, published in Warsaw in the year 1844. The first sovereign was Mieczysław I, commonly known as Mieszko, who reigned from the year 962 to 992. He was followed by Bolesław the Brave, whose rule extended from 992 to 1026, a period marked by the consolidation of power and expansion of Polish territory. Mieczysław II then held the throne from the year 1026 to 1034, followed by an interregnum, a period without a monarch, lasting from 1034 to 1040. Casimir I, surnamed the Restorer, reigned from 1040 to 1058, restoring stability to the kingdom after the turmoil. Bolesław II, known as the Bold, ruled from 1058 to 1081, a king remembered for his assertive policies. Ladislaus I, sometimes called Hermann, took the throne in 1081 and ruled until 1102. Bolesław III, surnamed the Wrymouth, reigned from 1102 to 1139. He was succeeded by Ladislaus II, who held the crown from 1139 to 1148, and Bolesław IV, the Curly, from 1149 to 1173. Mieczysław III followed from 1174 to 1177, and Casimir II, known as the Just, ruled from 1178 to 1194. Leszek V, called the White, and Mieczysław the Elder alternated on the throne from 1194 to 1203. Ladislaus III, surnamed Longshanks, reigned briefly from 1204 to 1207, after which Leszek V, the White, returned for a second time, ruling until 1227. Bolesław V, the Modest, ascended in 1227 and ruled until 1279. Between 1279 and 1292, Bolesław, Prince of Masurgia, and Henry IV, Prince of Breslau, held power in succession, followed by Ladislaus IV, Prince of Sieradz, and Henry IV, Prince of Breslau, from 1289 to 1292. Przemysław I, Prince of Posen and Pomerania, briefly ruled from 1295 to 1296, after which Ladislaus IV, the Short, returned for a second time from 1297 to 1299. Wenceslaus I, King of Bohemia, reigned from 1299 to 1305, after which Ladislaus the Short resumed power for a third period from 1306 to 1333. Casimir III, known as the Great, ruled from 1333 to 1370. The lineage continued with Louis, King of Hungary, and Jadwiga, followed by Ladislaus II, Jagiello, who reigned from 1370 to 1382, and subsequently from 1386 to 1434, establishing the Jagiellonian dynasty. Ladislaus III, surnamed Poland and Hungary, then reigned, followed by Casimir IV, John Albert, Alexander, Sigismund I, Sigismund II Augustus, Henry of Valois, and Stephen Batory, each leaving their mark on the kingdom's turbulent history. Sigismund III Vasa ruled from 1587 to 1632, followed by Ladislaus IV from 1632 to 1648. John Casimir held the throne from 1648 to 1668, Michael Corybut from 1669 to 1673, and John III Sobieski, surnamed Warnenzik, from 1674 to 1696. The 18th century saw Augustus II, Elector of Saxony, and Stanislaus Leszczynski alternating on the throne, followed by Augustus III, Elector of Saxony, and finally Stanislaus Poniatowski, the last king of the independent Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. It must be observed that some of these sovereigns ruled only briefly during periods of anarchy. Ladislaus Jagiello is referred to by Polish historians as the second of his name, perhaps on account of the new dynasty which ascended the throne with his reign, altering the course of Polish history for centuries to come. The genealogical table of the Jagiellons, one of the most illustrious dynasties in the history of Central and Eastern Europe, begins with Gediminas, Prince of Lithuania, who died in the year 1341. Gediminas was a formidable ruler of the Grand Duchy of Lithuania, which stretched from the Baltic Sea to the lands bordering the Black Sea, and he established the foundations for a dynasty that would link Lithuania with Poland for centuries. His son, Algird, also known as Oleg or Louis, became king of Poland and died in 1377, having reigned as a pivotal figure between 1370 and 1382. Algird's rule was marked by the consolidation of Lithuanian power and the strengthening of ties with the Polish kingdom. From this line emerged Ladislaus Jagiello, born in 1348, who married Jadwiga, the heiress of Poland. This union was monumental, combining the territories of Poland and Lithuania into a formidable commonwealth that would dominate the politics of Central Europe. Ladislaus Jagiello died in the year 1434. From this union descended Ladislaus III, who lived from 1423 to 1444, and Casimir IV, who lived from 1427 to 1492. Casimir IV's reign was marked by territorial consolidation and military campaigns that extended the influence of the Jagiellon dynasty. Among his descendants were John Albert, who died in 1501, Alexander, who died in 1506, and Sigismund I, who lived from 1467 to 1548. Sigismund I, known as Sigismund the Old, strengthened the administrative structure of the Polish kingdom and fostered the Renaissance in Poland, leaving a lasting cultural legacy. The next generation included Sigismund II, who died in 1572, and Catherine, whose marriage allied the family with foreign dynasties, and married John Vasa of Sweden, and Stephen Batory, who would later become King of Poland, entered the dynastic narrative. Sigismund III, born in 1566 and dying in 1632, continued the dynastic line, ruling over a period of political complexity and military struggle. From him came Ladislaus IV, who lived from 1595 to 1648, and John Casimir, born in 1609 and dying in 1672. These monarchs presided over Poland during a turbulent century marked by wars with the Ottoman Empire, the Cossack uprisings, and constant pressure from neighboring powers. The Jagiellon dynasty, through this intricate genealogical line, connected Lithuania and Poland for generations, leaving a legacy of royal authority, territorial expansion, and political influence that shaped the course of Central and Eastern European history for over 3 centuries. The following names represent rulers, places, scholars, and historical figures frequently appearing in the history of Poland and surrounding Eastern European lands, each playing a different role in political, religious, military, or cultural development. Abdul-Mejid, the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire from the year 1839 to 1861, initiated the Tanzimat reforms, a series of measures designed to modernize the imperial administration, reorganize the army, and reform the legal system. His reign was intertwined with European diplomacy and the affairs of territories under Ottoman influence, including those that bordered the eastern reaches of Poland. Saint Adalbert, also known as Wojciech, was a Bohemian missionary and the Archbishop of Prague, martyred in the year 997. His missionary work was crucial in spreading Christianity to Poland, establishing a religious and cultural foundation that would influence Central Europe for centuries. Adelaide of Hesse, a German princess, through her strategic marriages into European royalty, strengthened dynastic alliances, shaping political relations across Central Europe, including the Polish realm. Ackermann, a fortress and town under Ottoman control, held strategic importance in military campaigns affecting the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, serving as a focal point in the struggle between Eastern European powers. Albert of Brandenburg, also called Albert of Prussia, was the last Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights. In the year 1525, he transformed the religious order into a secular duchy, becoming Duke of Prussia. His decisions altered the balance of power in the region and had lasting consequences for Polish-Prussian relations, particularly during the Protestant Reformation. Albertrandi, a historian and scholar, preserved crucial archival materials documenting Poland's past, safeguarding the memory of dynastic, political, and ecclesiastical developments for future generations. The Syrian city of Aleppo figures in Polish and Eastern European history as a locus of diplomatic and military exchanges with the Ottoman Empire, reflecting Poland's indirect involvement in wider Mediterranean affairs. Alexander of Poland, known formally as King Alexander Jagiellon, ruled Poland from the year 1501 to 1506 and was Grand Duke of Lithuania. His reign focused on consolidating the Jagiellon dynasty while maintaining delicate relations with neighboring states. Pope Alexander VI, who held the papacy from the year 1492 to 1503, was notorious for nepotism and political maneuvering. His influence extended into European dynastic politics, affecting alliances that included the Polish kingdom. Alexander I of Russia, Tsar from the year 1801 to 1825, was a central figure in the Napoleonic Wars and the Congress of Vienna, and his policies significantly affected Polish territories and the uprisings that erupted in the early 19th century. Alexander II of Russia, Tsar from the year 1855 to 1881, enacted major reforms, including the emancipation of serfs, which had direct consequences for Polish provinces under Russian administration. Alexis of Russia, Tsar from the year 1645 to 1676, presided over periods of conflict with Poland, particularly concerning territories in modern Ukraine and Belarus, influencing the shifting balance of power in Eastern Europe. Altenstein, a German statesman or administrator, played a role in shaping Polish-German relations during the 19th century, influencing regional governance and diplomatic interactions. Altmaier, a historian, preserved the intellectual legacy of Polish scholars, including Joachim Lelewel, offering insights into Poland's national and political life across turbulent centuries. Altenstadt, a town in Saxony, became significant as the site of treaties in the year 1706, which impacted Swedish and Saxon-Polish politics, marking moments of negotiation and shifts in regional power. America appears in Polish history primarily as a destination for emigration and intellectual exchange during the 18th and 19th centuries, influencing the Polish diaspora and the spread of revolutionary thought. Anselon, a German historian and jurist, analyzed relations between Poland, Russia, and Prussia, providing contemporaries with frameworks to understand the dynamics of European politics. Chevalier d'Andelot, a French military officer, conducted campaigns and alliances that intersected with Polish affairs, demonstrating the entanglement of European powers in the fate of Poland. Andrusowo, in the year 1667, became the site of a peace treaty between Poland and the Ottoman Empire, ending hostilities and defining territorial borders and political authority. Angern, a locality in northern Europe, figures in conflicts between Polish and German forces, particularly involving the Teutonic Order and later Prussian states. Anna Aldona, Queen of Poland as the consort of King Casimir III, solidified political ties between Poland and Lithuania during the 14th century, influencing the unity and stability of the realm. Anna Jagiellonka, Queen of Poland and daughter of Sigismund I Jagiellon, played a key role in dynastic politics, ensuring the continuity and influence of the Jagiellon dynasty. Anne of Austria, a Habsburg princess, entered Polish royalty through marriage, exemplifying the interweaving of dynastic and political strategies between Austria and Poland. Anne of England, who reigned as Queen of England from the year 1702 to 1714, was indirectly involved in European diplomacy that affected Polish alliances. And of Russia, Tsarina from the year 1730 to 1740 shaped Polish-Russian relations through her policies and appointments in Eastern Europe. The Armenian community in Poland, largely engaged in commerce, trade, and urban development, contributed to the economic structure of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Asnik, a 19th-century Polish poet, was central to the Romantic literary movement, reflecting the struggle to preserve national identity under foreign occupation. Augsburg, a German city, was a venue for European treaties and negotiations, impacting Poland through alliances, diplomacy, and regional conflicts. Augustus II the Strong, Elector of Saxony and King of Poland from the year 1697 to 1733, presided over a reign marked by dynastic struggles, political intrigue, and foreign influence. Augustus III, his son, ruled Poland from 1734 to 1763, his weak governance contributing to political decline and the vulnerability of the state. Austria, as a European empire, exercised significant influence in Polish politics through dynastic marriages and, later, direct territorial partitions, shaping the fate of Central Europe. Aviano, an Italian town, was involved in European military and ecclesiastical operations, reflecting wider political networks impacting Poland. Bar, located in Podolia in modern Ukraine, became the center of the Bar Confederation from 1768 to 1772, a noble uprising against Russian control that exemplified Polish resistance to foreign domination. Barbès, a French revolutionary writer, influenced Polish exiles and reformers, spreading ideas that fueled nationalist movements. Stephen Batory, King of Poland from the year 1576 to 1586, earned renown for military campaigns that strengthened the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, particularly against Russia and the Ottoman Empire. Baudouin, a European noble or diplomat, engaged in military and political activities intersecting with Polish. Józef Baim, a Polish general and revolutionary born in the year 1794 and deceased in 1850, became a hero of Polish uprisings and the Hungarian Revolution of 1848, exemplifying the spirit of resistance in Central Europe. Bender, a fortress in Moldavia, was strategically significant during Polish-Ottoman wars, hosting key military campaigns. Michael Beniowski, an adventurer and military leader, participated in Polish revolutionary activities and broader European campaigns, reflecting the restless energy of the era. Berestechko, site of the Battle of Berestechko in the year 1651, witnessed one of the largest engagements of the Polish Cossack Wars, decisive in the struggle over Ukrainian territories. Berg, a geographic or military reference, appears in Polish and German historical events tied to regional conflicts. Berlin, the capital of Prussia, frequently rivaled Poland in political and military matters, shaping Central European geopolitics. Berry, a French province, occasionally intersected with diplomatic correspondence affecting Polish alliances. Bethlen Gabor, Prince of Transylvania from the year 1580 to 1629, engaged in Central European politics with implications for Polish alliances and regional power. Bezprim, a Hungarian locality, figures in Polish-Hungarian political and military relations. Beach, a historic town in southern Poland, played a role in regional trade and administrative governance. Martin Bielski, a Polish historian born in the year 1495 and deceased in 1575, authored the Chronika Polska, foundational to Polish prose and historiography, preserving the memory of the Commonwealth. Birin, a Russian noble and regent during the reign of Tsarina and of Russia, influenced Eastern European politics affecting Poland. Bissy, a French diplomat, engaged in 18th-century negotiations with Poland and other European powers. Blon, a military or geographic figure, is cited in the context of Eastern European conflicts involving Poland. Bob Brzezinski, a 19th-century Polish historian, chronicled national events and contributed significantly to the study of Poland's political past. Boguchwal, a political or military figure, appears in accounts of Polish historical developments. Bolesław I the Brave, king of Poland from the year 992 to 1025, established the Polish kingdom and expanded its territories through conquest and consolidation. Bolesław II the Bold, king of Poland from 1058 to 1079, became infamous for ordering the execution of Saint Stanislaus, Archbishop of Krakow, igniting lasting ecclesiastical and political conflict. Bolesław III the Wrymouth, Duke of Poland from 1102 to 1138, faced internal divisions and succession struggles that shaped the governance of Polish territories. Bolesław V the Pious, Duke of Poland from 1226 to 1279, was remembered for his devotion to the Church and the consolidation of ecclesiastical institutions. Boko, a Silesian duke, governed southern Polish lands, engaging in regional administration and dynastic politics. Bologna, the Italian city, served as a center of learning and diplomacy, influencing Polish scholars and political connections. Bonneville, a French military officer, participated in campaigns that intersected with Polish and broader European affairs. Bonneville, a French geographer or diplomat, contributed to intellectual or military engagements involving Poland. Bussers, a European political or military figure, appears in the historical record for actions affecting Polish events and campaigns. Abdul-Mejid I, the Sultan of the Ottoman Empire during the 19th century, held power from the year 1839 to 1861 and became notable for supporting diplomatic protections for Polish refugees within Ottoman territories. His reign intersected with European diplomacy and the strategic interests of the Ottoman Empire, particularly in regions bordering the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Saint Adalbert of Prague, also called Adalbert, was a Bohemian missionary and Archbishop of Prague, martyred in the year 997. He played a central role in converting Central European populations to Christianity and became one of the patron saints of Poland, leaving a lasting spiritual and cultural legacy. Members of noble European families, such as Adelaide of Hesse, appear in the complex genealogical networks of medieval aristocracy, linking German principalities with the courts of Poland and other Central European states. The town of Ackerman, situated near the Black Sea, served as an important strategic and diplomatic location between Polish forces and Ottoman territories, functioning as a focal point in military campaigns and negotiations. Albert of Brandenburg, also called Albert of Prussia, was the last Grand Master of the Teutonic Knights. In the year 1525, he secularized the lands of Prussia, transforming the religious order into a hereditary duchy and becoming Duke of Prussia, a change that profoundly affected Polish-Prussian relations and the balance of power in the region. Scholars such as Henryk Albertrandy devoted themselves to the study of Polish antiquity and ecclesiastical history, preserving archival materials critical to understanding Poland's religious and national development. The city of Aleppo in present-day Syria appears in the context of Polish military immigrants and exiles during periods of conflict, serving as a refuge for some Polish figures within the Ottoman Empire. Alexander Jagiellon, who ruled Poland from the year 1501 to 1506 and also held the title of Grand Duke of Lithuania, presided over a period of political consolidation and dynastic importance, navigating the challenges of late medieval governance and the early Renaissance period. Pope Alexander VI, who reigned from the year 1492 to 1503, became notorious for his political maneuvering and nepotism, influencing European alliances, including those that touched the Polish crown. Tsar Alexander I of Russia, ruling from the year 1801 to 1825, was a central figure in the Napoleonic Wars and in shaping the European settlement at the Congress of Vienna. His decisions directly impacted Polish territories and uprisings during the early 19th century. Tsar Alexander II of Russia, reigning from the year 1855 to 1881, enacted major reforms, including the emancipation of Russian serfs, which affected Polish provinces under Russian control. Earlier Russian rulers, such as Tsar Alexis of Russia, who reigned from 1645 to 1676, were involved in conflicts over territories in Eastern Europe, shaping the borderlands of Poland, Ukraine, and Belarus. German statesmen, such as Karl Altenstein, influenced Polish-German relations through administrative and political reforms during the 19th century. The treaty settlement at Altenstadt, a town in Saxony, reflected diplomatic and military struggles during the Northern Wars, marking a key episode in Polish and Swedish relations. The United States became a destination for Polish political exiles during the 18th and 19th centuries, where émigrés attempted to continue patriotic activities and maintain national identity abroad. Diplomats, such as Joseph Anselon, were involved in early 19th century Prussian foreign administration, mediating relations among European powers, including Poland. The Chevalier d'Andelot, a French knight, participated in military and diplomatic affairs connected to Poland, exemplifying the transnational nature of European military service. Andrusowo, a town that became the site of a peace treaty in 1667, ended the Russo-Polish War of the 17th century, defining territorial boundaries and the authority of sovereign powers. Administrative regions and military areas, such as Angern and Baltic German records, reflecting local governance and involvement in conflicts with Polish forces. Anna Aldona of Lithuania, Queen of Poland as consort of King Casimir III, reinforced dynastic ties between Poland and Lithuania during the 14th century, strengthening political unity. Anna Jagiellon, Queen of Poland, was instrumental in securing the Polish throne for the Jagiellon dynasty through her marriage and dynastic maneuvering. Anne of Austria, a Habsburg princess, influenced European diplomacy and royal alliances, intersecting with Polish dynastic politics. Anne of England, who reigned as Queen of Great Britain from the year 1702 to 1714, affected European diplomatic negotiations with indirect consequences for Poland. Anna of Russia, Tsarina from the year 1730 to 1740, extended imperial authority over territories such as Courland, impacting Polish-Russian relations. The Armenian communities in Polish cities contributed to commerce, trade, and urban development, integrating into the economic framework of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Adam Asnik, a poet of the 19th century, embodied the Romantic literary movement and Polish nationalist sentiment, preserving cultural identity under foreign occupation. Augsburg, a German city, hosted religious settlements and political negotiations following Protestant conflicts, with implications for Poland's religious and political alignment. Augustus II, called Augustus the Strong, Elector of Saxony and King of Poland from the year 1697 to 1733, presided over a reign of dynastic struggle, political intrigue, and foreign influence on Polish governance. Augustus III of Poland, his son, ruled from 1734 to 1763, and his ineffective leadership contributed to the decline of the Polish state. The imperial state of Austria intervened repeatedly in Polish affairs during the 18th century through dynastic marriages and direct territorial control during the partitions of Poland. Bar in Podolia, located in modern Ukraine, became the center of the Bar Confederation between 1768 and 1772, where Polish nobles rebelled against Russian domination, demonstrating the enduring resistance of the Polish aristocracy. Armand Barbes, a French revolutionary writer, influenced Polish exiles and reformers, spreading ideas that resonated with Polish nationalist movements. Stephen Batory, King of Poland from the year 1576 to 1586, is celebrated for military campaigns that strengthened the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth, particularly against Russia and the Ottoman Empire. Military adventurers, such as Michael Baudouin, appear in secondary historical references connected to European conflicts involving Poland. The electorate of Bavaria, governed by electors, occasionally participated in Polish diplomatic affairs, illustrating the entanglement of Central European states. Belgrade, now in Serbia, was a strategic Ottoman stronghold, influencing Polish Balkan diplomacy and military planning. Josef Baim, a Polish general and revolutionary born in 1794 and deceased in 1850, participated in uprisings across Europe, including Polish national revolts and the Hungarian Revolution of 1848, later entering Ottoman service. The fortress town of Bender, in Moldavia, hosted Swedish and Polish exiles, serving as a focal point for military and political operations in Eastern Europe. Maurice Benioski, an adventurer and military leader, engaged in colonial and revolutionary enterprises across Asia and the Pacific, exemplifying the restless spirit of 18th-century Polish nobles and émigrés. The Battle of Berestecko, fought in 1651, represented one of the largest clashes between the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth and Cossack forces, decisive in the struggle over Ukrainian territories. Berlin, the capital of Prussia, frequently shaped Polish foreign policy through rivalry, diplomacy, and military tension. Berry, a province in France, played a role in European diplomacy that indirectly affected Polish alliances. Gabriel Bethlen, Prince of Transylvania from 1580 to 1629, engaged in Central European politics, influencing Protestant alliances and relations with the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Bezprym, an early Polish ruler, contended with dynastic conflict following the Piast succession, illustrating the volatility of medieval Polish politics. Beach, a medieval town in southern Poland, served as a center of commerce and local administration, exemplifying urban development within the Kingdom of Poland. Joachim Bielski, a historian from the late 15th and early 16th centuries, preserved early Polish historical memory, chronicling the actions of nobles, kings, and ecclesiastical authorities. Ernst Johann von Biron, a Russian noble and regent during the reign of Tsarina Anna of Russia, exerted influence over Polish territories under Russian dominion. Michael Bobrzyński, a 19th-century Polish historian, offered critical interpretations of Polish constitutional history and the evolution of national governance. Boguchwal, an early Slavic ecclesiastical writer, contributed to church historiography, providing accounts of religious and social developments in medieval Poland. Boleslaw I the Brave, reigning from 992 to 1025, established the Polish kingdom, expanded its territories, and solidified the monarchy's authority. Boleslaw II the Bold, king from 1058 to 1079, became infamous for executing Saint Stanislaus, Archbishop of Krakow, creating enduring tension between church and state. Boleslaw III Rymouth, duke from 1102 to 1138, contended with internal divisions and succession disputes that shaped Poland's territorial governance. Boleslaw V the Chaste, duke from 1226 to 1279, strengthened ecclesiastical institutions and fostered pious governance. Boko of Silesia, a regional duke, administered southern Polish lands, participating in dynastic politics and local administration. Bologna, the Italian city, served as an academic and diplomatic center, educating Polish students in canon and civil law and fostering European intellectual connections. Claude de Bonneville, a French military officer, participated in European and Ottoman conflicts that intersected with Polish interests. Edouard Bonneville, a French scholar, contributed to political commentary concerning Poland and its neighboring states. The Bug River historically marked a strategic boundary region, relevant to Polish, Lithuanian, and Cossack military operations. George Byron, a British poet, influenced the development of Polish Romantic literature, inspiring nationalist and literary movements. Abraham Bzowski, a scholar of ecclesiastical history, documented church institutions and religious controversies in Poland. John Calvin, the Protestant reformer, shaped theological debates that reverberated through Polish Protestant communities. Thomas Campbell, a French literary and diplomatic figure, appeared in correspondence and cultural influence affecting Poland. The Treaty of Karlowitz, concluded in the year 1699, established a diplomatic settlement between the Ottoman Empire and European powers, including the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Karo Jacob, a historian, continued research into Polish medieval and early modern history, preserving documents and interpretations critical to understanding the nation's past. The Carpathian Mountains formed a natural frontier of the Polish kingdom, marking the southern boundary and providing defense against invading forces. Polish royal history included monarchs such as Casimir I the Restorer, who ruled from 1040 to 1058, Casimir III the Great, reigning from 1333 to 1370, and Casimir IV Jagiellon, King of Poland from 1447 to 1492, all of whom strengthened the Polish state and legal institutions. Castiglione Baldassarre, an Italian writer and diplomat, influenced cultural and political exchanges between Poland and Western Europe. Charles of Lorraine, a military leader in Austria, engaged in diplomatic and military operations affecting Poland. Charles XII of Sweden, reigning from 1698 to 1721, led campaigns that brought Sweden into conflict with Poland. Geoffrey Chaucer, the English poet, influenced literary traditions across Europe, including Polish writers who adopted elements of his storytelling. Chelm and Chernihiv were regional centers in Eastern Europe, serving administrative, ecclesiastical, and military roles during medieval and early modern periods. Alexei Shishkin, a Russian political figure, participated in policies and negotiations affecting Poland-Lithuania. Józef Klopowski, a military leader, engaged in 19th-century Polish national movements, exemplifying the continued fight for independence. The Battle of Chosim, or Khodin, was a major military engagement of the 17th century between Polish-Lithuanian forces and Ottoman armies, significant in the defense of the Commonwealth. Jan Chodkiewicz, a noble and military commander, became renowned for his campaigns against the Ottoman Empire, defending Polish territories in the early 17th century. Frédéric Chopin, the composer born in 1809, became an internationally celebrated Polish musical figure, representing the nation's artistic achievements. Winston Churchill, although centuries later, commented on European history, including the Polish struggles, providing modern interpretations of earlier events. Emperor Claudius of Rome, mentioned in historical comparisons, reflects the long arc of European imperial and political traditions influencing Polish rulers. Clement of the Teutonic Order, along with Popes Clement VIII and Clement X, influenced ecclesiastical diplomacy affecting Poland. The Abbey of Cluny exemplified medieval monastic intellectual life, shaping ecclesiastical education and clerical networks relevant to Polish church structures. Niccolo Kakiai, a historian, advanced early modern historical writing, preserving narratives relevant to the Polish context. Charles of Montmorency, Duke of Condé, and explorers such as Connor participated in military, diplomatic, and exploratory ventures that intersected with Polish history. Conrad of Masovia, a medieval Polish duke, invited the Teutonic Knights into Eastern Europe, initiating campaigns and settlements that deeply affected the region. The city of Constance hosted a medieval church council, addressing theological disputes and influencing religious policies that resonated in Poland. Grand Duke Konstantin Pavlovich of Russia and his namesake Grand Duke Konstantin Nikolaevich of Russia were members of the Russian imperial family whose actions affected Polish administration and governance under Russian dominion. The city of Constantinople, capital of the Ottoman Empire, served as a strategic bridge between Europe and Asia, central to diplomacy affecting Poland. Casimir III of Poland, king from 1333 to 1370, strengthened legal, administrative, and urban institutions, leaving a lasting imprint on the Polish state. Pierre Corneille, a French dramatist, influenced European literary culture, including Polish theatrical traditions. Nicholas Copernicus, the Polish astronomer, revolutionized science with his heliocentric model, reshaping European understanding of the cosmos and influencing intellectual life in Poland. This historical account continues, reflecting the intricate web of monarchs, military leaders, scholars, cities, treaties, and cultural figures that define Polish and Eastern European history over the centuries. Demetrius, called the False, emerged in Russia during the time of troubles. He was an impostor claiming to be the son of Ivan IV, the Terrible, and his appearances in the years 16, 126, 127, and 251 provoked political upheaval and violent contests for the throne. His existence demonstrates the fragility of dynastic succession in Muscovy, where rumors and false claims could ignite wars and unrest. In Denmark, the year 336 marks the backdrop for political intrigue and military maneuvers that entwined with the broader struggles of Northern Europe. The court of Denmark was a center of diplomacy, connecting Scandinavia with the shifting alliances of France, Germany, and the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. Deportes, a figure of letters in 138, navigated the literary and cultural currents of his time, leaving his mark on the intellectual history of France and influencing discussions of ethics, politics, and poetic expression. The Treaty of Delino, signed in 76 and referenced again in 128, represented a pivotal moment in Polish-Russian relations, drawing borders and concluding conflicts, yet sowing seeds for future disputes. It was a moment of uneasy peace where diplomacy and military exhaustion intersected. Dupont, a principality referenced in 200, carried strategic significance in the Germanic lands, bridging cultural and military spheres during the 30 Years' War and the subsequent reshaping of European states. Diabich, active in 258 and 259, was a military commander whose campaigns in Eastern Europe and Russia reflected the era's constant flux of armies, sieges, and national ambitions. Dissidents, noted in 144, were the voices of opposition, often religious or political, whose defiance challenged monarchs and empires, influencing the currents of reform and repression. The chronicler De Lugas, appearing in 20 and 273, preserved the memory of Polish history through meticulous records of kings, battles, and ecclesiastical affairs. His works are invaluable to understanding the lives of rulers, the shifting borders, and the cultural tensions of Central Europe. The river Dnieper, flowing in 23 and 244, was more than a geographical feature. It was a lifeline and a boundary, shaping commerce, military campaigns, and the settlement patterns of the lands between Russia, Ukraine, and Poland. Dobrynia, referenced in 32, and the Saint Domingo in 253, reflect the personal, political, and spiritual dimensions of history, showing how individuals and religious figures influenced local and regional narratives. Dorpat, known today as Tartu in Estonia, became a center of scholarship and ecclesiastical authority in 115, reflecting the mingling of German, Russian, and Baltic influences in the region. Dragomanov, professor, noted in 139, preserved and interpreted Slavic cultural and historical knowledge, shaping modern understanding of Eastern European intellectual history. Dresden, appearing in 211 and 243, stood as a jewel of Saxony, a city of art, power, and strategic importance during the wars of religion and the rise of Prussia. Druzbacka, in 292, contributed to the poetic and literary heritage of Poland, capturing the emotional and nationalistic currents of her time. Dubienka, in 243, became a battlefield, a stage where the forces of Poland and Russia clashed in moments of high tension and decisive military action. Du Bois, in 320, was a diplomat or chronicler who recorded the intrigues and alliances shaping European power. The rivers Dwina, in 244, and the territories of Zielinski in 129, underscore how geography, nobility, and strategic sites influenced wars, diplomacy, and the rise and fall of dynasties. Edward VI of England, appearing in 131, ascended the English throne in his youth, navigating the Protestant Reformation, court factions, and foreign pressures that shaped England's religious and political identity. Elbeleg, or Elbing, referenced in 1174, 123, and 195, was a Baltic trade city, a hub of commerce and cultural exchange, whose control shifted among the Teutonic Knights, Poland, and the Hanseatic League. Eleonora of Austria, in 153, moved within the dynastic politics of Central Europe, marrying strategically to secure alliances and influence across courts. Elizabeth, daughter of Emperor Albert, in 58, and Elizabeth, daughter of Emperor Ferdinand I, in 82, represent the intersection of dynastic marriages and imperial politics that connected Austria, the Holy Roman Empire, and the wider European stage. Elizabeth of England, appearing in 109, 129, and 131, became the iconic queen navigating religious divisions, naval power, and the expansion of England's influence across the seas. Similarly, Elizabeth, daughter of the Elector Palatine, in 132, played her role in dynastic networks that often determined the course of European conflicts. Enghien, Duke of, in 147, wielded military and political power in the French sphere, while Eric XIV of Sweden, in 118, faced personal and political turmoil that shook the Scandinavian courts. Ernest of Austria, referenced in 92 and 103, embodied the Habsburg influence, a lineage whose reach extended across Europe's thrones and battlefields. Esther, in 44, Fedkovich, also known as Godinsky, in 14, and Fyodor Ivanovich, in 118, each represent the personal dimensions of historical narratives, where nobility, diplomacy, and intrigue intersect with broader societal transformations. Ferdinand III, in 132, presided over the Holy Roman Empire during wars that tested the stability of Central Europe. The poet Filikaja, in 171, captured the spirit of Renaissance and Baroque Italy, while Fleming, Isabella, in 214, and Florence, in 123, reflect the centers of culture, commerce, and artistic innovation in Europe. Paul de Foix, in 93, served as a diplomat and ecclesiastical figure navigating the French and papal politics of the 16th century. Fontainebleau, in 244, became a royal seat of power in France, emblematic of the grandeur and strategic importance of French monarchy, while Formosa, in 222, marks European engagement with distant colonial territories. France itself, referenced in 243 and 244, dominated much of European culture, politics, and military affairs, influencing wars, alliances, and the intellectual currents of the continent. Frederick of Austria, in 18, Frederick the Great, appearing in 212, 222, 237, and 292, and Frederick William II, in 237, shaped Prussian and Austrian destinies, combining military genius, political acumen, and cultural patronage to redefine Central Europe. Freeman, in 255, chronicled these struggles, while Galicia, in 41, 125, 223, 255, and 263, became a contested land of ethnic diversity, rebellion, and strategic significance. The historian Gallus, in 20, 28, 268, and 270, preserved records of dynasties, battles, and alliances, while Gasinski, in 288, 323, and 324, and Gomski, in 277, represent the Polish nobility navigating turbulent politics. Gediminas, in 8, 15, 38, 45, and 124, established the Lithuanian dynasty that would influence the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth for generations. Geneva, in 323, was a city of Protestant refuge and intellectual ferment. Geoffrey of Monmouth, in 20, preserved the semi-legendary histories of Britain, linking myth and history. George I of England, in 177, ascended the British throne during Hanoverian succession, connecting German principalities to the British crown. Germans, in 16, moved through the cultural and military landscapes of Europe, while Jaren, in 25, represents the localized nobility and military figures. Gielgud, in 215, was part of the later literary and theatrical tradition. Michael Glinski, in 66, and another Glinski, in 76, were central figures in the political and military struggles of Eastern Europe, particularly in Lithuania and Russia. Gniezno, or Nezin, in 23, 29, 37, and 122, was the ecclesiastical heart of Poland, a seat of bishops, coronations, and national ceremonies. Boris Godunov, in 126, became Tsar of Russia, his reign marked by famine, rebellion, and the false Demetrius uprisings. Galins, in 147, and Galavaki, in 14, were influential figures navigating Polish and Eastern European politics. Ganta, in 14 and 215, exemplified the local military leadership during uprisings. Gordon, in 145 and 146, Gosksinski, in 312 and 314, and Göttingen, in 293, represent the interweaving of military, intellectual, and regional histories. Grabowski, in 246, and Grange, Henri de la, in 163, illustrate the personal and political roles of European nobles. Granovsky, in 305, Gratz, in 122, and Pope Gregory VII, in 33, reveal the religious, political, and cultural entanglements of Europe. Grachow, in 259 and 263, and Grodno, in 15, 116, 223, 239, and 274, were battlefields and cities of strategic importance, witnessing conflicts that shaped the destinies of nations. Grunwald, in 52, was the site of a decisive battle between the Polish-Lithuanian forces and the Teutonic Knights, a clash that symbolized the struggle for sovereignty and the shaping of medieval Eastern Europe. Guibriant, Madame de, in 137, represents French noble influence in military and courtly affairs, while Gunduli, in 128, and Guzzo, in 126, were focal points of noble estates and political maneuvering. Guzuls, in 14, and Guagnin, in 286, indicate the minor nobility whose actions echoed across the political landscape. Hajek, in 279, chronicled Bohemian and Central European affairs, while Halich, in 7, and Hannes, in 17, were territories and individuals shaping regional politics. Hartnock, in 3, and Hartlib, in 131, preserved cultural and scientific knowledge that informed the intellectual currents of Europe. The narrative continues with a web of monarchs, generals, scholars, and cities. Heilsberg, in 195, Helen Paleologa, in 63 and 64, whose marriage connected Byzantine and Eastern European legacies. Saint Helena, in 257, Henry of Bolingbroke VI, in 52, Henry VIII of England. Within the royal struggles of Central Europe, the Hungarian and Polish royal lines intersected through monarchs such as Ladislaus II of Hungary, a ruler connected to the political balance between Christian European kingdoms and the Ottoman frontier, and Ladislaus Lokitek, whose reign helped reunify fragmented Polish territories after long periods of regional division. The dynasty of the Jagiello, born as the Lithuanian Grand Duke who converted to Christianity and founded the long-lasting union between Lithuania and the Polish crown, carried the weight of defending the region during the early 15th century. His political legacy continued through the memory of John Albert, a monarch associated with military campaigns in the south, and through John Casimir Vasa, who ruled during the devastating wars and social unrest of the 17th century when the Commonwealth faced external invasions and internal rebellion. The battlefield history of the region echoes the name of Bogdan Khmelnytsky, the Cossack military leader who led a large uprising against the Polish, Lithuanian Commonwealth authorities, triggering violent conflicts across the territories of Kiev and surrounding Ukrainian lands. His revolt marked one of the most tragic chapters of Eastern European society, as Cossack forces fought Polish noble armies, reshaping political control and demographic patterns across the frontier regions, including areas near Kamieniec-Podolsky. In the northern and eastern territories, the historical narrative touches the lands of the Livonia, a region of strategic importance contested by Baltic powers, and the coastal communities of the Kyrgyz half, where maritime trade and military access shaped local economies. Cities such as Kovna and Lublin appear repeatedly as administrative and cultural centers within the Commonwealth system. The chronicles of intellectual life introduce scholars and writers who shaped Polish historical consciousness. Wincenty Kadlubek wrote early historical accounts of Polish origins, blending legend and history, while Marcin Kromer documented the geography and political structure of the kingdom, serving both as a church leader and historian during the 16th century. Later cultural memory was preserved by figures such as Ignacy Krasicki, a satirical poet and church official whose literary works criticized social excess and aristocratic corruption, and by Joachim Lelewel, whose historical research supported the national independence movement during the 19th century. Romantic nationalist poetry emerged through voices like Zygmunt Krasinski and Maria Konopnicka, who expressed social struggles and patriotic longing during the era of foreign partition. The military and political resistance movements reached their dramatic height through the legacy of Tadeusz Kosciuszko, a revolutionary commander who fought for liberty both in Eastern Europe and in the American Revolutionary struggle, organizing insurgent forces against imperial domination. His name became a symbol of resistance during the late 18th century when the Commonwealth collapsed under pressure from neighboring empires. The intellectual and political reform movements were supported by church and educational reformers, such as Stanislaw Konarski, who worked to modernize Polish education and reduce aristocratic political chaos. Political reform discussions were also associated with Hugo Kołłądź, a key figure in the constitutional reform movement who helped design ideas for restructuring the Commonwealth government. Wars and power struggles continued across Europe. The Swedish monarchy influenced regional conflicts through rulers such as John of Sweden, and earlier Scandinavian political pressure appeared during the campaigns connected with Kleshino, where military forces fought for control during the 17th century Polish Muscovite Wars. The aristocratic families who shaped political diplomacy included the Stanislaw Leszczynski, whose reign was intertwined with European power politics, and whose daughter Catherine Leszczynska became Queen of France as the wife of Louis XV of France, strengthening diplomatic bonds between the Polish nobility and the French royal court. Across the eastern frontiers, the expansion of Imperial Russian influence reached distant regions such as Kamchatka, symbolizing the vast territorial scale of the Russian Empire, while local Polish resistance movements operated in cities including Łomża and Luk, which served as administrative and military outposts along contested borders. The story also preserves memory of noble military commanders such as Jerzy Lubomirski, who opposed royal centralization during the 17th century internal political crisis known as the Lubomirski Rebellion, reflecting the constant tension between aristocratic freedom and royal authority inside the Commonwealth political structure of the Polish-Lithuanian Commonwealth. In the world of literature and culture, historians and writers, including Adam Mickiewicz, were part of the Romantic national awakening. Although his name appears indirectly through the broader literary movement that influenced poets such as Tomasz Zahn and other members of the patriotic intellectual circles that struggled to preserve national identity under foreign rule. The narrative also recalls urban centers of commerce and learning such as Leipzig, where Polish historical works were printed and distributed, allowing political ideas to travel across Europe, and Linz, which served as a diplomatic and administrative meeting point during Habsburg political operations. Military engagements and nationalist movements echoed through battles connected to revolutionary figures like Józef Kielinski, who participated in urban uprising forces during the late 18th century struggle for independence. The long chain of historical memory also mentions scholars and writers such as Alexander Kraushar, who documented social and political life of earlier centuries, preserving the intellectual record of the nation's development for later generations studying Polish and Lithuanian history. Liuders was a military commander, a figure of strategy and discipline whose campaigns shaped the outcomes of wars and influenced the balance of power in his time. Lukowski belonged to the nobility, navigating complex political struggles and maintaining influence over key affairs, representing the enduring presence of the noble class in governance. Luther, Martin, became a revolutionary figure in the history of religion, challenging the authority of the Catholic Church and igniting the Protestant Reformation, which reshaped the faith, politics, and society of Europe. Casimir Leszczynski confronted religious orthodoxy with his philosophical ideas, embodying the intellectual tensions between faith and reason during his era. Leszczynski's challenges to established doctrines provoked debates that reverberated through courts, universities, and councils, leaving a lasting mark on European thought. Messiawis and Macchia are names tied to influential families, reflecting the intricate networks of nobility whose decisions impacted military campaigns, alliances, and the fate of estates. Madalinsky was a military leader, a figure whose actions on the battlefield and in planning campaigns influenced the outcomes of conflicts and demonstrated the decisive role of individual courage and strategy. Marie Casimir was a queen whose influence extended beyond ceremonial roles. She shaped alliances, affected succession, and played an active role in diplomacy, demonstrating the political power a consort could wield. Marie-Louise, similarly, navigated the complexities of royal courts, marriage, and dynastic obligations, exerting influence over political decisions and representing the personal dimension of international alliances. Martinus Polonus chronicled the deeds of popes, kings, and bishops, preserving the historical record and allowing future generations to understand the intricate web of power, faith, and politics. Maurice of Saxony was a commander and political strategist, whose military campaigns altered the course of wars and whose decisions shifted the balance of power among rival states. Maximilian II and Maximilian, Archduke of Austria, were members of the Habsburg dynasty, figures whose authority, alliances, and political maneuvers shaped the destiny of Central Europe. Mazeppa became legendary as a Cossack leader, a symbol of rebellion, leadership, and endurance in the face of adversity, inspiring poetry, songs, and later literature. Melanchthon worked alongside Martin Luther, advancing Protestant thought, reforming education, and shaping the theology that defined a new era of European religious life. Michael Konstantinovich and Michael Korybut were princes, their lives entwined with dynastic intrigue, succession disputes, and the challenges of ruling during politically volatile times. Adam Mickiewicz immortalized history, rebellion, and national identity through poetry, his works inspiring generations to reflect on the struggles and aspirations of their nations. Mieczysław I and Mieczysław II were early Polish rulers, establishing dynastic lines and governance structures that would influence centuries of Central European politics. Mindong consolidated authority in the Baltic region, laying the foundations for Lithuanian dynastic power, while Mirkovich, Nisik, Marina, and Nisik, George, navigated noble intrigues, alliances, and familial strategies that shaped the political landscape. Moldavia's rulers contended with the pressures of neighboring powers, leading with strategies that balanced diplomacy, military action, and survival in turbulent times. Molière captured the drama of human ambition and folly in his plays, portraying the tensions, conflicts, and social hierarchies of his age with wit and insight. Mollendorf and Mahler were military leaders, their decisions on the battlefield altering outcomes and influencing the fate of states. The Mongols had left a legacy of conquest and reshaping power structures, their historical presence still influencing the political realities of Eastern Europe. Montesquieu's ideas on law, governance, and society challenged rulers and thinkers, shaping debates on power, liberty, and justice. Montluc and Montmorency were military and noble figures whose actions, strategies, and leadership influenced the outcomes of conflicts and demonstrated the weight of personal ambition in shaping history. Morstan was a poet and diplomat, using intellect and literary skill to influence courtly and political affairs, blending culture with strategy. Kara Mustafa held command in the Ottoman Empire, executing campaigns and navigating the politics of a vast imperial power, demonstrating the reach and influence of the Ottoman state in European conflicts. Napoleon I, Napoleon III, and other figures of imperial ambition reshaped Europe through warfare, diplomacy, and political reform, altering borders, governments, and the lives of millions. Narbut the Younger, and Narasuix were historians preserving the narrative of nations, battles, and dynasties, ensuring that the triumphs and tragedies of the past would inform future generations. Nicholas I of Russia ruled with autocratic authority, confronting internal unrest, foreign pressures, and the challenges of modernization, his reign leaving a profound imprint on Russian and European history. Naring, Nepomuk St. John, Nestor, and Neuburg were figures whose religious, noble, and intellectual influence intersected with political life, shaping decisions, governance, and culture. Philip, Duke of Orleans, engaged in the dynastic and political intrigues of France, his position reflecting the complex interweaving of family, power, and ambition that defined European courts. Each of these individuals, from scholars to monarchs, from poets to military commanders, represents a thread in the vast, turbulent tapestry of European history, where ambition, loyalty, intellect, and strategy collide to shape the destinies of nations and peoples. The chronicles speak of the vast lands along the Vistula River, a great waterway that carried trade, armies, and cultural influence across the heart of the Polish kingdom. Along its banks rose cities such as Warsaw, which became the political and administrative center of the nation during the later centuries, hosting royal courts, parliamentary assemblies, and diplomatic negotiations among European powers. The city of Poznan, also called Posen in Germanic records, stood as one of the oldest centers of Polish state formation, connected to the early Christianization and political consolidation of the kingdom. The medieval dynasty, known as the Piast dynasty, represented the earliest royal lineage of the Polish territories, beginning the formation of a unified kingdom after tribal fragmentation. The legendary memory of Popiel speaks of the ancient mythic period in which cruel leadership was said to have caused rebellion among the people, according to medieval chronicles. During the era of Christianization and early monarchy, bishops and saints held enormous political influence. Saint Stanislaus of Krakow, who served as the bishop of the city of Krakow, became a symbol of resistance against royal authority when he was executed during conflict with the ruling monarch, and his martyrdom later became a national religious symbol. The struggle between the Polish kingdom and the military order, known as the Teutonic Knights, a crusading organization established to fight pagan populations along the Baltic frontier, shaped early northern warfare. Battles, such as the confrontation at Ploust, demonstrated the fierce resistance of Polish forces against the knightly crusaders, while the coastal territory of Pomorze remained a strategic maritime zone. Royal diplomacy extended to neighboring European monarchies. Ottokar II of Bohemia, also called Ottokar Przemysl in historical records, ruled territories that included parts of Central Europe and competed with the Polish crown for regional supremacy. The Germanic imperial tradition is represented by Otto I of the Holy Roman Empire, remembered as the founder of the medieval Holy Roman Imperial Authority. The Lithuanian alliance became one of the defining political structures of Eastern Europe through the reign of Vytautas the Great, also called Vitovt in some chronicles, who strengthened military administration and resisted the expansion of the crusading orders. His political partner and relative by alliance was Jogaila, whose Christian baptism united the Lithuanian pagan territories with the Polish kingdom, forming the historical Commonwealth foundation. The battles against the Teutonic Knights culminated in military campaigns involving commanders such as Ulrich von Jungingen, who led the order during the catastrophic defeat at the Battle of Grunwald battlefield, known in some chronicles as the turning point of northern crusading power. Eastern Slavic territories such as Kiev, Smolensk, and Polotsk frequently changed political control between Polish, Lithuanian, and Russian spheres. The Principality of Volhynia and the frontier land of Podolia became zones of military fortification and cultural exchange. The Commonwealth era introduced powerful noble families and political factions. The Radziwill family controlled large estates and military units, with members such as Barbara Radziwill becoming famous for her marriage to the monarch Sigismund II Augustus, whose reign represented the final phase of the medieval Jagiellonian royal dynasty. The royal authority was also represented by Sigismund I the Old, who strengthened administrative stability and supported Renaissance culture, and by Sigismund III Vasa, whose political ambition extended Polish influence toward the Baltic Kingdom of Sweden. The 17th century brought destructive warfare, known as the Swedish invasion period, sometimes called the Deluge in historical writing. Cities including Turin, Riga, and Stockholm became diplomatic and military centers in the struggle between Commonwealth forces and Northern European powers. Military commanders, such as Jan Sobieski, rose during the Ottoman frontier wars. He became famous for defeating the army of the Ottoman Empire during the defense of Vienna in the year 1683, when European Christian coalition forces resisted Ottoman expansion into Central Europe. The political structure of the Commonwealth was weakened by internal noble factionalism and foreign interference. The political crisis associated with the Targowica Confederation allowed the Russian Empire and the Kingdom of Prussia to divide Polish territory through diplomatic and military pressure. Reform thinkers such as Hugo Kolodych and the educator Stanislav Stasek attempted to strengthen the state through constitutional reform, inspired partly by Enlightenment philosophy from thinkers like Jean-Jacques Rousseau. The revolutionary struggle for independence was led by Tadeusz Kosciuszko, who organized insurgent armies against imperial occupation. His military campaigns were connected with revolutionary Republican ideals similar to those of the American Revolutionary Movement in Philadelphia and West Point, where ideas of liberty were discussed during the age of global revolutionary movements. Russian military expansion is represented by commanders such as Alexander Suvorov, who led imperial armies during campaigns in Polish territories, including Praga district of Warsaw, where revolutionary resistance was violently suppressed. Cultural life flourished despite political turmoil. Poets such as Adam Mickiewicz, Juliusz Slowacki, and Cyprian Norwood carried the spirit of national memory through romantic literature, expressing the sorrow of a nation living under partition. Military uprisings continued during the 19th century, including movements led by figures such as Amelia Plater, who fought during the November uprising against imperial authority. European diplomatic influence is seen in the presence of French political leaders such as Charles Maurice de Talleyrand, whose diplomatic strategies shaped post-Napoleonic European balance, and the intellectual world of France, where historians like Voltaire criticized absolutist monarchy and promoted rationalist thought. The religious and educational network included Catholic Church leadership figures, such as Pope Paul III and Pope Paul IV, who influenced Counter-Reformation religious policy across Europe. Across the vast eastern frontier stretched lands of Siberia, where political prisoners and exiles were sometimes sent during imperial rule, while the remote coastal region of Kamchatka Peninsula symbolized the enormous geographic reach of imperial authority. The intellectual chronicles also mention historians and writers, such as Joachim Lelewel, who preserved medieval and early modern historical memory through scholarly research, allowing later generations to reconstruct the long and dramatic story of the Polish and Lithuanian lands.